what you want to say, baby. When you're alone in the darkest night, maybe you can't keep your radio back. Open your heart and show your eyes that your destiny. And grow your love, baby. The future is waiting for you. And show your eyes that your destiny. what you want to say, baby, when you're alone in the darkest night. Maybe you can give your ray your open your heart and show your other side. Your destiny, and grow your love, baby. The future is waiting for you. And show your other side. Your destiny.
Hey everybody, I'm trying out a new clip today. I don't know. Like, I feel like, I'm so unsure of my entire hair game. I really need to get it cut, right? What is that famous painting? Does anybody, yeah, what is that famous painting? That's a great question to ask. What is that famous painting, right? And just get all these answers in chat. Mona Lisa, La Femme qui pleure, you know, like, where, you know, just like, Guernica, what's that famous painting? You could answer it in so many different ways, but really the one that I'm implying is the one with the woman in the boat with extremely long hair. Does anyone know what that one is? Famous painting, woman in a boat, extremely long blonde hair, right? I feel I need to get my hair cut. I have Mona Lisa. Yeah, there we go. Birth of Venus, yeah. You love the clip. Well, I'm like learning to use it. This one's actually like, yes, thank you, Shakespeare, the Lady of Shalott. Yeah, that's what I was actually talking about. Like, I feel like my hair is like that long. It's really not. It's just, you know, it's just like halfway down my back at this point, but it's kind of long. I need to tame it. I need to style it. I need to cut it. But hey, I want to thank the person who gave me these butterfly clips. This was Zerax, who bought these for me on Throne. So thank you so much, Zera. There's actually more than just this, right? I didn't just get one butterfly clip. I got many. And they're magnetic, like I'm finding out, right? It's like a magnet, and it's you know, I'm learning is what I'm saying. But yeah, we've got so many other options. My bed is like covered in butterflies right now because I had to pour them all out to see which one I wanted to wear. And but yeah, this should be able to like move a little bit. It's like a little bit more like I can move it like that. I don't know. I'm so unsure of myself. But yeah, you caught me reading Edmund Spencer. I have no idea why. Right, this is the Fairy Queen. I just got through Canto 1. This is definitely the thing that you want to start off your stream, though, if you're a political streamer. Definitely confuse everybody watching you for the first time, especially all you out there on Twitter, that I am, in fact, a English lit streamer and not like I'm an Edmund Spencer stand. And no, I just like, I don't know. I like poetry. And this is like iambic, it's not pentameter, but it's like iambic something or other. To thee that art the summer's nightingale, thy sovereign goddess most dear delight, why do I send my rustic madrigal, that may thy tuneful ear unseason quite, though onely fit this argument to write, in whose high thoughts pleasure hath built her bower, and dainty love learned sweetly and indite my rhymes I know unsavory and sour, to taste the streams that like a golden shower, oh my gosh, we got a golden shower, flow from thy fruitful head of my love's praise, bitter perhaps to thunder martial stour, when so thee list my lofty muse to raise. Yet till that thou thy poem wilt make no in, let thy fair Cynthia's praise be rudely shown. Cynthia, like, right, that's like, is that Artemis? Are we talking about, yeah, like that's the thing, is like when English poets write about Greek stuff, they like to be 2 steps too cute, and I'm just like trying to remember, like, Cynthia, Diana, Artemis. Am I right about that, or am I totally missing the mark? Anyway, today's stream is not about poetry. Today's stream is about Hasan, or rather, why Hasan has become the subject of derision here today, on this fine day. Why are we talking about Hasan? Why is Twitter talking about Hasan? What did Hasan do wrong? Now, oh God, it's Tom. Is that Tom Dark? Is that Tom Dark? No, it's not. It just like looks a little bit like Tom. His name is Tom. Wait, 47K and you make videos. I don't know. Maybe that is Tom. Turkey Tom, Tom Dark. But yeah, Hasan, when he finds out he's white. So anybody listen to Hasan here? Cynthia is Artemis. Yo, she was born on Mount Cynthus. Wow, I'm still pretty good with that stuff. Fairly. Anyway, I'm not really an English lit major. I just I thought I was for a while, and until I figured out I was a nutrition major. Hasan is genuinely unaware he's white. So let's find out what this is about, right? And if you've watched Hasan, like, he only says that he's white like all the time, and what he means by that is that he is read as white, he is treated as white, he is afforded white privilege. That's what he means there. But what is all this about? Let's find out.
Reflection of the incredible and passionate team that made it.
Damn, dude, y'all ride that dick. You guys are riding the dick of white men. Okay, white men that have lied to you in the past. They've lied to you and they've led you astray and they've hurt your feelings, and you're still riding it.
Moments. This game is a reflection of the incredible and passionate.
So Todd Howard, Starfield, coming out in September. Hasan actually did this video like 2 months ago. They dug up a 2-month-old video of Hasan, and look, I am no Hasan duck rider, all right? I've obviously had, issues with stuff that Hasan has said. I criticize Hasan when I think he's wrong. I have no issue with that. I'm not like a super Hasan stan, but the people that hate Hasan are like 100 times worse than anything Hasan's ever done, right? It's like Gamer Bros. It's like commentary people, Gamer Bros, those types, right? That's what we got going on. So right here, they're saying streamer says Starfield fans can't be supportive of Todd Howard because he is white, right? You're not allowed to support a white dev, right? Sorry. Sorry, canceled. Yeah, that's I'm sure that's what Hasan was saying. This is all over Twitter though. And there's like not a lot of pushback. I don't know though. What I'm wondering is this, like, maybe Hasan's fans are just going along with the cancellation of Hasan as a joke, right? Because this is a joke. This is a joke, right? They're taking what he's saying here as being anti-whiteness, and that's apparently the number one sin, the number one marginalized group that you got to be careful about being prejudiced towards: white people, right? White people are under attack. Yes. What do we got here? Why did I start with Edmund Spencer? I am so oh my god, what's the word for it? The thing where you just go by the first thing that comes to your mind. You get like a oh my god. What is that word? Why can't I think of it? I'm gonna ask chat to think of a word for me. What's that word when you get like a wild hair up your butt and you do the first thing that comes to your mind, even though it's not like the right thing to do, it's not smart, it's like you're just not thinking? You have impulse. Yeah, impulsive. That's the word I'm looking for. I don't know why that was so hard to dredge up, but yeah, I'm so impulsive to start the stream with Edmund Spencer of all things, right? Lest I confuse people what the stream is
This
really
game is a
about.
reflection of the incredible and passionate team that made it.
Damn, dude, y'all ride that dick. You guys are riding the dick of white men.
This is literally a commercial or a promotion, I guess, for Starfield. Coming forth from Bethesda Studios.
Okay, white men that have lied to you in the past.
Todd Howard.
They've lied to you and they've led you
Intrusive
astray
thoughts.
and they've
Yeah,
hurt your feelings,
impulse.
and you're still riding it.
Moments. This
In
game is a
Todd we
reflection of the
trust.
incredible and passionate team that made it.
Damn, dude, y'all ride that dick. You guys are riding the dick of white men. Okay, white men that have lied to you in the past. They've lied to you and they've led you astray and they've hurt your feelings, and you're still riding it.
Moments.
There it is. There it is. Like I got that. That's the smoking gun, right? Okay, I don't even get this one. Who's this other person? Hasan and somebody else? There's Kaya. Oh wait, I gotta watch this.
What?
Aw. Yo, Kaya's gotten big. Oh my god. Tree of Logic. I'm just looking down here to see if I find anything different. Hasan's apparently talking shapoopy about Starfield because it's made by a white guy. What a buffoon. Yeah, that's right. That's right. Hasan doesn't like video games made by white guys. Hasan wants to ban all white guys from making video games. Yeah, that tracks. That seems right. Yeah, it's like there's nothing else. There's nothing else here. Here's mine, all right? Like and I'm not even debunking in this thread here, right? This thread right here. I'm not even debunking in that thread, right? I am promising a debunk to those who follow the Twitter link to its logical conclusion, which is here. Come here and argue with me about how Hasan is anti-white and Hasan doesn't realize he's white and all these other like easily debunkable things. I know what's wrong. You know what's really bothering me is the fact that I keep on looking down and there's like a reason for that. It's that my standing desk isn't quite there we go. That's better. Okay, so look, like I said, Hasan, I don't always agree with him. He sometimes says some stuff that's pretty cringe. Disagree massively. This is not one of those, right? This is not one of those. And furthermore, I don't even think that he's saying what they think that he's saying, right? In fact, I know it for a fact because I watched the video. And that's what we're going to start with. We're going to begin at the beginning and watch Hasan's video and see what he actually says, because he's kind of been done dirty, okay? And as somebody who's been done dirty before, who's been mischaracterized, I kind of feel like maybe a little bit of a debunk is in order. Let's debunk these gamer bros, right? That are so mad because, like, okay, so lie number one. Hasan doesn't like Starfield. Wrong, not true. This is a video where Hasan is excited about Starfield, right? It hasn't come out yet. There's some words of caution. There's some words of like, well, we don't really know if this is how it's going to be. We don't know, what's going to be microtransaction. Like, we don't, the game has not come out yet. So he can't
You've taken the time and spent it here. I know there was probably a lot to take in.
Okay,
There's a
so
lot
that's
to the game, even more than we could show here. As we play it, we're always sharing these unique and special moments that only a game like this can
This is the
bring.
clip.
When I
that they
think
clipped.
about what makes it special, it really is the people here.
I don't want to.
This game is a reflection of the incredible and passionate team that made it.
Damn, dude. Y'all ride that dick. I mean, I do too, but at least the dick I'm riding is like Hideo Kojima's dick. You know what I mean?
All of them putting.
Did you hear that? Right, so now what's he talking about? We got to go back a little bit further to the beginning here. Because I'm looking for a particular scene here where, you know, this is Bethesda Studios, the makers of the Fallout series, the makers of so many things, including this new Starfield, this new upcoming Starfield game. Oh my god, there's like one more clip that I really want to look at. And I just like... We're doing the precise seeking here. I'm seeking out a particular clip. Because this all starts from a discussion that's actually more about Fallout 76 than anything, right? So I'm sure we have some Fallout fans in chat. Do we have any Fallout 76 fans? Anybody that thinks that Fallout 76 is like one of the better games that by Bethesda? And I'm guessing not, right? I'm gonna guess not. There's a reason for that. So yeah, Hasan doesn't have a problem with Starfield, right? Again, it hasn't come out yet, and you know, he's watching this video of, it's just basically a promotional video from Bethesda about Starfield, and you know, he's excited, he's hype, he wants to play this game, he's not hating on it. But being a Bethesda promotion, they go over kind of like the history of Bethesda, and there's, oh my god, I need to find this clip. Am I literally gonna have to look in transcript? Type in 76.
You on your journey. These companions can serve on your crew, and they'll always be there when you travel.
We'll be traveling together until we either find an artifact.
Is there going to be any kind of like From Software style or Diablo style like multiplayer feature in this game, or is it sole single player? Because I feel like Fallout 76 video.
Anyone except you.
And if you're looking for a little extra help on your ship, you can always hire additional crew at spaceports.
Got any room on your ship for someone like me?
Blossom into romance.
I don't know that I've ever really loved.
More people say, remember Fallout 76? I don't, because I never played it. I actually never played it. And just because that fucking failed doesn't mean that like the principle behind putting a co-op, or the idea behind putting a co-op in that game doesn't make sense. I think it does. Also, we did watch the Internet Historian Fallout 76 video.
Anyone except you.
And if you're looking for a little extra help on your ship, you can always hire additional crew at spaceports.
Like, you can't compare Death Stranding to fucking Fallout 76. You know what I mean? Can you? Do you think it's comparable? Be honest, in your heart of hearts. That's not fair. No, that's like you're comparing. You're saying that Kojima's dick is not rideable or you're comparing it that way. No, but you can compare Metal Gear Solid 5 to Fallout 76. No, you can't. No, absolutely not. Also, that's one is literally like indentured servitude, okay, versus the other guy has like way more leeway
So do
with
you see
the
what's going on
business
here?
decisions on the side.
Do we have an ad break
Okay.
coming up? That's a good
I see Metal
question.
Gear Solid 5 as like,
I'm not sure. I'm completely disoriented about when the ad breaks are coming. I think that they're on like the zeros and the 30s today, right? But if we do have an ad break coming, you can get out of it with an Amazon Prime for free. You can get out of it by spending $5. Yeah, we do actually. Wow. Wow, that was a good call. How come they let you know that the ad break was coming and they didn't let me know? I was under the impression that the general belief is that nothing Bethesda Game Studios does is good, and that Todd Howard personally urinated on the legacy of Fallout. Well, like, I'm trying to find this, right? Because it is about 76, right? That's really what the only game that Hasan ripped on was Fallout 76. And like he said, he hasn't played it, but he's, you know, kind of, he's familiar with what went on there, and it's not great. And my understanding is that there just wasn't much there as far as a game, as far as a story, as far as lore, that it felt like a cash grab, right? That you know, and I think that's what people think is okay, wait, what if I search for Fallout? There's just a scene here that I wanted to watch with you, but like it's like the problem is I don't want to watch every single thing in this video, but I do want you to see where the whole Fallout 76 thing started.
Scrolls, the Fallout, we love creating these worlds and playing in them just as much as you do. And throughout all that time, we'd often talk about and dream
Don't
up
believe his
the
lies,
space
chat.
game. What if we could take that
Oh my
feeling
God, thank
of
you.
being who you want to be and exploring a new world, but set it in
Thank you, it's me, Natalie Marie, for subbing with the Prime. We gotta fix this. Oh my God, I haven't done anything correct today. I've done everything wrong so far. Including managing my goals. Okay, end goal. Manage goals. Change goal to 9. Natalie, you already got us started off. I wish I could just put... Like, really? There it is, okay. There we go, we'll go 9 for today. 9 is our goal. We've already got one. What are we naming it? The Sub Baby. Oh, that's a 9-month streak. That's a 9-month streak. And that's also a Prime sub. And let me tell you, like, right, if you ever think that a Prime sub is somehow like a lesser thing, or like does not impress me, or, you know, like, right, because you're not paying for it directly, you are paying for it through Prime, and you are taking like Bezos money and giving it to me. And also you only have one Prime to give, right? So yes, if you give me a Prime sub, you will impress me. Never think that you won't. So I'm so confuzzled here, because I thought I had everything that I needed, but there's one scene that I didn't mark. Yeah. I almost just want to describe the scene, because I don't think there's any way to find the scene like through transcript. It's literally just they're going through the titles of Bethesda, which include a lot of the Fallout titles, and they stop, like, you know, sequentially, like, right as they come out, like, or chronologically, they're going through them, right? And as they get to Fallout 76, the camera pans away, right? They cut right there. Right as you were giving the top of the hour ad read, I got sent into an Adobe ad, and that's how you got out of it. Yeah. So if you ever end up in that situation where maybe you haven't resubscribed and you get sent into an ad, and you're able to, you know, sub in some way, either by using an Amazon excuse me, using an Amazon Prime sub by paying for a sub for yourself, $5 on desktop or $6 on mobile, or you're given a gift sub right as you got the ad, right? You will see that whole ad unless, okay, and here's the big unless you hit F5 and you reload your screen, you reload your Twitch, and then it takes you right out of the ad. So that's the secret to that, and hopefully Natalie was able to get out of that Adobe ad, or any ad, really. We're not trying to single out Adobe here. I'm so kind of pissed off that I can't find what I'm looking for here. Because I literally just watched it this morning. That's Death Stranding, right? No, that's Starfield. That's Starfield, sorry. Seriously?
Better than Star Citizen? Yeah, it's better than Star Citizen because it doesn't, one is slated to exist, the other one is never going to.
Okay, that's the other thing, right? That's the other thing. So, like, I'm surprised nobody said Star Citizen. Yeah, you refreshed. Awesome. Nobody's mentioned Star Citizen yet, but this actually looks like it's gonna, to some degree, fulfill the unfulfilled promises of Star Citizen. Star Citizen is a incredibly ambitious project. Could be enormously cool, but to my knowledge has just been like in beta forever and may never actually come to fruition, right? This is kind of giving you that, but for real in September. But again, we don't know. It hasn't come out yet, so. Oh my god, really? I really can't find this. I just want to find them going through their catalog. Anyway, you'll have to trust me though. Like, as they go through the catalog, they show all the Fallout games, and then right as they get to 76, they cut out, and Hasan is like laughing about that. Like, he finds it funny that they cut out right at 76. Because 76 is the one that most people feel like it fell off at Fallout 76.
Blossom into romance.
I don't know that I've ever really loved.
Before people say, remember Fallout 76? I don't, because I never played it. I actually never played it. And just because that fucking failed doesn't mean that, like, the principle behind putting a co-op or the idea behind...
No one let you know you're a Hasan chatter and you know you have duties, but yeah, you were right about when the ad break is going to be.
Putting a co-op in that game doesn't make sense. I think it does. Also, we did watch the Internet Historian.
Wait, I mean, the game was just a co-op at first, right? That was the problem. There wasn't any...
Fallout 76 video.
Anyone except you.
And
people tell me it's gotten better since, but...
if you're looking for a little extra help on your ship, you can always hire additional crew at spaceports.
Got any room on your ship for someone like me?
Can you fuck alien pussy or not, man?
You'll
What is this
also meet
romance
potential
shit?
crew
I want to
members
know.
out in the world.
Still think there might be a spot for me on
I don't care about fucking humans, okay? Let's be real. Are there humanoid aliens? Number 1. 2, how do we fuck them, okay?
I gotta get off this rock.
Assign crew to your ship or outposts, and their unique skills will affect how they run.
Like, everybody's throwing up Haas and shit, but, like, let's be real. Every single one of you on day one is like, well, let's see what kind of mods there are out there. I'm just looking. I mean, I'm not really that interested, but, like, it wouldn't hurt to find out. You know what I mean? Don't act like I'm not asking the questions you all want answers to, okay? I speak for all of us when I say I would like to know if you have humanoid aliens in this fucking game, and can you fuck them?
And just like companions, most crew members can lend a hand in the field. Take Bosco, for instance.
He's designed around the core basics of a NASA machine.
Please avoid getting shot. You might die.
I still wanted to give it almost a humanoid personality, so I elongated the limbs. This tends to make him feel more human-like and give him a little personality.
Did you see that gazelle hook though? The robot, this is Vasco, I guess, just threw a gazelle hook.
It is a shame exploration requires so much bloodshed.
Using the shipbuilding
That's a difficult punch to learn.
tools and crew selection features in Starfield, you'll be able to build
Why
and captain the
humanoid?
ship of your dreams.
Why humanoid? I don't know, because I don't want to fuck a jellyfish. Like, I don't know. That's why humanoid aliens is what I specify.
So he's not into monster girls, I take it. No
Maybe
goo
you
girl.
do.
No goo girls for Hasan. Some people appreciate a goo girl.
And now, let's take to the sky.
We're putting you in the cockpit of your very own spaceship and telling you that you can do pretty much anything. And that is really cool for us as developers. Spaceflight should be exciting and dangerous. And you...
Anybody out there, how does this compare to like Elite Dangerous? Any Elite Dangerous fans out there?
should feel like you're in complete control
I mean, obviously it's more more of a game, but
every step of the way.
exploration doesn't require bloodshed and colonization does.
We've extended that sense of control to ship combat. It's not about just hitting your triggers to fire your weapons. It's a complex dance between your piloting skills and our power allocation system. Boosting power to your engines will make your ship faster. Powering up the ground drives will shorten the amount of time it takes before you can make a jump. And moving your power to your weapons and shields means you're ready for a fight. You should always be on your toes because you're not alone out there.
Zap the motherfucker. Okay, that looks
Unlocking
fire.
your targeting control system skill will allow you to zero in on specific subsystems of the ship you target.
This game doesn't look like it would be good. You're wrong. It does look.
People compare this to like, okay, so the comparison that I've heard before is like No Man's Skyrim, basically.
Very good. It looks very, very good, in my opinion. The only thing you can say is maybe it's like it's doing too much at the same time.
After destroying an enemy ship, you can loot the remains from your cockpit. You can always turn any ship that engages you into scrap. But you can also take a more personal approach by docking with the enemy vessel and boarding their ship.
That's crazy.
Wait, no like teleporting? Boldly go where no microtransaction has gone before. So that's the fear, right? And like, again, this game doesn't come out till September. Hasan, you can see, is not hating on this game. Maybe a little bit of like shade or you know, distrust to Todd Howard, because like he's saying, you know, gamers have been lied to before. Their new RPG after Skyrim and Fallout 4. Okay, I mean, like, it is a Bethesda game, too. It looks bad, this game.
Once you've taken control of an enemy ship, it's yours.
I mean, yeah, if they microtransaction it up, right? If it's like every, like, you know, to have the best ship, you have to pay extra, then that definitely
incredible. And retrieve it at any spaceport.
I never play games like this. This is like a lot of gameplay.
But space is way more than fighting for your life. Just like when you're planetside, there are plenty of sights to see and stops to make on the way to your next adventure. Like these massive star yards. Walk the halls, talk to the crew, maybe get talked into buying a whole new ship.
A civilian in my star yard. Let's see about getting you a proper ship.
See, like, right, here we go. Now, that's the whole question. Is this with in-game currency, or is this with real world currency, right? How are you going to buy the ship? How are you going to buy the parts?
Maybe you'll dock with a gigantic battleship, like the UC Vigilance.
Oh, you're magic. That explains it. They're usually buggy until the updates.
I can't get over how fucking insane and next gen this game is, with like literally characters with character animations and character walking sequences that is literally 3 generations old. It like, I want to avoid seeing that. I want to avoid talking about it, but it's ridiculously clunky. Look at
Okay. So that's what people are talking about. That makes sense. Okay, this is people that are saying that it looks bad. That's what you're reacting to. I don't know. I'm so used to playing like retro stuff. I don't even notice stuff like that. It doesn't take. I'm not hard to please, basically. But yeah, he is like so. So do you see? Like he sees the faults in it, but he's not dwelling on those faults. You know, this is a preview, so you know stuff could get fixed, so stuff could get upgraded, but
like look at that, look at her,
You see Vigilance.
Look, what is this, man? What is going on?
Okay, it does look it does look very clunky.
With the galaxy's wealthy elite on a cruise ship fit for the stars. There are plenty of personal encounters to be had as well. You can hail any ship you come across to trade, swap info, or maybe even commit an act of piracy.
Let's do this.
When I'm playing, I generally go crazy. I definitely go like the more piracy routes. I want to take over ships. I'm going to board ships. I'm like, this is now mine. I steal all the sandwiches and put them, you know, in my cargo hold that I have specifically for sandwiches. I don't want to play the hero, but I want to go out and
you can
just
steal
start taking
sandwiches.
things from people as quickly as possible.
Stealing people's sandwiches. I don't know about that. I feel like games are always trying to look more realistic than anyone asked.
Some strangers might be looking for a little human connection in the darkness of space.
Hello, stranger. I just finished cooking up some food. If you want to come on over, just pop on by.
Some of the best moments are the ones you discover on your own. The thing I love most about Starfield is that it is a Bethesda game.
You know, there's gonna be fucking spaceships out there that are ghost ships that have like had every single person in it die mysteriously, and you're gonna be trying to like figure out what happened, and then there's gonna be like some kind of zombie ass fucking disease on the ship.
Through and through. It's really about going to strange new places, meeting interesting people, and getting sidetracked on.
But if they are able to, unless there's crazy machine learning going on to generate, yeah. I just don't know how they would be able to randomize it in a way that doesn't seem repetitive. I'm not saying they can't.
Did you still want
but
Natalie, did you find the timestamp?
If they are able to
oh, there it is.
Able to like randomly
wait, it's at
assign
153?
The planets inside of a specific galaxy.
Oh my god, why am I only
with,
seeing
like,
some of your
unique sequences and whatnot?
156.
Then
Okay,
it'll
seriously?
make it'll continuously make it. Like, look, Fallout. Look.
That's the one place I didn't think it would be.
Look at that. Look at how good
in the
that
very
was.
beginning.
Look at how good that made you feel. Think about how good these games make you feel when you were younger and you really enjoyed them.
Obviously, we've
There it
come
is.
a long way since
Thank
then.
you, Natalie.
With the games we've built, our technology, and all of us here in the...
It cut out before 76. Yo!
So that's where this whole thing happened between Hasan and yeah, that's why I didn't think to look for it in the beginning, right? Because basically this conflict between Hasan and the Todd Howard fans in chat, it like cooks for a good 40 minutes. No, 50 minutes. Yeah. It cooks for about 50 minutes before it like boils over into that take he has about, white game devs. And he's like joking. He's joking because they're standing Fallout 76. They're saying Fallout 76 was pretty good, right? Hasan's like, no, it wasn't. Then they compare it to something by Kojima, which is like one of Hasan's favorite game creators. They compare it to Death Stranding, and they compare it to Metal Gear Solid 5, right? And these are like maybe less good Kojima games, like less, they're not the one. So they're kind of like trying to make the argument of, okay, like Fallout 76 wasn't as good as the other Fallouts, wasn't as good as New Vegas, but even your guy has some fall off. And then that's Hasan's response. That's his response. He's joking, right? He's so like right here, he's like, yeah, they cut out right before Fallout 76, right? And that, I mean, like, that's not a spicy take, right? 76 was legit garbage at launch. Yeah, so this is not a spicy take. This is not a wild thing to say. This is not Hasan like hating on Bethesda. This is not Hasan like hating on Todd Howard. And this is definitely not Hasan hating on Starfield, a game which, might I remind you, hasn't even come out yet.
I was just kidding, but dude. No, literally, dude, he's doing the thing. He's doing the thing that I just said he's doing.
Like, he predicted it too.
Studios.
Good faith that people have. Space Skyrim, right? Everyone was talking about Starfield coming their pants. It's Bethesda. Todd Howard is involved. Oh, this is like Space Skyrim, right? No Man's Skyrim? That's even better. Todd Howard has lost
hey everyone, thank you so much for joining us today, and welcome
respect
to
and
Bethesda Game Studios.
Good faith that people had in
themselves. We've been so lucky over the decades to make the kind of games that we love here, and that's thanks to all of you, from the Elder Scrolls to Fallout.
Okay, maybe he is taking a slight shit on Todd Howard.
We love creating these worlds and playing in them just as much as you do. And throughout all that time, we'd often talk about and dream up the space game. What if we could take that feeling of being who you want to be and exploring a new world, but set it in space, where you weren't really limited in where you could go or what you could do? And that is Starfield.
I saw you know in Todd we trust. Don't believe his lies. He immediately started the conversation by showing you feelings of nostalgia as to why you're supposed to trust him. Like, look, Fallout. Look at that. Look at how good that was. Look at how good that made you feel. Think about how good these games make you feel when you were younger and you really enjoyed them.
Obviously, we've come a long way since then with the games we've built.
Oh my god! Mossburbs, thank you for the lead donation. And NCC we trust, thank you. Hey, I'm glad people are here for this kind of gaming content. I didn't really intend to cover gaming, and I don't usually cover gaming, but I will cover gaming when it has like a cross-pollination with politics, and I always love to hear that sound. That's the donation sound. If you make a 1337 donation, that's the sound that you hear. I think it's different if it's like $10 or like, I don't know. There's a bunch of different levels, but thank you so much, Mossburbs. I haven't heard that sound in a long time. Not many people donate 1337, so that's a good sound to hear. Fallout 3 isn't good. Wait, does he say that it is? I mean, I think the one that people hate, right, is 76. Like, the one that people love is New Vegas. The one that people hate is 76, right? NCC isn't shipped with bugs? I mean, maybe butterflies. Wait, are butterflies bugs, chat? Do you associate me with insects at all? In like a negative way? Like, shipped with bugs. It makes me think that I have like bugs in my clothes, or like moths eating my like outfits or something. Todd says it's good. Todd says it's good. Okay. Am I the only one who thinks the Bethesda presenters are super relatable. Like people, like people who don't care about money and are totally in it for the games. Okay, that is said with sarcasm, I believe. Fallout 76 is worse, but 3 is still bad. I haven't played any of them, chat. A kind of gamer reference. It's fine. Wait, 1337 is kind of a gamer reference. Well, yeah, it's Leet, right? The butterfly makes me think of the night elf from WOW, which is a wrestling federation. Just kidding. I know what WoW is. I know what World of Warcraft is. I sometimes try to pretend that I know even less about video games than I actually know, but I do know a lot about certain types of video games. And look, this stuff is not entirely out of my wheelhouse. Like, we are talking about RPGs when we talk about Fallout, when we talk about Skyrim, and I guess, I mean, you could even, this is kind of an RPG too. Yeah, Hasan, much like Hasan, I actually do like, wait, why am I covering up Hasan? I feel like that's unnecessarily aggressive on my part. The message was a gamer reference. Ships with bugs is a Bethesda staple. Oh, okay, I thought you meant like, I thought you were wondering if I had bugs, right? Which a true gamer girl. That's right. That's right. A true gamer girl. A hit or miss, right? There's a lot of stuff, like the stuff that I don't play, but Fallout 76 sounds like something I might have to play. Death Stranding is something I would check out because it's just such a weird concept. It's like Guillermo del right, and Kojima together at last, right, which is definitely the collab that nobody knew that we needed. But the problem with Death Stranding, from what I've heard, is that it is a little bit of a walking simulator. Am I right? There's a lot of walking, right? And I feel like I've done all my walking playing through Final Fantasy games, right? Yeah, I've done enough walking already. You've seen me walk, right? That there's no reason for me to spend 150 hours like walking through the world of yeah, it's like UPS. Yeah, except for you're delivering like babies. What's up with the baby? You got that little baby in the amber. Like what's up with that? Expecting Bethesda games to ship without bugs is like expecting Valve to. Oh no, it's Half-Life 3 in a year. Yo, people want that though. Okay, unironically, the Skibbity toilets thing. I know. I'm not gonna show you any more Skibbity toilets. I know people are tired of that song. I guess, is that what we're tired of? Are we tired of the Skibbity? The Skibbity Bop Bop song? But anyway, it's gotten a whole new audience interested in Half-Life and Gary's Mod and Team Fortress and everything SFM related. Yeah, it's basically, so yeah, people are going to want that. People are really going to want that. But like, my understanding is that Valve just decided, we're doing Steam. That's what we do. We'll do a Portal every 15 years, maybe, or something like that. We'll do something, but like, I don't think they're not making games anymore, are they? If Valve announced Half-Life 3 anytime soon, the internet would implode. Same thing if Atlas announced Persona 6 instead of just be like Persona fighting, Persona dancing. Persona fighting and dancing at the same time. Fighting all night. Arena.
Our technology and all of us here in the...
It got out.
Persona 5X, Persona Tactica, Persona Q2, Persona Q3.
476. Yo, I was just kidding, but dude. No, literally.
Okay,
dude,
so there it is.
He's doing the thing. He's doing the thing that I just said he's doing.
Obviously, we
look, dude.
Yeah, well, no, there's Fallout 3, Oblivion,
a long way
Skyrim,
then, with the games
Fallout
we built,
4, and then right before, yeah,
literally
he gets right to 76.
Cuts off right as you can see it. Like, it flashes it a little bit.
And all of us here
and so basically the TLDR is that starts a fight with Hasan's chat. There's stands. There's people that like Bethesda and they like Todd Howard, and they feel like Hasan is giving them like a raw deal, like just not being charitable enough. And so they keep arguing, and it spurs this.
Different planets across the board. And Politic Frog opinions muted easy. I'm saying what I'm worried about. Okay? I'm saying what I'm worried about. I'm worried that it will be like that. I don't want it to be like that. I'm just saying that I'm worried that it will be like that. We'll still play this game, okay? Straight. And they will sprinkle that onto like different type of enemies with like a different skin on it. And one is going to be the Berserker clan that you're fighting, and then the other one's going to be the Space Pirate clan that you're fighting. But they have the same combat, same movement, same AI with like a different skin. And then there's going to be like a tier system for different bases that you can infiltrate. And they will sprinkle that onto like different planets across the board. And Politic Frog opinions muted.
Video game fandoms are like cults. It's like disrespecting sports teams to boomers. Oh my God. Yeah, you got to watch out for that. You got to that stuff is serious, right?
I'm saying what I'm worried about. Okay? I'm saying what I'm worried about. I'm worried that it will be like that. I don't want it to be like that. I'm just saying that I'm worried that it will be like that.
But I just want the point of this, right, is I want you to watch what got called Hasan being anti-white by Twitter, primarily by Twitter.
We'll still play this game, okay? I am a slut. Okay? I'm a whore.
That way you can really plan your structures and what the overall feel of your outpost is.
I just don't know how they'll be able to build
really
this
decorate
expansive
and
universe
things
and make it
much
playable.
easier.
You can have predefined locations for story and put them on procedurally generated planets. The repetitiveness part is solved with enough variance. Whether they manage to achieve that is another question. Your concerns are definitely valid. Source, I'm a game dev. That's that. Yeah, you put it way more succinctly than I could have described it. That is my fear. Like, I can't help but feel like this is like a Mass Effect promise. And we've all been hurt before, especially when it comes to space exploration games.
And
for some
research
fucking
stations
reason.
in your outpost to utilize
That's why.
any resources you find or already have.
Mod your weapons to adapt them to your playstyle. Different weapon sights and scopes, larger magazines, a selection of grips and barrels, different ammunition like explosive rounds. All you stealth players out there will surely need a suppressor. You can also choose to go hands-on with melee weapons.
I think it's always a delicate balance between like...
Okay, so the part that people are mad, people on Twitter are mad about is coming up here.
What's realistic, what's sim, and what's Hollywood. And I think we sort of err on the side of like, what's fun for the player.
With Starfield, we've completely overhauled our combat. It's more dynamic, the animations are more fluid. It just feels great.
We probably have more mods and more weapons in this game than I want to say any other game we've done before. There's a lot of variety.
Upgraded gear is just one of the many factors to pay attention to when engaging in combat. You may need to switch things up based on your environment. Gravity is different for each planet, and boost packs are excellent for getting around. And for giving you an edge in combat. Sometimes you'll even feel like you're flying.
Sorry that we're watching so much of the... I mean, this is actually the game, right? So if you're interested in the game and the promotion for the game, here it is for you. I'm watching that too, but I'm wanting to make sure that I get... Because here's what happened. Like, he literally got clip chimped. You know how like Vosh will always claim he'll say something really yikesy and he'll be like, I got clip chimped. It's not, you know, if you look at the whole context and you look at the whole context and it's even worse, right? That's the opposite of what happened here with Hasan, right? The context explains everything and it shows you that the way that this is being characterized on the internet has like nothing to do with anything that Hasan was actually saying. Todd Howard is objectively white, as far as I know. People are cultish. Yeah, and Hasan makes a little joke about that. And people who are cultish when it comes to Todd Howard, like he can do no wrong when he's constantly creating broken, buggy messes and exaggerates and over-exaggerates the games. Yeah. Well, and the other thing is when something gives you Star Citizen's vibes, and I think that's what Hasan is reacting to. Like he said, like, I mean, he's excited. He says he's going to play the game. You know, he's watching this whole thing. He's doing like promo for Bethesda. So, but he's also acknowledging that anything that's this expansive usually ends up under delivering. It's almost by you can't avoid that. Like you're gonna if you overpromise, which is what this feels like, you're gonna underdeliver. Also, like Star Citizen, you know, just like it really sort of it left a lot of bad taste in a lot of people's mouths. And I mean, this is definitely, you know, gonna drop in, we think, September, right? So it's not like it's, you know, gonna be permanently in beta. It's not, you know, quite like vaporware the way that a lot of people think, you know, of Star Citizen, but
Zero gravity environments pose a different.
How the fuck do you do third world shooter?
Third person shooter?
I guess auto targeting, right? Like, I mean, third person.
Damn.
Third world shooter.
Challenge.
Aim
Firing a
assist?
ballistic weapon in zero-G will actually push you backwards. Energy weapons, on the other hand, offer a more stable shooting experience.
We also have mag weapons. These are high-powered electromagnetic induction ballistic
I know
arrays.
there's third-person
Each
shooter.
barrel has its own targeting laser and can dish out some serious damage.
I should have said
Hasan, not a gamer, confirmed. I feel like he's more of a gamer than I am, though. I don't know. I feel like the games that I play, like, they don't get any respect, so I don't know.
Whether you want to get up close and personal with your own two fists, or you like more compact weapons like pistols and submachine guns, or maybe you prefer something bigger. Starfield's got you covered.
God, okay, get to it, Hasan, get to it. Because I feel like I'm doing like a gaming
I mean, the first person looks sick. It actually does look sick.
So yeah, this game's first person or third person, you can switch.
And it doesn't feel bullied spongy at all.
There's the third person. Okay, here we go. We're almost there.
Thanks again for being with us today. We are just so grateful that you've taken the time and spent it here. I know there was probably a lot to take in. There's a lot to the game, even more than we could show here. You know, as we play it, we're always sharing these unique and special moments that only a game like this can bring. When I think about what makes it special, it really is the people here.
I don't want to.
This game is a reflection of the incredible and passionate team that made it.
Damn, dude. Y'all ride that dick. I mean, I do too, but at least the dick I'm riding is like Hideo Kojima's dick. You know what I mean?
Okay, so that's it. He's got people that are stans of Todd Howard in his chat that are, he's just not glazing Todd up quite enough for them. And that's the fight that's going on. It starts in the beginning when they start talking about Fallout 76, and like I said, it cooks throughout this whole this whole video, right? Up until this point where he's like, you know, calls them dick riders, right? And you know, I mean, like that's you know, but then he says like I do that too, right? But only for Kojima and Miyazaki. And you're gonna see there's reasons for that, right?
This game is a reflection of the incredible and passionate team that made it.
Damn, dude. Y'all ride that dick. I mean, I do too, but at least the dick I'm riding is like Hideo Kojima's dick. You know what I mean?
All of them putting something special of themselves into it.
Let's
hear some of their favorite moments.
I ride the best dick, okay? Kojima and Miyazaki. Those are the dicks I ride. Because
And I mean, like, I don't know, you could say, is that a basic take? Miyazaki and Kojima? Kind of sounds like it. Didn't hear anything wrong with what he said. Yeah, right? Well, that's the thing, is what the Gamer Bros heard and are reposting all over Twitter is one little clip that you're going to see in a second, right? They didn't see the entire thing.
They've never actually led me astray.
In fact, they're not seeing this part, right? This explains what he says later, right?
You guys are riding the dick of white men, okay? White men that have lied to you in the past.
There we go.
They've lied.
You guys are, that's what got him in trouble. That's it right there. That was the clip.
Lied to you, and they've led you astray, and they've hurt your feelings, and you're still riding it.
I kid you not. Right now on Twitter, Hasan is being called anti-white for that take, right? That you're not allowed to, like I literally saw somebody unironically post, you're not allowed to write like Todd Howard games because Todd Howard is white.
Stop saying Death Stranding. Death Stranding was fine.
I love the way that our final combination of all the new tech has come together to create some.
Well, that's it. But like, do you see how, like, out of context? I mean, like, even out of context, right? I don't see anything wrong with what he's saying, but if you put it in context and you realize that there was a little fight between him and the Todd Howard stans that started when he kind of guffawed at Fallout 76 early in the video, and it just cooked and it cooked and it cooked up until this point, and they're still in chat, they're still saying "In Todd we trust," and that was Hasan's response. And it's pretty clear that he's joking, right? He's not making a political statement there. He's definitely not telling you like you can't like video games made by white people.
Most beautiful sunsets and sunrises we've ever had in any of our games.
Yeah, it's obviously a joke, right? I'm glad that comes through to people.
It was all right
because it's apparently not. It's completely oblivious. The Twitter people roasting Hasan right now, they're completely oblivious about what he actually meant.
Every biome is different.
Like, you can't compare Death Stranding to fucking Fallout 76. You know what I mean? Can you? Do you think it's comparable? Be honest, in your heart of hearts.
Okay, so yeah, that's their argument right there. You hear the argument, right? I think what it is basically, Hasan, they're like, "In Todd we trust." Hasan's like, "Hey, what about Fallout 76?" And they're like, "Well, like, what about, you like Kojima? What about Death Stranding?" Right? And you can't really say that Death Stranding is, like, you can say a lot of things about Death Stranding, and I have said that it seems to be too much of a walking simulator for me to want to F with, right? I've played too many old school Final Fantasy games were all walking simulators. I've walked enough. I've played enough of these JRPGs RPGs, just in general, but specifically RPGs from Japan. No, I don't know. It sounds like I'm giving them, like, I play RPGs from Japan, okay? The ones that I've played tend to be walking simulators, and I don't know about other RPGs, but what I'm saying is I've basically done enough walking. All right, I'm not looking to go deliver like packages in Death Stranding, exactly, right? Even though it looks like a cool game, I like Kojima and I like Guillermo del. Oh my god, why am I forgetting his name? But yeah, like, there's a lot. That game has a lot going for it, right? But I'm probably not going to play it. But that being said, it still looks like a good game. Like, I wouldn't compare it to something that is like a like just like the definition of a game that has pissed a lot of people off, like Fallout 76. It's just like the comparison doesn't make sense. So that's the fight that's going on in Hasan's chat. It's not a super serious fight. And when he said that he doesn't dick ride, like you know, y'all are dick riding like white men that have lied to you in the past, and you should know better. That's Del Toro. Sorry, I like couldn't remember his name. I was gonna say it wrong. Guillermo del Toro also worked on Guillermo del Toro. I don't know why I'm like having trouble with, like, I mean, my Spanish pronunciation isn't usually that bad. Dick riding white men who have lied to me in the past. Stop perceiving me. Yeah. Death Stranding, oh my god, thank you, Catalina Gearbox. Thank you for the 100 biddies. Death Stranding isn't so much a walking simulator as it is its own experience. So it's worth playing. I mean, it's a lot of, there's like a lot. Asked me to say Xerxes 4 times fast. Wait, what happens? Does it turn into a slur when you say it 4 times fast? I don't know. Probably not. I mean, it's something that it does really seem interesting. Like I like weird stuff, right? If a game isn't weird in some ways, I'm probably not going to play it. It's worth playing if not for the experience of it. So it's not something that I should just like watch the cutscenes of. There's so much I've missed out on though, and we're going to get into some of that like in a second when we were talking about Kojima. You know, stuff that seems really interesting, stuff that is by a game designer who's actually very politically aware, and I just never played like I'm speaking specifically of the Metal Gear Solid games, right? I never played them because to me it was like a soldier and a gun is not a game that I want to play. But apparently this isn't just a soldier and a gun, it's a stealth game with a soldier and a gun, and it's got a lot of backstory, and it actually like ties into history and into politics and into so many other things. So I probably was just silly for not like I judged a book by its cover, and I shouldn't have. I was like, Solid Snake, whatever, right? There is a bit more walking in Death Stranding, but it's it gets much more complex than that. Is there a mod for it that like makes you walk faster? Maybe that would like I've heard some of the Final Fantasy games are more fun to play with a mod where it just speeds your character up in walking.
That's not fair. No, that's like,
yeah, Kojima is somewhat of a communist. True. That's we're gonna look into that in a second, right? And you're gonna see the sort of connection that Hasan is making, because when he said Miyazaki and Kojima, right, he's referring to a specific video that some of you might be aware of as well. Anybody know who made that video?
You're saying that Kojima's dick is not rideable or you're comparing it that way. Oh, but you can compare Metal Gear Solid 5 to Fallout 76. No, you can't. No.
Okay, so second attempt, like first attempt, we say Death Stranding, like, right, that's a bad game by Kojima. Hasan says not so much, not buying it, right? And then they pull out Metal Gear Solid 5, which my understanding is, right, Kojima was under contract there? Wait, Voosh? Where did Voosh come from? He's aware of things like that, but he has a lot of unnecessary misogynistic themes, it feels like. Oh, are we talking about Kojima? Hot take, Metal Gear Solid 5, it was a good Metal Gear game there. See, like, I can't even comment. I think Kojima is super overrated, especially his last few Metal Gear Solid games and Death Stranding. But the dude is passionate about games. But I mean, like, would you compare like his worst games to the worst games by Bethesda? That's really what the argument between, you know, Hasan's the Todd Howard dick riders, as Hasan says in his chat, and Hasan, and I mean that's what happened in this stream segment, was basically a argument started earlier in the segment, and it just boiled over at that point. And he says I don't even think it's a spicy thing, and I don't understand how you're taking it seriously. He says, like, it's pretty clear that he's kidding when he says, you all are riding the dicks of white men who have lied to you in the past, right? But Twitter, if you read Twitter, they're taking that 100% seriously. They're saying that is what he's saying. Like, Hasan is anti-white is basically the implication of like all of Dude Bro Twitter right now.
Absolutely not. Also, that's one is literally like indentured servitude, okay, versus the other guy.
Okay, so that's Metal Gear Solid 5, and like this is the idea that Kojima didn't want to make Metal Gear Solid 5, but was kind of forced through contract to do so. He did say that he didn't play Fallout 76,
like way more,
but that he's like watched content on it essentially.
Leeway with the business decisions on the side. Okay, I see Metal Gear Solid 5 as like Kojima being held at gunpoint to like make a game again. And even then you can't compare it because Metal Gear Solid 5 is still like literally...
There is no comparison. Twitter is so Reddit now and 4chan, thanks to Elon, yes.
An objectively good game.
Oh God! Speaking of Elon, I gotta cut to that at some point, right? Look, I want to do. My tendency is to try to do all the Hasan stuff consecutively, but I realized that like a little break is good too, and maybe that would work here. All right, so that's my thread for today. If you haven't liked it already, I think it's still pinned, so go give this a like. It's what like allows me to be visible on Elon's Twitter. Otherwise, I get no reach. I get no reach. Oh my God! It looks like a no comment chick obsessively searching Tom Dark's Twitter. What's that about? Anyway, oh, you can't see it. I just outed myself for no reason. Anyway, what am I trying to type here? Musk. That's what I want to type. I want to type Musk. Okay, so this just happened. I always forget to switch to my Twitter view here. There we go. Okay, so this just happened. Ronan Farrow just wrote an article for New York Magazine. Is that right? I think it was New York Magazine. Somebody out there correct me if I'm wrong. But they're talking about Elon Musk, and they're talking about Starlink, right? So this got brought up before, if you remember, during the whole sub. Anybody remember the sub that broke apart in the depths? And that thing had Starlink on, not the sub, right? Because Starlink wouldn't penetrate through the waters, but the mothership that was, with the sub was powered by Starlink, right? So people mentioned that, and then got a bunch of, there was all these like community notes on it saying, nah, the sub doesn't have Starlink. The sub doesn't have Starlink. No, the sub doesn't have Starlink, but the mother boat did, right? So Starlink did have, right? People, speaking of dick riders, people always want to defend Elon. But Starlink was used by Ukraine during the conflict with Russia. Musk deliberately throttled Starlink, the communication system Ukraine was relying on in battle. He held it hostage for $400 million at critical points in the war. In recent days, the forces had found their connectivity severed as they entered territory contested by Russia. More alarmingly, SpaceX had recently given the Pentagon an ultimatum if it didn't assume the cost for providing service in Ukraine, which and didn't Elon claim to that he was gonna do this out of the goodness of his heart, which the company calculated at some $400 million annually, it would cut off access. We started to get a little panicked. Senior defense official said one of four who described the standoff to me recalled Musk could, quote unquote, could turn it off at any given moment, and that would have a real operational impact for the Ukrainians. Communications became dead. Units were isolated. When you're on offense, especially so they're talking about like in the disputed territories, especially for commanders, you need a constant stream of information from battalions. Commanders had to drive to the battlefield to be in radio range, risking themselves. Mikola said it was chaos. Ukrainian expats who had raised funds for Starlink units began receiving frantic calls. The tech executive recalls a Ukrainian military official telling him, "We need Elon now." Oh, that's the famous last words. God, you never want to be in a position where you say, "We need Elon now." That's the wrong guy to count on. How now? He replied. Like effing now, the official said. People are unaliving. Another Ukrainian involved told me that he was awoken by a dozen calls saying they'd lost connectivity and had to retreat. The Financial Times reported that outages affected units in Kherson, Zaporizhia, Kharkiv, Donetsk, and Luhansk. American and Ukrainian officials told me they believe that SpaceX had cut off connectivity via geofencing, cordoning off areas of access, right? So there's like a certain contingent of Elon fans that are really not going to like this. Musk had spoken to Putin before this decision, right around the same time. He had come up with his peace plan. Oh, I forgot about that. Elon Musk had a peace plan for Ukraine, essentially the same as the Russia and Trump's. Give Russia chunks of Ukraine. Musk wasn't immediately convinced. My interference was that he was getting nervous that Starlink's involvement was increasingly seen in Russia as enabling the Ukrainian war effort and was looking for a way to placate Russian concerns. Paul told me, to the dismay of Pentagon officials, Musk volunteered that he had spoken with Putin personally. Another individual told me Musk had made the same assertion in the weeks before he tweeted his pro-Russia peace plan. I forgot about the peace plan. Okay, anyway, I mean, the TLDR here is that optics-wise, Elon is really playing both sides. And, I mean, I would guess that his only real allegiance is to Elon Musk himself, right? But yeah, that's what's going on with Elon Musk right now. I love that I'm reading this off of Mueller, She Wrote, of all places. Yeah, New Yorker. I'm sorry, New Yorker magazine. I don't know why I said New York magazine. Is that even a thing? Oh my god! And anytime you look up Musk, you're gonna get crypto. Okay, so it looks like there's a HuffPost article quoting Elon as saying that Twitter or X may fail. That's not news to no one. Yeah, so the Ukrainian flag accounts are really not, and like, I mean, there's a definite crossover between those people and like Tesla stock owners. So yeah, this goes on, like, right, the larger story, right, is that Elon wants somebody who had a certain audience on his side, right? In terms of, you know, he'd really ingratiated himself to the likes of Cat Turd and libs of TikTok and other, you know, other chuds, basically. He's lost Cat Turd. He's blocked. That's right. It was over the blocking thing. That's the weirdest thing to me in the world, right? Is that some of the people that are upset about Elon potentially getting rid of blocking, right? So in other words, if you don't want to deal with somebody on Twitter, you can block them. It's a very useful function. You know, even people who try to not block out of, you know, some sense of like it's like a victory to the person harassing you or bothering you or whatever, if you block them, right? Even people like that find, you know, that there are times when they need to use the block function. Elon says it's useless. He wants to get rid of it. He said that there's plans to get rid of it. Apparently it costs money to maintain the block lists. And so there's, you know, he's signaled that he plans to eliminate that function and just rely on mute instead, right? Right-wingers like Cat Turd and James Wood got mad at him, and guess what he did? He blocked him. He blocked Cat Turd and he blocked James Woods, right? Ironically enough, over the argument of them wanting to be able to continue to block left-wing accounts that they don't like, and his desire to move forward with getting rid of block as a feature. Also, there's some doubt as to whether you can maintain an app on what is this? Is the Man of Humanity? What the hell kind of what? Oh my god, I'm late to the ad break. Okay, ad breaks happen at 40 and at 20 now, so I'll probably mention that after the ad break. Probably weren't entirely happy. They wanted to avoid criticism and reports. That's basically what Cat Turd said. Yeah, Fuentes famously blocked people to avoid being reported. Interesting. My partner brought home sausage rolls and whiskey. If only Elon could be satisfied with those simple things, right? What kind of dick rider post is this, though? What I want to know, did this Tesla stand here, no, they didn't get the Elon reply. They did not get the Elon reply. Oh no. Oh no. You glazed him up and you did not get the reply. That's sad. Because that's what that is when you tag Elon Musk and say something nice about him. Like, notice me, Elon, notice me. This is right. So that's what's going on with Elon now. Let's get back to the Hasan thing. So through the efforts of one 00x, I was able to find this video, right? Which you can find this video on YouTube, but unfortunately, the only one that makes it standalone is that Hasanabi Capital. Does everybody know about Hasanabi Capital? If you see that channel, I don't know, like, right? I'm not telling you to block it or tell YouTube you're not interested in it or whatever. You do you, right? But understand that it is the channel that copyrights claims other Hasan industrial complex. So like this one right here, Hasan Reactions, channels like that get copyright claimed by this weird channel that also puts up Hasan's content, but it is like really like kind of aggressive about it. Like, we'll put it up right after it goes to VOD and not do much in the way of editing, and just like everything about their practices are really gross, especially the DMCAing that they do. They DMCA other Hasan channels, so I try not to watch it. I try not to show you anything from that channel, but we were able to find this through the efforts of ZeraZeraX. So thank you, Zera.
That's right.
Everybody say thank you, Zera, in chat.
Today's a fucking Tuesday, lad. That, you know what that fucking means. You know what that means?
Wait, what's going on here?
There's gonna be a lot of fucking French fries, because Will explains the first fast food place. So, basically what happened yesterday is Doug, who's a brilliant, wonderful content creator, decided to do a challenge. Okay,
looks like I have to do a little searching anyway.
Drive-through meals ordered by strangers world record. He did a stream. He streamed the entire process where they would go to drive-thrus and say, "I'll have what he's having." So basically, what the goal is, what the rules are, is you drive up to a drive-thru, okay, and whoever is ahead of you, whatever they ordered, you have to order yourself. Now, the trick, of course, is that they could order something massive, right? They could order something insane. They could be ordering something for. They could be ordering something for an entire family. You just never really know, right? You never really know what could happen. So we were also a little bit worried about stream snipers.
I thought I was one. I thought I was one ahead here
by going up ahead of time and like pulling up ahead of time. But I'm curious how many people watched it.
Yeah, it looks like we got a. Looks like we got the wrong timestamp here. So supposedly there is a Cavernacle video in here. I'm just like trying to avoid the giving any attention to the DMCA striking channel. What a mess. Sorry about this, folks. Oh, Marjorie Taylor Greene and the Titan that she kind of looks like. The Target thing. Where did this happen? Oh my god. Okay, never mind. I don't even know if this is the right VOD. Okay, well that was a interesting goose chase. You're gonna have to trust me though that here I'll show you the video. We're not gonna be able to watch the video. But that's the video. Socialist politics. Oh wait, let me switch. I gotta switch back from the Twitter thing to this thing. Yeah. The socialist politics of Hideo Kojima from Che Guevara to Guantanamo Bay. This is a Cavernacle video. Yeah, it does look like he's wearing that exact outfit. I don't know. I don't know. It's difficult to track these videos down. But yeah, the only people that have this video are, unfortunately, this channel. Maybe because they copyright claimed the other one. I don't know. Like, right, maybe more people had that up there, but they just got copyright claimed. But what we can do is watch the Cavernacle video itself. So that's what we'll do.
Haven't, it builds on a lot of stuff you may have seen in recent weeks about the Che Guevara stuff. I've been posting about Hideo Kojima and some other things about Metal Gear Solid being left wing, but here it is in, I guess, a 30-minute format, going over Hideo Kojima's life, going over the themes of the Big Boss games and sort of analysing them from a leftist perspective. So I hope you enjoy them.
So my understand, like, look, I'm not a Metal Gear Solid fan by any means. I've never played one of these games. But my understanding is that you don't like Solid Snake Snake is a little bit like Duncan Idaho in that he lives, he dies, and he gets brought back over and over and over again. And one of these forms is Solid Snake, one of these forms is Liquid Snake, and one of these forms is the Big Boss. Right, that's what Cavernacle's talking about for anybody that doesn't know.
Essay.
But yeah, everybody know a friend of the VOD, the Cavernacle. I believe that Cavernacle follows me on YouTube, if I remember correctly. So, yeah, yay. That's pretty cool. Or on Twitch, I don't remember which. Cavernacle follows me somewhere, regardless, right? This is the kind of video that Cavernacle used to make. This is a video essay on on the Metal Gear Solid series and its politics. And if you're familiar with Cavernacle, his videos these days are mostly, Cavernacle sitting at his desk and talking, right? But back in the day, it was video essays.
What took you so long?
Hideo Kojima is gaming's most prominent auteur. The creator of the Metal Gear franchise, his games have constantly made us reimagine what is truly possible with this young medium. Metal Gear Solid on the PS1 and Metal Gear Solid Sons of the Patriots on PS2 were both revolutionary in their respective eras and really pushed the boundaries of cinematic storytelling and gameplay innovations. Metal Gear Solid 3 is widely considered his masterpiece, with many considering it the greatest game of all time. Follow-ups like Metal Gear Solid 4, Peace Walker, and The Phantom Pain have all brought their own technical and narrative innovations. Kojima's wild popularity may be surprising considering his games are so political. Under the bombast, under the outlandishness, under the convoluted and complex storylines lies some powerful political messages. Kojima constantly tackles and challenges the audience by discussing some of the most controversial issues of our time. There is also a lot of anti-Western sentiment in his games, as well as criticisms against historic Western colonialism. A huge message found in his games is Kojima's anti-nuclear weapons stance. An actual Metal Gear is a bipedal tank that can launch a nuke after all, and this is not surprising given Kojima's upbringing in Japan, the only country to be attacked with nuclear weapons by another country. From messages of the meaningless of borders to attacking Obama for not shutting down Guantanamo Bay, Kojima's politics are clearly left-wing. The often reclusive man has never expressed these views in an interview, but his work speaks for itself. It's ironic that he is loved by the gaming community, who are often so against political messages, especially coming from the left. Hideo Kojima was born on August 24th, 1963 in Tokyo, and moved to Osaka when he was 4. His family would watch a movie every single night, and he wasn't allowed to go to sleep until the movie was over. It explains how he became such a cinephile. The character of Paramedic in Metal Gear Solid 3 has an extensive knowledge of 1950s and 1960s film, which are probably derived from Kojima's early years as a film lover.
Snake, you ever heard of Godzilla King of Monsters? Snake, have you ever seen For a Fistful of Dollars? Snake, do you know the creature from the Black Lagoon? Snake, have you heard of It Came from Outer Space? Snake, have you ever seen The War of the Worlds? Snake, have you seen 007 From Russia with Love?
Nah, I don't like those movies. Real spies are nothing like James Bond. It's pure fantasy.
Snake, I don't think the Major's going to like you saying that.
And even though it's fiction, I can't help but comparing myself to Bond.
What exactly don't you like about James Bond? I mean, is it the fantastic gadgets? The cars? The guns?
When he was 13 years old, his father passed away, giving him an early
Everything that you love about Amon Animation's visual style, Kojima did it first. Interesting.
Experience of dealing with death, with his mum away at work.
Like in terms of the eldritch horror stuff, or
his teens were often lonely, and music and movies were his main means of escape. Kojima always wanted to enter the creative field, but so
just like Da Fuck Boom can trace his roots back to, the. Why am I blanking on the game Black Mesa Half-Life, right? Half-Life. Am I right? Just like Da Fuck Boom can trace his inspiration back to Half-Life. It looks like maybe Amon Animation can trace it back to Kojima.
Uncle's financial struggles as a writer put him off. The relative poverty of
the Bernie episode, I remember that.
Family due to his father.
It's like a direct nod.
His death was also another reason. So he went to university to study economics and wrote stories on the side.
The Punished Bernie,
which he could not get published.
Aperture Science.
He also attempted making short movies with his friends. It was during his time at university where he started playing video games regularly on Nintendo's Super Famicom, known to the West as the Nintendo Entertainment System or the NES. Kojima himself says the original Super Mario Bros. Was a major inspiration for him to get involved with the games industry. But Kojima did not get to make Nintendo games when he entered the industry, instead making titles for underpowered home computers. His gaming career began at the birth of mainstream video games as we know it, and being in his 20s in the 1980s had a lasting impression as things like David Bowie, Blade Runner and Escape from New York infiltrated his work. In fact, one of his first non-Metal Gear games for Konami was Snatcher, a cyberpunk game heavily influenced by Blade Runner, Akira and The Terminator, which focuses on humanoid robots replacing humans in society in Neo-Kobe City in Japan 50 years into the future. Before Snatcher, Kojima took over the production of a game called Metal Gear that had not a lot of hope internally.
Okay, and so that's where he hit it big.
At Konami, especially due to the MSX computers.
That's the first Metal Gear?
Hardware. Kojima worked around its limits by basing the game on the movie The Great Escape and focused it on a lone soldier who used stealth to infiltrate a base.
Seriously, they did stealth on the original Nintendo?
One of the very first stealth-focused games to be created. He would follow Metal Gear up with its sequel.
You hope Kojima... Kojima to come out with an open-world cyberpunk game?
Metal Gear
That's the first
2
one.
Solid Snake.
Okay, so there's the second one, and that's the first time that they say Solid Snake, right?
After establishing himself...
Wait, is that the first one with Snake?
With his love letters to cinema in the Metal Gear games and Snatcher, he made Police Noughts. Similar to Snatcher, it was a graphic...
What? What is that? What did that say? Oh my god, Nabil! Thank you for the resubscribe. 7 months, meow. So many meows. Oh, you hope he does. Yeah, that would... Well, yeah, that's like... He would be good at that.
Novel type adventure game, but this time based on Hollywood's buddy cop films like Lethal Weapon. All these games would go on to become cult classics, but none were wildly successful. However, Kojima's creativity would manifest itself into critical and commercial success with 1998's Metal Gear Solid for the PlayStation 1. Widely considered one of the best games...
Okay, so now that's the one that like people are like...
of all time. Its mixture of cinematic storytelling, revolutionary gameplay and graphics made it stand out during the era. Its follow-up, Metal Gear...
What is that like is that on the PlayStation or...
Solid 2, Sons of Liberty, only enhanced Kojima's reputation. The games made him a household name and made the Metal Gear games cultural landmarks. However, under the games pushing the boundaries of storytelling, visuals and gameplay was the inherently political nature of the series coming through. Kojima's politics have become part of the fabric of the Metal Gear games, and this is why perhaps people don't realise how outspoken he is.
It's on the PS1.
Due to the sheer amount of political issues in Kojima's work, I will focus my attention on just a few of his games. I feel the Big Boss games are the best to dissect. The Solid Snake games are far more convoluted in nature and with what they are trying to say.
So wait, like, let me get this right. Do I have the reincarnations of Snake correct? There's like Solid Snake, the original, and then there's Liquid Snake, and then there's Big Boss, right? Have I got that right?
That isn't to say they don't have some...
See, like, this is the whole thing, is you show a game with like a soldier and a gun, and immediately I don't think it's for me. But apparently there was leftist political messages in these games.
Valuable political messages in themselves. The anti-nuclear weapons message remains prominent, while MGS2 is far ahead of its time tackling the...
When did they introduce the cardboard box? Wait, you can crawl around in a cardboard box? Nice.
Age of disinformation.
They're clones of... Oh, that's what I meant. Wait, who is Big Boss? Wait, I thought Big Boss was like another clone of Snake, right? Punish Snake. Oh, Punish Snake is Big Boss, and that's the... Yeah, so you were saying earlier, Amon Animations, their Punished Bernie is kind of like a nod to that. Solid... Okay, wait. Oh, you're talking about chronologically, right? Then Solid, then Liquid, then Raiden.
The internet would bring.
I was a North American fall webworm in my past life. Those were the good...
What does that mean?
Old days.
Big Boss is the original. So chronologically the original, but like in terms of the games, the order of the games, is it Because you're talking. Is that Snake Eater? The one where they go back in time? Punish Snake is the only snake who's not a clone. Oh, okay, I see. So they're all clones except for Punished Snake, aka Big Boss. Raiden is a Big Boss clone. Is not a Big Boss clone.
What were you in your former life?
And MGS4 gives an interesting perspective on the war economy and the future of the military-industrial complex. However, I believe the MGS games that take place in historical settings show Kojima's politics more clearly. I will primarily focus on Metal Gear Solid Peace Walker, but will also include items from Snake Eater and the Phantom Pain.
Why are you doing this?
Wait, when's Peace Walker? Is that the one that is in the 60s?
Why? To make the world one again. The world used to be whole.
If we are looking for a representation of Kojima's socialist politics, we need not look much further than the boss from Metal Gear Solid 3. She is the mentor of Jack, or as we know him, Snake or Big Boss. In the events of MGS3, the boss...
So Big Boss, not a clone, somebody that's like, oh my god! Wow. Thank you for the gift sub. Wait, why is it not telling me? We got a hype train? Seriously? How did that happen? That hype train really snuck up on me, I gotta admit. Okay, it's a hype train. It's a hype train. What do you want for, like, your hype? The 60s one is Snake Eater, okay. The Snake Eater soundtrack. Wait, can I do that? I can do that, right? Yo, I would... If... Snake Eater... OST? Oh, this is PS2. Don't risk it? Seriously? Wait, this is a video game, though. We could... Heavily inspired by old James Bond movies, but this is a... Like, wait, am I not okay to play a video game? Is it just because it's an older game, or what? Oh my god, this is like the least hype train I've ever done, because like I literally don't know what to do. I'm like, I'm not doing well, honestly. Let's just continue through. I don't know what to do.
USSR, and you as a player are sent on a mission to kill
What makes a hype train? Usually I play some music and I bounce around on the trampoline, but like I'm just like I'm not feeling good. If you've noticed, like I missed Sunday and Friday this last week because I just felt like incredible crap.
In their final encounter,
throw some random stuff. I don't have anything random for you.
She said the world used to be whole.
Just absolutely feel like garbage. I don't know.
She also points out how politics constantly divides the human race into separate countries, which changes quickly throughout history.
Yesterday's ally becomes today's opposition. And this Cold War? Think back. When I was leading the Cobras, America and Russia were fighting together.
But yeah, thank you, McSecular. I think that's like it's showing that as that you subscribe, not as a gift sub. So thank you for that. And as always, if we can hit the sub goal, then we can do a little bit of extra content.
Consider whether America and Russia will still be enemies in the 21st century.
Oh, God. See, like, that's a... You resubscribed with your Prime sub. Nice.
Somehow I doubt...
Wait, why no Weasel song? I'm doing great. Oh my god, thank you, Paul Squall. I don't know. I don't feel great. I feel like garbage lately. The original... Yeah, so that's the original boss.
Enemies change along with the times, the flow of the ages. And we soldiers are forced...
Like, I don't know what to say about that, right? There was a moment where, I mean, you had a coup in the USSR that put Yeltsin in power. My understanding is that Yeltsin was pretty much a puppet for the West, pretty much gave away a lot of the nationalized industries to people who would later become the oligarchs, right? Putin was one of those oligarchs, and he was well positioned to take over from Yeltsin when the Russian Federation lost faith in Yeltsin. And, you know, Putin was liked and trusted by the West. Like, Putin was legitimately an ally. And this is, you know, when the U.S. went to war in Afghanistan, Iraq, etc., right? So, yeah, they were allies, but they were allies in some pretty, you know, some pretty messed up goals.
Play along. Is there such a thing as an absolute timeless enemy? There is no such thing, and never has been. And the reason is that our enemies are human beings like us. They can only be our enemies in relative terms.
She wants the world to be made whole through the shadowy organization known as the Philosophers, a former group of the wealthiest people in China, Russia, and the USA.
I mean, that sounds sketch.
Boss's view that the human race should be united and not have borders was because she was the first woman in space. In the game's lore, she was also the first person in space, getting there before Yuri Gagarin of the Soviet Union. She saw the Earth from space for the first time, and this changed her perspective entirely. The dangerous mission failed, and the radiation she was exposed to scarred her for life, but she became concerned that space exploration would become another reason for meaningless competition. But the Earth itself did not have any boundaries, a world without communism or capitalism.
In 1960.
And what does that mean, though? Like, I mean, like, I like the gesture of like, you know, a world without borders, one world, but what is a world without communism or capitalism? What does that even mean?
I saw a vision of the ideal future from space. I could see the planet as it appeared from space. That's when it finally hit me. Space exploration is nothing but another game.
I mean, I could see if you want to break down the East-West distinction, but
the power struggle between the US.
It's vibes-based. Yeah, I mean, it is a video game at the end of the day. This is a video game for children. Especially, like, how old is this? Was this like PS2 era?
And the USSR. Politics.
A world without war. See, yeah, that's what I mean. It's like the anarchism.
Economics, the arms race. They're all just arenas for meaningless competition. I'm sure you can see that. But the Earth itself has no boundaries. No East, no West, no Cold War. And the irony of it is, the United States and the Soviet Union are spending billions on their space programs and the missile race, only to arrive at the same conclusion. In the 21st century, everyone will be able to see that we are all just inhabitants of a little celestial body called Earth. A world without communism or capitalism, that is the world I wanted to see.
The tragedy of the boss is that she is constantly set up by America. They betrayed her and sent Snake to kill her. This leads Snake to leaving the US Special Forces and setting up his own private militia.
I mean, that begs so many questions,
Snake
but I'll leave it alone
himself
for now.
To carry out the boss's vision.
I'll just take it as the gesture that it is.
The future. This forms Snake's own worldview. Big Boss is another character that Kojima uses to show his socialist politics, and I would argue the game Metal Gear Solid Peace Walker, originally for the PSP, shows this more explicitly than most.
Thank you, Big Boss.
Call me Snake.
Sorry, Big Boss.
Listen up. For us, there is no victory.
But in Revolution, doesn't one triumph or die?
We don't do either.
The game picks up 10 years after Metal Gear Solid 3. It starts in Colombia. Snake has established his own private military company called the Militaires Sans Frontières, the military without a border, riffing on the real-life Médecins Sans Frontières.
Médecins Sans Frontières.
Yes.
Yeah.
This plays into
Doctors Without Borders.
The boss's goal of a world being united, as Snake would help anyone and fight for anyone, despite the political division of the Cold War and his past in the American Armed Forces. At the start of the game, the KGB come to you and ask
the PSP was not the world's best handheld.
You to help fight
missed
the
it
CIA
again.
in Costa Rica.
They get that kind of cash. I fear La CIA may be involved.
The CIA.
As you both know, the United States views Central America as its backyard. I understand that you and your men have neither state nor ideology, that you will fight any foe.
While at the same time the CIA were also infiltrating Nicaragua and helping their government fight the socialist Sandinistas while developing their own secret project in the jungle. And I feel it is the dynamic of this game that best shows Kojima's politics. Your main allies in the fight against America and the CIA are your second-in-command, Japanese-American Kazuhiro Miller, and two members of the Sandinistas, Chico and Amanda. If you do not know the context, the Sandinistas were socialist revolutionaries fighting the US-backed dictator in Nicaragua, General Somoza. Through cassette tape conversations between Snake and Chico and Amanda, you learn about their historic...
This is very left-wing, especially for a video game, right? You don't see, like, God, like the...
struggle and how America have always been crushing them.
Since it was founded, my country
like the US demonized the Sandinistas in the 80s.
Has not once been able to choose its own path. First Spain, then America. Over 100 years of this.
I know.
In the 19th century, an American mercenary named William Walker seized power in Nicaragua.
I'd heard he exploited rivalries between the political parties.
Even after we expelled him, the Americans sent in their Marines under the pretext
Was there one for the DS? That's the one with the it's got the pen, right?
of quelling political unrest.
And the real reason?
To intimidate the government and thwart the construction of the Nicaragua Canal.
I thought the U.S. already has the rights to build a canal in Nicaragua.
They never intended to build a canal.
Video games aren't even allowed to say Nazis are bad now.
They'd already started digging in Panama. A canal in Nicaragua would break up the Panama Canal's monopoly.
If you should back then, if you showed this game off to Ben Shapiro,
reason enough for America to stick its nose into our affairs.
They snagged the rights so nobody else could build there.
It was General Sandino who finally stood up to los Yankees. General Sandino waged a guerrilla war against the Marines, at last driving them out. He was a true hero, and to us Sandinistas, like a father. But when they pulled out, the Americans left us something to remember them by.
The National Guard.
Yes, La Guardia. In name, a peacekeeping force, but in reality, Commander Somoza's personal army, answering to no one else.
In real life, the Sandinistas eventually toppled the Somoza regime in 1979, but it's extremely telling that Kojima...
So, like, yeah, this is... I mean, for a game that's like published in America, this is a very deep cut into actual history, like not whitewashed history. Like, Americans aren't used to getting the real history of the United States activities in Central and South America. and it's kind of wild to see like a video game like, you know, going you know, in depth at all in this.
Firmly puts you on their side and educates you on their struggle. While not strictly showing Kojima's politics, I feel Kaz, being one of the only Japanese characters in the franchise, is Kojima inserting part of his life directly into the story. Kaz is a child of an American Marine who was stationed in Japan after the Second World War and had a relationship with a Japanese prostitute before returning to the US.
March 10th, 1945. 381,300 cluster bombs were dropped on Tokyo. Japanese houses at the time were almost all made of wood. In that single day, a third of Tokyo burned to the ground. My mom lost her family and home in that raid. She had to move to Yokosuka and live with her cousin. The B-29s kept on coming, razing other major cities throughout Japan without mercy. Then, in August, they dropped atomic bombs on Hiroshima and Nagasaki, and Japan surrendered to the United States at last. After that, Yokosuka was flooded with American soldiers come to occupy the country. My mother was still in her mid-teens, and she learned from her cousin how to survive in that town, by servicing the troops. That's how she met my father, and how I was born.
Just like Kojima was, Kaz is largely racist.
My understanding, though, is that you see how these are on cassette tapes. These are like old school, like magnetic tape cassettes, like the audio version basically of like a VHS tape. This is lore, right? This isn't something that is in the cutscenes or, you know, like, right, if you play through the game, you know, kind of fast, you don't necessarily get this. But yeah, these are like tapes that you pick up and can listen to.
Raised by his mother, helping her run a local shop that had a lot of American servicemen as its clients. Kaz is also your way into learning about the history.
If you're a Kingdom Hearts player, these are like the Ansem secret reports, right? That like it's a part of the game that you don't necessarily like. You only like see the deep lore of Kingdom Hearts if you read every single one of the special reports.
History and setup of Japan. It seems Kojima believes that Japan's anti-military constitution and leading the world against nuclear weapons is the right course of action. Kaz helps educate the player on Japan's non-aggression pact that is set out in its post-war constitution and compares it to Costa Rica's, who also got rid of its army.
You were saying Japan has a peace constitution too.
Yep. Japan renounced war in Article 9 of its constitution, aspiring sincerely to an international peace based on justice and order. The Japanese people forever renounce war as a sovereign right of the nation, and the threat or use of force as a means of settling international disputes. In order to accomplish the aim of the preceding paragraph, land, sea, and air forces, as well as other war potential, will never be maintained. Costa Rica is in a similar situation.
So, the countries with peace constitutions end up having to rely on other countries' armies. Kind of ironic.
In part of Kojima's anti-nuke stance, Kaz and Snake discuss both Hiroshima and Nagasaki, and it is clear this is where Hideo Kojima's admiration for Che Guevara begins. Che Guevara...
So yeah, what's interesting about that discussion that they just had is if you listen to American propaganda, specifically in terms of the United States diplomacy, the things that come out of the State Department, they'll talk about a rules-based order, right? And it's really hypocritical because the US actually wants nothing of the sort, right? They want a unipolar world, but they'll apply this rules-based notion to other countries that the idea being that there's no justification for you know, aggressive war. It's just not, I mean, it's propaganda. It's not, you know, the US is not serious at all about that.
Actually has a link to Japan and its nuclear past. Che visited Hiroshima in 1959 after the Cuban Revolution. He was told he wasn't allowed to visit, but broke away from his tour group and took photos of the city.
I'd prefer Metal Gear Acid. It's a card-based RPG version.
The Cuban Revolution was won. Che visited Japan as a member of an economic delegation. While he was there, he visited Hiroshima.
Hiroshima.
Since he was there to discuss economic issues, Hiroshima wasn't part of the original itinerary. Some said the Ministry of Foreign Affairs didn't want to let him go, but he went anyway. He visited the Peace Memorial Museum and the Atomic Bomb Survivors Hospital. Apparently it gave him quite a shock. As a doctor, it must have been painful for him to see how the victims suffered. He was quoted as saying, "They put you through this, and still you do whatever America says." Those words really hit me hard, especially when I think of my mom.
So this is very, this runs counter to every portrayal of Che in the US, right? Somebody that's concerned with human life, that is not the version of Che that you get in any sort of like American media, right? It's quite the opposite. But
he said
I think this is based on, you know, the history.
Something else too. Let us all love Hiroshima and its people.
I can believe it.
In a postcard he sent to his second wife from the city, he wrote, "In order to fight better for peace, one must look at Hiroshima." This could explain Kojima's initial attraction to Guevara, but it is clear he has immense admiration for the man. Snake is constantly mistaken for Che, despite Che dying in 1967.
Guinness! Che! No way! What do we do?
I was shocked the first time I saw you. You look so much like him.
I look like El Che, huh?
Sort of. Not in the face. It's more the way you carry yourself.
Through cassette tape conversations with both the Sandinista Amanda and your friend Kaz, the life and philosophy of Che is told to the audience. Even his love of the famous Argentine drink, mate.
I wonder if Che and his men ever sat around and drank mate.
I bet they did. Che was
Yeah, I need a mate.
famous for his love of the stuff.
Do you know what I'm talking about? One in chat if you know yerba mate.
Oh, man, whoever...
Now, look, it can be just a tea. In fact, a lot of times in the U.S. when you get it, it's like in a tea bag, or you know, it's like basically a tea, like it's leaves, right? And that's what it is. That's what the herb is, right? Oh my God, Princess Monocle, thank you for the Prime sub. Yeah, those are the funnest to get because I know that you only have one of those, so it means a lot. Some people have tried it, some people haven't tried it. Okay, so the way, like I said, in the United States, you know, you'll often get it in just the form of a tea, like it's used like a tea, right? But the way that it's really, the way that it's consumed in South America, oh my God, excuse me, I'm like burping from the watermelon here, is that it's in a gourd, and the gourd is like first filled up with the herb, with the yerba, right? It's you know, completely filled up with that, and then you put kind of like there's like a straw that's made of metal usually, and it's got filtration on the bottom. So in other words, it's not just like an open straw, it's a straw with like a little filter on it, right? So you're not sucking in any of the leaves and stuff like that, and you kind of like scooch it out of the way and put it in there, and then you like pour like hot water into the gourd, and so like most of the gourd is filled with the herb, right? So you're getting a very strong tea, and you can fill it up multiple times. You can fill it up like again and again and again, and like it's a lot. It's like, I mean, it's better than coffee, I guess is what I'm trying to get across, right?
I never thought of this was
You choose me over Matt Bender? Oh my God. Oh my God, I don't know what to say to that. Matt Bender is one of the people that inspired me to get involved in online political content. Despite all his faults, I still recommend BE's videos about Che.
Genius.
So people have tried. Some people are familiar.
You can put it in a gourd.
Big tea, a strong tea, tears streaming down its eyes.
Carry it
Yeah.
around, and there's a special straw with a filter attached, so you can drink it any time.
Snake.
I don't know what they mean by you can drink it any time, but
Kaz and Amanda hold
like you can set it down for a while, I guess.
Che in absolute reverence and discuss how much they admire his struggle in Cuba.
So I hear Amanda mistook you for Che Guevara, Snake. That's not too bad, huh?
Yeah, right. I'm not even worthy of polishing his boots.
Don't be so modest. From where I'm standing, your men see you as a great man.
As great as the century's most complete human being.
That's Sartre, right? Well, there's hardly been a more iconic figure of his times than Che.
Oh, he was more than that. He was a true
You can drink it while driving because of the straw?
revolutionary and a great warrior.
I'm with you there. Can you believe that when he first went to Cuba with Fidel, they had only 12 guys with them?
But they rallied. They brought in new recruits, won the support of the peasants, expanded their organization.
And in the
And it's just like, it's a caffeinated herb, right?
end, they overthrew the Batista regime.
I guess Che's a hero to the Sandinistas too.
But it's kind of like the way that it's, I think that's what makes it special, because if you get a tea bag of mate and you just make a tea out of it, right? It's just kind of, I mean, it tastes different, right? But it's nothing that special. But if you make it the way that it's, you know, I mean, it's really strong. It's kind of bitter. It's definitely an acquired taste. But oh my God, it's like you do not have to worry about being awake after consuming, you know, a couple, like, you know, 1-2 pours of hot water into there. You are good. You are good for the day. Like, right, like really good. Like I should start drinking it. You know what I'm saying?
FSL.
That's like the whole thing is like, I feel like I've got no energy. I just like, I don't know. I've moved to a new place. I don't know where anything is. I don't know where to buy groceries because like the closest store is like really expensive. But then I don't know. I'm complaining about like real life stuff, Chad. I'm not trying to bore you with this. I like Matt Bender just as much as ever, but I prefer supporting you with my Prime sub. I think maybe because honestly, he has a big enough follow count already. You're my favorite streamer anyway. Oh my God, thank you so much. That means a lot. That means a lot to me. I'm glad. Look, like I mean, like anybody can get on here and talk about stuff and do a stream. But what really makes the difference is if what I say resonates and what I say, you know, has an effect outside of just, you know, I try to do more than just entertain. But so that means a lot to me.
Was formed in the spirit of the ideologies championed by El Che and Fidel. El Che was a true revolutionary. He fought and died for the people. He worked harder than anybody, and he was a righteous man. Even as a minister of Cuba, he gave up his weekends to work on the farms and public works. As a volunteer, no less.
Times have changed.
Yeah, the Cuban Revolution, if you read about it, it's kind of... It's hard to believe. When you hear about like the number of troops that they started with, the setbacks that they faced, and the fact that they were successful in that revolution, it's like you know, legit like a movie or something.
Changed, but the song remains the same.
Patria libre o morir. That is our slogan. El Che used to say the same thing, you know.
Patria o muerte. The slogan of the Cuban Revolution.
It is clear that Kojima's own politics is coming out of these characters' mouths. While Che is globally recognised as a revolutionary hero, he is still vilified by many in America, by both Americans and Cuban exiles and their descendants. You could potentially say that because Snake, Cuz and Amanda are soldiers in this time, it makes sense. But the detail they go into over Che, to me, shows Kojima does really personally admire him, playing into my belief that Kojima is a socialist. There are many other things I could pick out from Peace Walker in particular. From Cecile talking about the 1968 riots in Paris, Strangelove talking about Alan Turing, or Huey talking about nuclear deterrence. However, like most of his individual games, there is simply too much to cover here. But I will tie this back to Kojima's anti-nuclear weapons theme. So as previously stated, a Metal Gear is essentially a bipedal mech with the ability to launch a nuke.
Patria sounds better than nation. Yeah, I mean, there's really like a divide in what you mean by nation, right? You know, in terms of like nation as in nationalism versus nation as in like an emerging consciousness of the people, right? It really there is like a dichotomy there.
Essentially a nuclear tank. The games set in the past play with it a bit more, but the concept is relatively similar. Nuclear proliferation is a key issue in Peace Walker that carries over to Metal Gear Solid 5 The Phantom Pain. In the game, there is a big fear that local private militaries could start seeking out nukes and the nuclear arms race could...
So there we go. With the... Here, let's compare this to the Amon Animations Punished Bernie.
That creed, reaffirmed by those who planted flags from foreign battlefields to the surface of the moon. A creed at the core of every American whose story is not yet written. Yes, we can. Because of you. Because you sacrificed so much for a people that you had never met. That's part of what makes us special as Americans. Unlike the old empires, we don't make these sacrifices for territory or for resources. We do it because it's right.
My father came to this country from Poland at the age of 17 without a nickel in his pocket, which sparked my interest in the need for immigration reform because I know what it's like to be the son of an immigrant. We grew up in a 3.5-room, rent-controlled apartment in Brooklyn, New York. My mother's dream, and she died very young, but my mother's dream for her whole life was to be able to get out of that rent-controlled apartment and own a home of her own. She never lived to see that. Then let us give hope to people.
So wait, then we got the 4 years later part. Now this is like Red Dead Redemption 2, right? Like with the horses.
It's not just them. The whole world wants you dead. You'll have to join up with Piker. Build that movement of yours one more time. First, we'll need to save him. He's in Los Angeles. You're a legend in the eyes of those who live in the working class. That's why you'll have to handle this mission yourself. That's how Haas would want it. Now go. Let the legend come back to life.
Is he eating a vape? No, it's like a cigar.
Words that kill. Would you speak to me with your breath?
So he like rescues Hasan. Oh wait, this is Metal Gear Solid, right? Wait, which game is this with the glasses?
What the fuck took you this long, dude?
Oh no, this didn't age well. Wow.
Is the only way to renounce what made you. Words that kill. Would you speak them to me with your breath still?
You got 3 people owning more wealth than the bottom half of the American society. That is insane, and that has got to end.
So yeah, that's the that was the inspiration apparently for. Wait, no, they are on horseback, right? Okay, well, okay, maybe this isn't. Was there Red Dead in there, or was this just Metal Gear Solid 5 and Death Stranding? Okay.
Become more localized. Phantom Pain's plot is far more focused with questions of language.
You're imagining a salmon hawk hybrid?
And colonialism, but the
salmon animations. Oh,
nuclear one remains, but interestingly carries over to the multiplayer. Metal Gear Solid 5's multiplayer sees everyone have their own mother base, which they will need to defend from attackers. These bases can also gain nuclear weapons. You can invade other people's bases and either steal their nukes or destroy them. The seemingly impossible goal is that the online community will work together to destroy all nuclear weapons in the game. In fact, there have been entire subreddits dedicated to this aim. It's pretty amazing that Kojima has used his work to spread a message of anti-nuclear weapons and nuclear proliferation. Sadly, the near impossible goal was never reached, but Kojima did make a special cutscene.
His name is Aaron Hawk.
For the event if it were to happen. It later leaked.
Okay, so wait, this is if everybody in the... This is a multiplayer game, and if the players in the game had gotten rid of every single nuclear weapon, this would have been, what, like a cutscene?
The last nuke's been decommissioned. It's over, boss. I thought this day would never come. But while we can rejoice, we must never relax. The last nuke was deactivated. That is a fact. But the knowledge that built it is still out there. How long the world remains nuke-free is up to us. Will this moment persist? Or will human ambition cast us into the flames once more?
This is some uncanny, yeah. What era is this?
Our duty is to pass on what we've learned to the next generation. The memories, the experiences, the sins. Only when our children show the wisdom not to forge new spears. Only then will we be truly triumphant.
Wait, so this is supposed to be during the 80s. But I mean, like, when was this game made?
The shrine at the center of the cutscene is a tribute to the boss with her quote, "We have no hope."
This is like the fictional 80s.
For tomorrow, but there's still hope for the future. Accompanied by a child soldier laying the white flowers associated with her next to the shrine. It also says that the day marks the end of the nuclear flame that was set alight in Japan in 1945. It is clear this is a vision Kojima wishes for the whole world. The cutscene goes on to talk about how many nukes there were in the time of the game and the steps Russia and the US both took to reduce them. However, he also states that the end of the Cold War didn't end nuclear weapons and the threat of a nuclear attack is still high as terrorists could potentially access the technology. He ends it with saying that
I'm not as worried about that now.
As of 2015, there are still 16,000 nuclear warheads in the world.
The whole idea...
I mean, what I mean is it doesn't take a terrorist to, you know, start an exchange.
Ideological split between East and West. In the end, it's just a greedy scramble for wealth by the ruling classes. The Western bourgeois stand to lose everything if their countries go communist. After all, the communists want to abolish private property altogether. So the capitalist rulers desperately...
And for anybody in chat who needs to hear this, there's a difference between private property and personal property. Personal property is your toothbrush, right? Personal property is you know, the stuff that you use to exist and survive. Private property is the stuff that you use to aggregate wealth. It's you know, essentially resources, money that that produces more money.
Tried to halt the global spread of communism. Hence,
so when you're talking about abolishing private property, you are not talking about taking all your shit.
Phenomenon of
so, like, there's always somebody in chat that I have to explain that to.
Baiting.
As I've already stated multiple times, Metal Gear games cover so many political topics and philosophical concepts, it is impossible to cover it in a single video. Even just focusing on the
of course I've got to take away people's toothbrushes.
Big boss games is a challenge. This video was about how Hideo Kojima is a socialist auteur, yet I left out his criticisms of Guantanamo Bay and Ground Zeroes. I left out the entire plot of Metal Gear Solid 5, which focuses on historical issues of how colonialism erases culture around the world, and I did not really touch Kojima's critique of the private military corporations and the military-industrial complex. However, one thing is clear. Kojima's politics clearly lean in a socialist direction. Despite him never explicitly giving a political interview, through reading his games and the politics of our heroes, we can clearly see his politics on display. From his admiration of Che Guevara, the boss's push for a world without borders, Snake fighting with socialist guerrillas against the CIA, and the general depiction of capitalism, colonialism and war, it is clear Kojima is a socialist. The bombast and sheer insanity of the series has acted as a cover whereby Kojima has become extremely popular with the gaming community, which by and large is toxic against progressive politics. Kojima being a relatively apolitical person,
it's weird though, because I never would have assumed that
his image. Death Stranding is coming out this month, and it will be interesting to see how his political message
so this is a 3-year-old video, right?
In his new game.
This
but
is part of what Hasan was referring to.
Socialist game makers.
I'm going to show you the other half of what, like, these are both Tabernacle videos, right? Like, basically, I guess Hasan reacted to these videos and they made an impact on him. And he still thinks of these.
Or reactionaries on Twitter, no doubt any Studio Ghibli films, so I don't...
Hence the phenomenon of red baiting. One of force as a means of...
Here, we'll start from
We're saying Japan has a peace constitution too.
Yep. Japan renounced war in Article 9 of its constitution, aspiring sincerely to an international peace based on justice and order. The Japanese people forever renounce war as a sovereign right of the nation, and the threat or use of force as a means of settling international disputes. In order to accomplish the aim of
I think I could listen to Tabernacle talk about anything, really?
Preceding paragraph, land, sea, and air forces, as well as...
I did it again! I'm so bad! Chat, I don't even, like, blame you for the fact that I've got 1 out of 9 sub points today, because I've literally missed every single opportunity. The fact that it doesn't remind me, like, I don't know, I'm gonna have to set a timer or something. Wait, can I do that? Can I just set a timer that goes off every, like, 30 minutes? Is that possible on my computer? Wait. It's not working. Okay. Let's try this again. I need to make one that's 25 minutes. Okay, there we go. So it'll let me know. Anyway, I suck. That's the TLDR. I suck. I'm not doing anything right.
Other war potential will never be maintained. The whole ideological split between East and West. In the end, it's just a greedy scramble for wealth by the ruling classes. The Western bourgeois...
See, the problem is I'm getting worse with practice, not better.
Stand to lose everything if...
There's sometimes when Twitch lets me know, like, right, they prompt me before it happens, and they're like, 5 minutes until an ad break, and that makes it super easy, but then sometimes Twitch doesn't do that, so...
Their countries go communist. After all, the communists...
I could use the chess cheating device, yeah, but I just have to have somebody, like, press the button. The Morse code.
Want to abolish private property altogether. So the capitalist rulers desperately tried to halt the global spread of communism. Hence the phenomenon of red baiting.
One of my more popular videos on Japanese politics I've made recently was a video I uploaded in January talking about why, like, American conservatives...
So, like... I mean, does everybody understand the concept of red baiting? Because I feel like it gets mentioned a lot, and it's just kind of gestured towards, and I don't feel like it gets explained a lot, right? The actual concept of red baiting is, like, literally using socialism, communism, anarchism, leftism as a pejorative, right? And especially when it gets applied to stuff that's not socialist, communist, you know, post-capitalist in any way, right? When you take like, you know, like this is an example, the John Birch Society called a Republican president, Dwight Eisenhower, a communist, you know, like, right, that's what red baiting is it's moving the line, and it's calling something like, you know, it's generally calling something, you know, communistic, like that's not in any way, right? And effectively it just moves the Overton window, right? If you know, because in the US it pretty much, you know, they'd effectively made communism a bad word, right? Okay, so once you make communism a bad word, then you take like something that's like not communist, like the New Deal, and you call it communist, and then you associate it with that, or like call Biden, you know what I mean? It's that kind of stuff, right? It's that kind of. I've never heard the term before. Yeah, you have an educated guess. I mean, accusing everyone and everything you disagree with, yeah, exactly, using it as a weapon, right? And it doesn't even matter, like sometimes like red baiting is used against leftists, and sometimes it's used against like libs, to be completely frank, right? And that really, like, you know, has an effect of destabilizing. In fact, that is what is responsible, I think, right, personal opinion here, that's what's responsible for the sliding of the US Overton window, right? The messed up politics that we have, where the like liberal party, the Democrats, are extremely conservative, and the right-wing party is just like, you know, fascistic.
Conservative types love Japan, and talking about how Japan actually does have a pretty strong left-wing movement, in that it has one of the biggest communist parties in the world in a country that isn't ruled by a communist party. And in that video we spoke about Kojima and other people who I really admire the work of. Now, I've made actually multiple videos on Metal Gear Solid as well, and I've mainly spoke about the politics of games like Metal Gear Solid Peace Walker.
Yeah, true, Danny boy. Barbie is a great communist movie.
Today I wanted to take a further look at Kojima and also Miyazaki in, I guess, the context of looking at cultural imperialism on Japan that kind of started with the US occupation following the Second World War, and how it has influenced both their politics and both their work. But honestly, in this video, I thought it'd be nice to take a creator who I really like, who I know loads about, Kojima, and contrast it with someone who I don't know much about because I haven't really watched any Studio Ghibli films, so I don't know about the politics in his messaging. But recently there was a quote, which I'm going to talk about, going around that he said, that shows how much he hates like Hollywood and also hates American culture. So in this video, I'm going to talk about these two creators and their work in kind of the context as a response to America.
And I feel it's maybe important to point out that the critique of the United States colonization of Japan post World War II should in no way be understood as like a apologia for the imperial Japan, right? The state Shinto, you know, oriented government that Japan had in World War II and prior, right? Because that is something that's like sort of come back in terms of you know, nationalistic movements in Japan, and that is not the viewpoint of Kojima or Miyazaki, right? They're very much on the other side of the political spectrum.
American cultural imperialism on Japan itself, and like I said, how it influenced their works. And for Metal Gear Solid, I really want to focus on the main plot of Metal Gear Solid 5, The Phantom Pain, mainly talking about the language thing. And upon researching this video, I didn't realize how much I actually liked this topic in the game, because I played it when I was only 20 years old, I believe, and I haven't actually revisited it properly. I've played it a couple times, like from the start, but never got around to finishing it. So it is very interesting, and if you're someone who's maybe my age or younger, or maybe didn't pay much attention to the cassette tape stuff, you might find this video pretty interesting as well. But just a reminder, if you want to support my channel and support this video...
BioShock is a game about an underworld city that took socialism too far. What? Maybe maybe I'm only aware of certain Bioshocks, but the one that I was aware of was like there was like a city in the air or something. And it was kind of taking like Randy objectivism, Randian libertarianism too far.
Maybe like the video if you like it, and maybe share your thoughts
Oh, there's a
down in
kappa.
the comments. Also, follow me on
I
social
didn't even notice the kappa there. That kappa changes everything.
media, at The Cavernacle, on Twitter, on Instagram. Come join our subreddit down in the
Bioshock
description.
3.
Also, if you would like support my work on Patreon, I'm trying to build as many $1 to $3 patrons as possible, and the benefits of that are getting my private patrons Discord server and getting my Nintendo Switch friend code. Also, I'm live streaming 2 times a week now. I had a lot of fun talking about Blade Runner last night. That is now archived on my second channel, The Cavernacle Extra, another stream coming tomorrow. So in my past videos covering Japanese politics and specifically covering Metal Gear Solid, I did focus a lot on trying to prove to you guys and the audience that Kojima is actually left-wing, probably a socialist. He actually recently shared a Japanese socialist novelist's work on Twitter. I think it's pretty clear at this point, but I mainly focused on Peace Walker and how the characters in that game all like love Che Guevara and talking very positively about Che Guevara.
I was shocked the first time I saw you. You look so much like him.
I look like El Che, huh?
I wonder if Che and his men ever sat around and drank mate.
I bet they did.
See, this is making me want mate. This is like continuing to make me want mate, and maybe that's what I need. I don't know. My fear though, like, right, is that like I'll overdo the mate, like I overdo everything, and I don't know, bad things will happen. I won't be able to get to sleep. Something, you know, like there's going to be some downside to the like seemingly like limitless energy that mate gives you. What white Americans need to understand is that even when a show or movie from another country doesn't seem to be inherently tied to that country's culture, elements of their culture are still there.
Che was famous for his love of the stuff.
Your men see you as a great man.
As great as the century's most complete human
Bioshock 2 was anti-socialist?
being.
That's Sartre, right? Well, there's hardly been a more iconic figure of his times than Che.
Oh, he was more than that. He was a true revolutionary and a great warrior.
How you fight with the Sandinistas in Nicaragua against the American CIA, and that's all like a very left-wing story, and how does the general message of Metal Gear being against nuclear weapons and having lots of progressive messaging does prove that Kojima is a socialist. But I want to start this video by taking 2 quotes from both creators, starting with Miyazaki.
So like this is literally, I think, the video that Hasan had in mind when he said he dick rides for Kojima and Miyazaki, right? Like that was the whole thing, right? He brings up, you know, the chat is like in Todd We Trust. Hasan brings up Fallout 76, which is a not great, you know, example of Bethesda and Todd Howard, you know, video games, right? And then, you know, they try to compare it to stuff that Kojima has done that, you know, wasn't like, you know, his best work, right? Whether it's Metal Gear Solid 5 or Death Stranding, and just like the comparisons really do not hold, right? That's not a good comparison. And so Hasan jokingly goes off and says like, well, like, you know, you guys are just, you know, dick riders for white men that have lied to you before, and like you should know better by now, right? And he's kind of kidding, like he's throwing in he's, you know, throwing in the white men thing like as like a joke. Twitter took it completely seriously. That is what the stream is about.
Because this was going around social media the other day, despite being like a fairly old interview, and he's basically talking about American cinema, and Miyazaki is a pacifist, and he has called out things like for Lord of the Rings, which I feel like is a bit bizarre for the tone he's going for. But Kotaku reporting on this a fair few years back. The time Miyazaki went off on America, so a quote from him: "I dislike the United States that dropped the bombs and does not regret it. I'm anti-Security Council. I'm against neutral alliance, against Americanization," and this is the main theme of
so anti-white leaf, I take it.
Video. So obviously I had no interest in riding an automobile. I hate people who are proud that cheap Japanese cars are popular in America. I look at people who wear badges of the US Army and US Air Force that filled Vietnam with dioxins as enemies, so I'm against motorized.
So the key point with Miyazaki compared to Kojima is that Miyazaki is, I think, a generation above, like, right? Miyazaki is
So why did such a man come to ride an automobile? When my wife's belly began to grow, the young me believed that as a husband, it was my duty to carry the same weight. So I decided that even though I did not know if it was a boy or a girl, in order to take my child to nursery school, I would go to driving school, a place that still gives me shivers to remember. All driving schools should burn to the ground. My wife went through quite an ordeal.
I remember I didn't have driving school, but I had like some kind of driver's ed course at my high school, and they constantly brought in like steering wheels from fatal accidents. You know what I mean? They put enormous amounts of fear in me. The biggest thing I remember about driver's ed is like, you're gonna die. You're gonna die. All these kids, they think they know how to handle a car. They think they know what's up. They could do all these distractions. They can be on their phones and, you know, right, but you're gonna die. You're just gonna die. That's all there is to it. I was so scared to drive. They legitimately scared me.
A difficult birth, but it was equal.
Like I swear to God, at least half of my driver's ed was just telling us about the consequences of improper driving, of not paying attention, of being inebriated, of, you know, just like half of it was just like scaring the crap out of us about, you know, accidents.
Really difficult birth for me. This is from an essay about how Miyazaki learned to drive, but the setup written in the present tense seems to show a bit of resentment towards the West. While the clear connection is missing from the text, the implication is that Miyazaki hated cars because they were American. There are also a couple of doodles by Miyazaki depicting an angry younger version of himself. One on the upper right shows him spewing anti-Western vitriol with lines like anti-jeans, anti-bourbon, anti-burgers, anti-fried chicken, anti-cola, anti-American coffee, what's my car, you moron, anti-New York, anti-West Coast, Disneyland, go back to America. So another article in 2019 with some more quotes that have been going around. Miyazaki seems to hate Lord of the Rings, Indiana Jones and Hollywood movies. Americans shoot things and they blow up and the like, so as you'd expect they make movies like that. If someone is the enemy, it's okay to kill endless numbers of them. Lord of the Rings is like that. If it's the enemy, there's killing without separation between civilians and soldiers.
You know, if you think about American media, right? I guess what my mind goes to is like comic books, which I've never read. But thanks to Anita Sarkeesian, I know a little bit about comic books, right? Everything I learned about comic books, I learned from Dark Mother herself, Anita Sarkeesian. So, you know, I know it well. But anyway, jokes aside, there is a concept called woman in the refrigerator, right? When you want to show how bad a villain is, you have that villain, like, you know, unalive the protagonist's girlfriend and put her in a refrigerator. And I don't remember which comic book this refers to. This actually happened in a comic book plot, right? And, you know, so if you want the good guy to be able to go off on the bad guy with like sadistic violence, just unlimited, you know, just like, you know, whatever, right? You got to show like how inhuman, how horrible, how cruel, how evil your enemy is, right? And so US media tends to rely on this, tends to need, like, you know, an enemy like that, because it tends to want to show, you know, unlimited total war.
That falls within collateral damage. How many people are being killed in Afghanistan?
It was Kyle Rayner, Green from Lantern, Green Lantern.
Movie that has no problem doing, not separating civilians from enemies, apparently.
But I mean, even look at stuff, Japanese stuff that's influenced by American media, like JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. Like, how do we know? What's the first point where we know how bad Dio is? I would say it's the Danny scene. I would say that it's when he puts Jonathan's dog in the, you know, in the incinerator.
If you read the original work, you'll understand, but in reality, the ones who are being killed are Asians and Africans. Those who don't know that yet say they love fantasy are idiots. So what he's referring to here is probably something I've made a video on, and it's what the inspiration for the bad guys in Lord of the Rings were. For example, I think the orcs were inspired by the Huns, and you can go check out my video about that if you care about learning a bit more about that. So he goes on to say, even in the Indiana Jones movies, there's a white guy who shoots people, right?
It's so wild to think that J.K. Rowling, like, made all those movies with the goblins being such dead ringers for anti-Semitic tropes, and everybody was just like, seems fine to me, totally good. Oh yeah, you know, those goblins, they sure love their gold, like, right? Nobody, like, I mean, eventually people put it together, and I'm sure some people, like, were bothered by it from the very beginning, but think about it, like, Harry Potter, like, the most successful, the most popular, I can remember times where you just could not say anything bad about Harry Potter because it was too popular.
Japanese people who go along and enjoy that are unbelievably embarrassing. You are the ones that get shot.
Oh,
watching those
just like sex ed. Sex will kill you. And also, here's some condoms.
movies without any self-awareness
If
is
you're
unbelievable.
lucky,
there's no pride, no historical
if
perspective.
you're unlucky, they're like, but no protection, no, you know, nothing is superior to abstinence.
If you don't know how you are viewed by a country like America, and I guess he's referring to the
goblins don't appear. They do in some of the movies, right? You're right though. The early movies, I guess they didn't really appear in.
Second Indiana Jones movie, probably not the first or third one. So obviously it's clear from those Miyazaki quotes, he does not like US cultural imperialism. He does not like Japanese consumers, like, I guess
he does not like green eggs and ham,
eating up American culture, while at the same time not realizing, I guess, how maybe American cinema views them. Now, just a reminder, Miyazaki was born in 1941, so he has experienced this sort of thing happening.
So he's like much older than Kojima. Kojima was what, 20 in the 80s? Versus like born in the 1940s, would have been 20 in the 60s. Yeah, there's like 20 years in between these two guys.
Over his life, and you can maybe argue about how common it is for Japanese people to be seen in this way in American cinema these days, but it's obviously something that has been true for a long time. Now, Miyazaki is far, far more explicit with his political views, as we'll get onto later when we talk about him a bit more. Someone who's a bit more subtle in terms of like what he actually says to the press, not very subtle in terms of his work at times. Kojima gave an article to The Guardian back in 2014 talking about the upcoming Phantom Pain before it was released.
Okay, and now I want to know what was Kojima holding in his hand there? What was that?
Kojima said Metal Gear questions the US domination of the world. Kojima seems just as comfortable making scatological jokes as he does commenting on nuclear proliferation in his games, even if the resulting tone is uncomfortable and uneven. With Ground Zeroes, he escalated the stakes by taking aim at North America's contemporary policies. In the past, the US was the center of the world where everything was happening. I think my stories have always sought to question this, maybe criticize it, but the situation is changing. America is not seen as the center of the entire world anymore. So the focus on my stories shifting alongside with that change in the real world. It's a diplomatic answer, but Ground Zeroes is not especially diplomatic video game. It's incarcerated suspects kneel in wire cages, bound at the hands and feet with blinding sacks over their heads. As you hoist them onto Snake's shoulder and sprint to an evac chopper, some break down in tears, either through fear or relief. It's grimly political. Gitmo was definitely something that I made decisions to address in the game. Hollywood continues to present the US Army as being the good guys, always defeating aliens or foreigners. I am trying to shift that focus. These movies might not be the only way to view current affairs. I am trying to present an alternative view in these games.
So does the Hasan quote make sense now in light of this, right? I'm pretty sure this is the video that Hasan's thinking of when he said that he only dick rides two people, and that's Kojima and Miyazaki, and that like the whole. Then he goes on to say the thing about like you're dick riding a white guy who's lied to you before.
So two interesting perspectives from two different generations of Japanese men. Of course, Miyazaki is in his 80s while Kojima is in his late 50s. So an interesting contrast, and interesting how one, I suppose, is a little more subtle as someone who was raised as part of the generation who weren't involved in the war, but did experience American cultural imperialism for good and bad. Now, we're going to get onto this a bit more and talk about this article and essay I was reading. But Kojima does love American cinema. Like, it's very, very clear in his games that he does have a lot of reverence for American filmmakers and creators and just like Western cinema as a whole. Like, he's big pals with Del Toro. Nick Refn and Del Toro are both used as models for characters in Death Stranding. He loves Mads Mikkelsen. He likes Norman Reedus.
I mean, like
he
those,
likes
those quotes that were like, you know, just absolutely like not accepting anything like Western or American from Miyazaki. Those are from like a younger, you know, version of him. There's a sense of, you know, a desire to like, you know, to resist this kind of cultural colonialism that Japan experienced. But it's not as like all or nothing as some of the quotes from him when he was younger.
A lot of his actors, he loves James Bond. But I think it's pretty telling, and I made a whole video essay about his own politics and his upbringing. Like, he grew up...
What's really interesting, and I think that Cavernacle gets into this in this video, is how this relates to language.
In Osaka, and he said him and his family used to watch movies all the time. Now, in Metal Gear Solid 3, you can ring paramedic, and paramedic will save the game for you, but her and Snake will discuss mostly American movies from the 1950s and 60s.
Snake, you ever heard of Godzilla, King of Monsters? Snake, have you ever seen For a Fistful of Dollars? Snake, do you know the creature from the Black Lagoon? Snake, have you heard of It Came from Outer Space? Snake, have you ever seen The War of the Worlds? Snake, have you seen 007 From Russia with Love?
Nah, I don't like those movies. Real spies are nothing like James Bond. It's pure fantasy.
Snake, I don't think the Major's going to like you saying that.
And even though it's fiction, I can't help but comparing myself to Bond.
What exactly don't you like about James Bond? I mean, is it the fantastic gadgets, the cars, the guns?
Now, I don't know this for sure, but
I would say the lack, the disregard for consent, the treating women like objects. I don't know. Where do I start? Where do I start? Right, the fact that you know, James Bond is like a what is a spy anyway, other than like a international cop of mystery? Really, is this a spicy take here? Should I not be casting such a wide net? Should I be painting with a less broad brush? In addition to the cultural disconnect, the alt-right Japanese love Japanese anime manga aimed at guys for being anti-woke. Yeah, that is something that Cavernacle has covered extensively. True, yeah. If Miyazaki and Kojima were women making girly media, their works would be heavily ridiculed. Oh, yeah, good point. Good point. It's partly their identity, and maybe even like the theme of military and, you know, this kind of like world international intrigue. That's kind of what saves it, right? If it was a shoujo, it would be it would be ridiculed.
Probably assuming that these movies are actually taken from Kojima's own upbringing, that if his family were always watching these American films that became very popular, he probably did watch a lot of James Bond, Clint Eastwood,
nice Danny boy,
and The Creature from the Black Lagoon. So moving on to the article, and maybe you'll see how Kojima's and Miyazaki's worldview formed. American cultural imperialism in 1960s Japan as seen in Haruki Murakami's Norwegian Wood. We're not going to talk about that, but I do find parts of this essay interesting to talk about the culture.
Oh my god. Do you know what that is, child? That is the sound of my reminder that we've got an ad break coming up, and I haven't mentioned this before, but if you don't want to experience that ad break, which, you know, comes every 30 minutes, and you might have been experiencing it already, there's a way to get out of it. One way is with Amazon Prime. If you have that, you can hook it up to your Twitch, and you can get a free sub, a free Twitch Prime sub, as I've already got 2 of those today, so I'm really happy about that, because, like, you've only got 1 of those, so when you give it to me, like, it means something kind of special. So there's also the option of buying a sub for yourself. It costs $5 on desktop, it costs $6 on mobile, and the other possibility, and I mention it because it's just a possibility, it's not a for sure thing, is that if you stick around and you're active in chat, you might just be gifted a gift sub, right? If people see your name there and you don't have a little Persona 2 by your face, people who gift subs tend to know that that means that you're going to be subject to that ad break too. And if one of them is feeling generous at some point, you might just be given a gift sub. So those are my suggestions as far as escaping the top of the hour. What is it, the 15-minute of the hour and the 45-minute of the hour ad break?
Imperialism. So this article is by Bhakti Nugroho. In the 1960s, Japan began to transform into a developed country after losing in World War II. Around 15 years after its defeat, Japan experienced some social and cultural changes which were brought about by the US during their occupation in 1945 to 1952. So this was called Operation Blacklist, led by General Douglas MacArthur, the Supreme Commander for Allied Powers, with support from the British Commonwealth. At this time, the local Japanese culture began to fade away, and as a result, the Japanese culture adopted Western culture brought...
I know that this is like the U.S. Army of the Pacific, and that, you know, they're fighting against the against Imperial Japan, and the government centered around the state Shinto, literal belief in the emperor as a god, right? But this is scary. If this is your country and you see like American like troops like coming in off of these boats, right? I don't know. This is kind of scary, right? This is like you're about to get
by the Allied powers. First westernization of Japan occurred in the Meiji Restoration. In this period, with the help of Western influences, many policies were made in many aspects, including industrialization, militarization, and education.
They canonically unalived off one Bond. There we go. That's the ad break. It happened. I wasn't kidding. But if you could hear it, you probably have a sub. So
to modernize Japan. However, since
you can hear what I'm saying. Otherwise, you're hearing an ad.
It underwent its Pan-Asianism ideology.
White missionaries from earlier were pretty terrible too.
The idea of this ideology
right.
was to return Japan to Asia rather than the West. It was applied
by... it's weird because, like, when you sort of hear about Japan's attempt, like, there were times where the rule was nobody from outside comes in, right? Like, no trade, no nothing. We're closed, like, we're closed for business, right? If you're not a Japanese boat, get the fuck out, right? And it seems kind of extreme until you see sort of like what happened to them, and like what happened to China in terms of the cultural exchange that they experienced with the West did not go very well for them. Obviously, the
abandoning the diplomatic cooperation with the West and prohibiting the symbols of Western culture. In Murakami's Norwegian...
I need to know a little bit more Japanese history to know if it's like correct to say that the militancy of Japan is in some ways due to the interference, from outside, when they were literally forced by the United States to open their ports. Like, that's something that the United States did. Send somebody over with an edict to read saying that if these ports are not open to the United States, they will be opened by force. There will be consequences.
Wood, which is
not quite. Okay, see, like, that's the thing. At least I sort of know what I don't know, and I don't want to like
In the 1960s, more than a decade after US occupation, Japanese young adults seem to enjoy and celebrate the democratic ways of life and modernization by the colonizer. There are two important findings of homogenized Japanese society which can be seen in this novel: the dissemination and glorification of American pop culture and American lifestyle. In this case, in the 1960s, Japanese young adults began to adopt Western lifestyles, including the concept of dating. Western-style dating included other activities such as dancing, watching movies, and drinking coffee, which...
Yeah, throughout its history, it's had periods of isolation and openness.
Popular young Japanese couples. In fact, during US occupation, according to Takahashi Tetsu, the occupation forces had to instruct the police that kissing was no longer to be considered an offense against public decency. In fact, dating was also strange for most Japanese because of traditional Japanese marriage. It is a traditional method to find a spouse in Japan before the US occupation, and it's an arranged meeting between two people looking for someone to marry. This system had remained at least until the arrival of American soldiers in post-war Japan. Thus, cultural changes which were imposed by the US during and after the occupation to post-war Japanese society by mass media created an erosion or even a disappearance of traditional fundamental Japanese culture. Meanwhile, in fashion, both 1960s Japan, male and female, no longer adopted traditional clothes. In this case, in post-war Japan, American pop culture, including modern Hollywood style, became a central model for Japanese people, especially for youth or young adults.
So the trolls and like the right-wingers come from the shonen and seinen. That's like, you know, One Piece is an example of shonen. JoJo started out as shonen, now considered seinen. Seinen's like the like more mature, I guess, more like complex plots and
occupation, the customary clothing that spread and
but then shoujo
by Japanese people, young
and josei.
Japanese women known as pan girls began to dress in the styles of modern Hollywood. So like many places during the Cold War that were Western aligned, they were greatly influenced by Western and mainly American culture, and it's clear to see how this culture could enter Japan even further because of their new relationship and alliance with the United States, including having the US actually stationed there from 1945 to 1952. In the Metal Gear Solid games, that is actually how Kazuhiro Miller is actually half American and half Japanese.
After that, Yokosuka was flooded with American soldiers come to occupy the country. My mother was still in her mid-teens, and she learned from her cousin how to survive in that town by servicing the troops. That's how she met my father, and how I was born.
Now, cultural imperialism is nothing new. It didn't just happen in Japan in the 1940s and beyond. Of course, it happened throughout the world during the colonial period, whether that was, Vietnam, whether that was parts of China, whether that was India, whether that was Egypt, parts of Africa. The British, of course, also exported their language around the world, which is one of the key themes of Metal Gear Solid 5, and that was a mechanism to do this cultural imperialism. And of course, you have other examples where in Ireland specifically, the English tried to actually erase Irish culture, including Irish language, and nearly succeeded. But I'm happy to say that the Irish language is making a big revival at the moment. But you can see why people like me...
FD's video, is it called something like anime? Is that as good, actually? Is that the video you're talking about?
Miyazaki, who were born in 1941, would maybe hate what they see as an attack on Japanese culture, in that through his, I guess, teenage years, he would see Japan slowly shift from the tradition of his childhood into being more westernized and more like America. And you can kind of see through this lens why he would have such a big problem with this stuff and why he would hate American culture so much, because he feels like American culture wasn't largely adopted out of like free will. It was actually imposed on the Japanese by the US occupation and then later the US alliance between them and Japan. So it's an interesting take there. But Kojima, like I said, is from the next generation who didn't remember the old Japan and grew up in a Japan accepting Western culture. And that can maybe explain why Kojima is so much more pro Western media despite having his own criticism of the US, while Miyazaki is anti-American government and also anti-American culture. So the Japanese language wasn't erased. Of course, English became a very popular language in Japan. I think it's one of its biggest foreign languages that they speak. But Kojima took aim at cultural imperialism in Metal Gear Solid 5, The Phantom Pain, specifically at the English language, which of course is now the lingua franca, has been spread around the world through colonialism by, of course, first the English and the British Empire, and then, of course, the American Empire and the American domination around the world. But there's a reason people in Vietnam speak French and English. There's a reason people in India speak English, and it's not because one day they all felt like learning English. So I read another really good academic paper from the University of Kansas by Christopher Hall, Language Danger, Metal Gear Solid 5 and the Weaponization of English. So basically, Skullface, the villain of Metal Gear Solid 5, his plan is to disseminate a language-activated parasite that will rid the world of every language except English and to arm every conceivable world power with its own nukes, all of which he will retain secret control over. The Phantom Pain mounts procedural claims.
Dude's name is Skullface?
About speech, especially through the player's interaction with Skullface.
That legit sounds like a comic book character, like that's...
In the penultimate mission of the first part of The Phantom Pain, the Hungarian Skullface delivers a harrowing monologue about the role of English in his life.
I was born in a small village. I was still a child when we were raided by soldiers. Foreign.
I mean, great storytelling, right? You're supposed to, in fact, I should be doing this more. You should be talking with your hands, right? If you're doing content online, right? Talking with your hands is a great thing to do because people seem to respond favorably to it, unless you do like too much of the Trump hands, and then, you know, your mileage may vary at that point, depending on what kind of audience you're trying to cultivate. But yeah, like when somebody's got their hands like in your face, like, I don't know, that's a bit much. It's like he's doing like a glove thing, you know, for you at like a warehouse party or something.
Soldiers. Torn from my elders, I was made to speak their language. With each new post, my masters changed, along with the words they made me speak. Words.
Well, no, like voguing and stuff, like if I do that around my face, but if I were to like gesture like with my hands directly, like the way that Skull's doing to Snake in this scene, like, right, it would be a little bit much, you know, if I'm like, I don't know, maybe some people like it, maybe it's like an
peculiar. With each change, I changed too.
The young Skullface was stripped of his Hungarian mother tongue and forced to speak other languages, including English. The experience filled him with a hatred of English and its growing role as the...
If cis straight guys regularly interacted with girly media the same way that femme gay guys do, there wouldn't be so many cis guys making outrage prawn about media popular with gals. Oh yeah, when you said that at first, I'm thinking like actual corn. But you're talking about like outrage corn, not like outrageous corn. Because like I've seen some of that too, and I'm just like, what? Why? Like really? Really? Does that need to? Anyway.
Lingua franca, and his views and history rhetorically posit the language as a destructive...
Also, why has everybody got to be like stepbrothers and stepsisters? Seriously.
...an oppressive force wiping out other languages
that weirds
as it
me out.
becomes increasingly ubiquitous, a force closely bound up with imperialism. The destructive potential of speech emerges in various forms in other stories.
What is even up with corn?
Like George Orwell's 1984. 1984, of course, is a bit of an influence on the Phantom
And
Pain.
I mean, like, the answer obviously is the male gaze. Is what's up with corn, but...
that the game is set in as well. A part of the efforts of Big Brother to repress free speech and the formation of rebellion, the government within the novel has instituted the official language of Newspeak. The rhetoric of this imposition of language by force within the totalitarian state of the novel's story world pairs closely with the Phantom Pain's procedural rhetoric about speech, as Orwell also mounts a cautionary argument about militarized attacks on the spoken word. Like Skullface, characters
I feel like I've seen that.
1984 experienced the frustration and restriction of being coerced into speaking
is that just
only within an acceptable...
Is that like a trope that's in a lot of different corn, or is that like a particular corn?
Norm. By the time the player reaches the mission in question, it has become clear that Skullface is developing a strain to destroy the English language. Skullface tells Venom...
When I hear he's developing a strain to destroy the English language, I'm thinking indica or sativa?
Sans lingua franca.
Hybrid.
The world will be torn asunder, and then it shall be free.
He's got
Having
a
been presented
strain.
with Skullface experience
He's making his strain, chat.
of oral English, the player is procedurally urged to consider the connection between language and imperial violence. Skullface's childhood in particular, oppressed by foreign invaders seeking to impose their ways of being on him and his fellow citizens, suggests resonance in the
the
oppressed
English
world
language.
of colonialism. Skullface was displaced from his native culture and language in the chaos of World War II.
I feel like I've had that happen a couple times. Yeah, oh my god. So, like, here's my experience, right? The first time I utilized THC, right, as opposed to sebede, right, because that's how I've got to say it, since, like, the algorithm doesn't like me to say what I'm really talking about, but you can imagine what I'm talking about, right, nonetheless, but, like, I didn't experience any sort of alteration in my consciousness. I just felt like, I mean, this is, like, what people are so excited about, like, right, what, this doesn't even do anything. I literally did not feel it, right? But then I think like the second time or the third time, I don't remember which one it was, but there was some time that it actually started working, and it worked too damn well. I can remember being in a room full of like being in like somebody's dorm room, right? And not being able to communicate with the people that were standing around me. Them saying stuff to me, I think understanding what they were saying, but not being able to reproduce language in a way that was like meaningful to, you know, other than a couple of words. I was, yeah, it destroyed my English language.
In Hungary, of course,
that was only like that one time.
Imperialism and colonialism.
It was not fun either. It was very much not fun, right? It was just like, it was terrible, like, right, to not be able to communicate with people.
Projects have ravaged world communities long before and since the middle of the 20th century. As Andrew Dolby argues in his 2002 book Language in Danger, Skullface's hated lingua franca has been guilty of not only being a tool for ideological supplanting and forced assimilation, but of actually annihilating entire languages en masse. While the use of English spreads all around us, we are also seeing the rapid disappearance of hundreds, eventually thousands of minority languages. This is not to contend that the growth of English is in every case the cause for the extinction of other languages, but rather to interrogate this relationship in the context of the Phantom Pain's argument. I therefore mean the concept of language danger or language in danger to refer not only to the weaponization of language within a story world, but also to the real world destruction of indigenous languages, and to question whether spoken English presents a trans world danger to other languages. Language of the colonizer as a means of displacing the language of the colonized threatens the world.
People are mad at Hasan, right? Because he said that people who were just unabashed stands of Bethesda, and particularly Todd Howard, right? Like Todd is God and Todd we trust, right? People kept on spamming this stuff in his chat, right? While he's going over a game that hasn't come out yet called Starfield, right? So, you know, it's kind of, nobody knows, is it a good game or is it a bad game? But he ended up saying that his chat, these people were dick riders of white men that had lied to them before, based on the fact that some Bethesda games, and people have said it here in chat today, are packed with bugs, or realistically, like, just completely suck, or they're not, you know, good, right? You've been fooled before. Fool me once, you can't get fooled again. Right, as someone famous once said. So because of that, Hasan is currently being portrayed on Twitter right now, right as we speak, as being somehow anti-white. Like, right? He's like joking when he said like throwing in like. What he's really saying is that, like, he only stands Kojima and Miyazaki, right? Whereas these people that stand Todd Howard, like, he just doesn't think it's justified, right? Whereas, like, this is some of the reason that you could imagine that Hasan stands these two creators. In fact, the fact that he mentions Kojima and Miyazaki, like, almost indicates 100% to me that he's got this video in mind.
Of the colonized in many ways that are not solely linguistic. The methods of communication available to a colonized people, their foundational concepts, their means of education are all grounded in the spoken language that structures and perpetuates their culture, and this is threatened when there is imposition of an external language bearing its own attendant ideologies. So interestingly, in the game there is also this character called Code Talker who is Navajo, and he actually joins up with Skullface to develop the parasites. And just on a wiki guide on IGN, just giving a bit of background, in his younger years, Code Talker was taken from his mother and brought to an American Indian boarding school and given the name George. Along with many other American Indians, he was taught how to be civilized and how to speak English, being told Navajo was a dirty language. Code Talker remembered
Todd Howard's antics don't impress me. And remember Peter Molyneux?
That if any teacher heard someone speak
when you said Molyneux, I first thought of Stefan, but you're talking about somebody different.
Word of Navajo, the teacher would make that person eat an entire bar of soap. As his nickname suggests, he was apparently a code talker for the US Army during...
Okay, that's... When I hear about, like, old school punishments, I'm just like, how? Like, right, it's bad enough. Like, because the one I've heard of is they wash your mouth out with soap. That's pretty horrible to imagine. Like, right, not just, like, tasting soap, right? But having it, like, shoved in your mouth. Like, really? They wash your mouth out with soap? That's terrible, right? And then, like, but eating even a bite of soap is like that's horrible. Anyway, sorry, I'm focusing on a detail.
World War II.
But it's a horrible detail.
This turned out to be untrue. Unlike many other Navajo who did serve that purpose in the war, and instead he helped make Navajo an even more cryptic language that would later be used by code talkers.
Meow. Oh my god. Look, nobody actually ever, like, I never actually got that punishment. I don't know, but that's horrible that
sent to the Pacific Theater. So
what did they do to us when we said bad words? I think they put us in the corner. There was like a chair in the corner and you'd face, wait, no, there was just a chair. It wasn't even in a corner. There was an uncomfortable wooden chair that my parents, actually, that's not too bad as a punishment.
See, that theme of Metal Gear Solid 5 is super interesting, and basing it on whether it's like a Hungarian character or more important,
I didn't have to deal with nuns, true.
I think a Navajo character, with some Navajo helping the Americans to actually...
The irony of alt-writers liking Miyazaki's work is that if you tweaked them a bit with more girly, feminine touch, a lot of them would become girly media, the kind of media that they hate.
Create codes that could not be deciphered by any other country because it was in Navajo.
You had to write out pages of the dictionary? Okay, that's...
which was only understood...
You literally got grounded, yes. I got grounded a lot. And, like, I'm trying to remember what else. Just, like...
Mostly by the Navajo tribe, and I'm sure maybe some white Americans might have learned it in the US Army.
They try to make everything into, like, a privilege, not a right. So, like, video games and stuff like that, it was a privilege that you... Like, right... They love to take away the video games.
Forces to help with this project as well. Then at the same time, Code Talker's backstory is one of where the US has tried to completely erase various Native American cultures, and how did they do that across North America, including Canada?
The funny thing was they wouldn't take the whole PlayStation. They would take the part of it that is like that plugs into the TV, and they didn't realize at some point I got another one of those plugs, and when they thought that they had made PlayStation, you know, verboten, they were wrong. I was still playing PlayStation.
They did not let these people speak their own language.
They thought they were so smart,
and they forced them in many ways to become Christian and trying to become American while never actually seeing them as Americans. And it's obviously something that is super relevant today. But like I said earlier, this happens across the world. It happens with the Navajo here, happened to the Irish historically at the hands of the English, because destroying people's culture, which happened in Ireland to a large part, taking away their language, not only erases a lot of their history and identity, it also erases a lot of your personality. Think of how you try and learn another language and how foreign it is to you, and how you cannot often get your own personality across in that foreign language, even if you do know it quite well.
Anybody experience this? Like, I mean, I never thought of it as like that I can't get my personality across. I just thought that I have a different personality in different languages. I'm like kind of just a different person in French, I guess.
Because that's what's going to happen if you can't no longer speak your own language. So let me know down in the comments, if you aren't a native...
Your mom wasn't aware that PCs had good games?
English speaker, how do you feel about the plot of Metal Gear Solid 5 if you've played it? How do you feel, even if you haven't played it, about what I've discussed? Because it's obviously a very interesting critique, especially now, and probably since, I guess, like 100 years ago. The economic world order is dominated by a country that speaks English, and if you want to do proper, I guess, business with them, or maybe become their ally, you also need to speak English. And if you kind of want to assimilate into this economic world order, you're gonna have to have a lot of people who speak this language. How many Indians work for American and British companies? A lot of them do like call center.
So as far as the attempt to make the Metal Gear Solid series right-wing somehow, Cavernacle does have a video about that too.
Work for them or do tech support, a lot of stuff gets outsourced over there, and India benefits as a country in some ways because they can get this work from Western corporations and in some ways get that investment, although they are often paid awfully. And it is a really interesting discussion about how imperialism can...
I know like German too, but I feel like I know German words a lot better than I know German grammar. And so whenever I try to speak German, I'm just like not like intelligible, right? It's just like every single German that I've talked to has just been like, can we please speak in English? Because however bad their English might be, it's not as bad as my German, so.
Work through erasing language and therefore erasing culture, and that's, I guess, for some people an argument against this globalized American dominated world, is that people will buy into this because they want to consume American entertainment that is so dominant and so popular.
Bestimmt.
But I guess to a degree good. Now, like I said, Kojima is not as anti-Western culturally as Miyazaki is, and of course, while there was a degree of cultural imperialism in Japan through the American occupation and beyond, it did not erase the Japanese language, it did not erase Japanese culture, although it did change a lot of it. But Miyazaki has a lot more anti-American politics. Now, on Game Rant, surprisingly, and I don't put much value into Game Rant, they did 2 good articles by Alison Stolberg talking about the politics of Miyazaki, which I wanted to share quick because I don't know Miyazaki's work that well compared to Kojima's. So a deep dive into the politics of Miyazaki. He's one of the most famous animators in the world, producing Studio Ghibli, which created critically acclaimed films like My Neighbor Totoro, Princess Mononoke, and Spirited Away. The man does not shy away from...
What's the one with the pig? Does anybody know what I'm talking about? There's like a pig that flies an airplane and hates fascism. What is this called? You started watching, but you got busy? Oh my god, that happens.
Teaching anti-war and environmentalist sentiments in his work.
Porco Rosso. Or Porco Rossi? Yeah, it's like Italian, right? It's like in Italy, babe, yeah.
At the time he was born, Miyazaki lived deeply rooted in the consequences of war. He was born in 1941, 4 years before Hiroshima and Nagasaki. In his interview, Miyazaki described that even as a child, he felt the war was stupid. He said, "I came to truly hate Japan, thinking I was born in a country that did stupid things. When the war ended, he was very young." Miyazaki did say he remembers the air raid that burned his town. He also remembered feeling humiliated when Japan lost the war.
Kojima isn't as anti-West as Miyazaki is, but he struggles writing and portraying female characters, while Miyazaki is able to write and portray great female characters.
He read a lot of books and studied war stories such as The Machine Gunners. It was at the time he read that book that Miyazaki said he realized if he was born earlier, he would have...
I mean, is that... Yeah, I mean, yeah, because there are female characters in Kojima's universe, but I could see that
have likely been a patriotic military boy. He described that people did not really know what war was like until they were about to die, and that's why so many volunteered. The father of Miyazaki produced parts of warplanes during World War II. Miyazaki described his father as a nihilist and a realist, which influenced how Miyazaki saw the war in Japan. Apparently, right after the war, Miyazaki's father immediately became friends with some Americans and would invite them over to his place. As Miyazaki grew up, he said that he never wanted to sing Japanese songs and he was ashamed of the imperialism of his homeland. However, in his 30s, he re-examined Japan after travelling a little through Europe and found that he loved it, though not in a way a patriot would claim. He loved the environment and the nature of the islands. "I thought Japan would be a truly beautiful country if it was without people." He grew to believe the land had tremendous power. Miyazaki has a lot of thoughts about Japan's economic structure as well. We lose feelings of reality when we work.
Miyazaki also denounced communism, but I feel that's just copium for an old man who lived the Cold War. Pompoko is also an amazing movie. That's the one with the raccoons with the giant things.
For numbers, he disapproves of the market-oriented system, believing that it denies
the giant sacks
as a spirit that makes things truly our own. Miyazaki,
when you tell a Pompoko to sack up, they really sack up.
Wishes for a world where people know how to sew, make a fire, and cook their own food, and find peace and meaning in it, rather than what the economy views as unpaid labor. He hates that the economy has a stranglehold on people experiencing real things, as they usually work and they have to.
But before, speaking of unpaid labor, we've got the top of the ad. hour break coming up, the top of the hour break, the top of the hour ad break. It's not the top of the hour, it's the quarter of the hour ad break, but it is coming up. And if you don't want it to come up for you, if you've been seeing ads and you're tired of it, you're sick of it, there is a way out. If you have Amazon Prime, you can get a free Prime sub. That is like the cheapest way to do it. Although, you know, if you've already paid for Prime, you've already paid for Prime. But that being said, if you do have that for free. And if you use it on me, you get out of the ads. You could also pay $5 on desktop, $6 on mobile in order to buy yourself a sub to get out of the ads. And you could possibly, if you are lucky, get gifted a sub. And more likely to happen if you're active in chat and people know that you're there and they know that you don't have a sub.
Decompress and work.
Really? Is that a 10 out of 10?
So like I said, I haven't watched too many Studio Ghibli films, but I thought this one was interesting to talk about because it's in response to the Iraq War. In 2003...
Wait, Howl's Moving Castle was about the Iraq War?
Miyazaki was invited to accept an Oscar for Spirited Away in the US. However, he did not come. He later told the LA Times that he did not come because he did not want to visit a country that was destroying Iraq. This information did not come forward until years later, and then another article by the same person, why Miyazaki thought Howl's Moving Castle would be unpopular in the US. So this anime came out in 2005. The movie was based on the book of the same name. The Studio Ghibli movie's plot revolves around Sophie, who is cursed by a witch to become an old woman, so she seeks out the wizard Howl to break her curse. The movie has a lot of similar themes to other Studio Ghibli films, such as compassion, pacifism. However, it was revealed in a book about the famous director Miyazaki's World Picture that Miyazaki actually did not expect the movie to be a hit in the US. In fact, he thought it would make American audiences uneasy, despite his thoughts the film was a major success in the US.
Wait, did he really think that... Did he really think that American audiences would perceive that this was an allegory for war? I mean, I guess, I mean, like, it's...
US.
Look, the people that are going to be mad that there's an allegory for war in your movie are not the people that are going to get that that's an allegory for war, right? We're talking about conservatives here.
So why Miyazaki...
But, I mean, yeah, how was he to know that? How was he to know?
Thought the movie would be unpopular. It was actually to do a lot with his politics and the Iraq War.
These movies, what, the Miyazaki movies are on Netflix?
War specifically influenced how Miyazaki framed the war in Howl's Moving Castle. In the movie, the war is fueled...
You know, like, can I be honest? Maybe it's because I was... Yep, there's the ad break. Yo, people are missing out on this. Maybe it was because I was younger when I saw this, but I never quite figured out what all was going on in Howl's Moving Castle. So, like, right, like, let me see how much I got out of this. Howl is a wizard. In the world they live in, the wizards are at war. There's, like, different factions of wizards, right? And so, because Howl is a warrior wizard in a wizard war, he lives in a magical house that the doors open to, like, different places. And it literally moves around. It literally walks around, but only if the fire inside it stays lit, and the fire is like a living creature, and like everything is like a living creature. And somehow, how does she get cursed? She gets cursed, like, right? The main character gets cursed, and she's really like in her 20s, but she gets turned into an old woman, and how, you know, puts her back in the right state. That's literally all I remember from the movie. There's a lot that I don't understand. You also don't understand it? Some people don't get the Star Wars is about the Vietnam War. I knew it was an anti-war movie. I wasn't sure if it was an allegory for specific... Like, yeah, I would have never known that it was, like, about the Iraq War. I'm not that surprised. This house is like... Yeah, I feel like it's like a TARDIS, kind of. Yeah, but it's weird how it works. Like, I mean, there's, like, little details to how everything works. But he's just, like... And she goes and, like, lives in his castle. It just, like, randomly shows up, right? And he's out or something. He's out fighting the war. And then he comes back, and I don't know. It's just... It's the weirdest thing. Miyazaki underestimated how low media literacy of white Americans, male Americans, alt-writers are more likely to complain about a female protagonist. Oh, true, yeah. First of all, there's a female protagonist, and second of all, because of the magic spell, she's not even all that hot. How could you allow this to happen?
By the desires of people in power rather than any form of logic or justice, he shows through Hal's curse how humanity can be lost through all this fighting, and that there is a looming point of no return at the heart of man. War is everywhere in Hal's moving castle.
He has like fake businesses set up.
So, despite the plot mostly taking place outside it.
So he's like making money, but he's fighting the war, the wizard war, the sustainable wizard war, and he's...
Soldiers are seen in the background of nearly every city. There are tanks on the streets, warships coming home on fire, and tons of warplanes. Everyone is knocking on Hal's doors, hoping he can use his magic for the war effort. Witches and wizards that do not dedicate themselves to fighting in the war are seen as...
He doesn't want to fight the war effort. Okay.
Enemies and...
That's why he has to be so... Like, he has to move around on this castle and do all this stuff and be, like, impossible to find.
Traitors. There are three big reasons that the anime film was still a success in the US. The first reason is that a lot of Americans did not connect the war in Hal's moving castle with the war in Iraq. This is because the film does not go deep into the war. It does not cover much of the nations or their reasons for fighting outside the missing prince. Miyazaki's connection to the Iraq war was incredibly subtle. To fans, Hal's moving castle could be related to any war. In fact, it is about any war, but at the same time, Miyazaki did reflect on the US and Iraq when making the film. But like I said, unlike Kojima, Miyazaki is perfectly happy to give his take on contemporary Japanese politics. So this is back in 2015. Animator Miyazaki slams Japan's Abe ahead of controversial security votes. As Japanese lawmakers debate a controversial security bill, one of the country's leading artists has criticised Prime Minister Shinzo Abe's desire to reinterpret the constitution as despicable. The controversial bill would allow the Japanese...
So Abe was president during the Iraq War. So this is a bill to allow the Japanese Self-Defense Force to play a greater role, a military role overseas, right? And in the context of the Iraq War, you know, it's alarming. But what's funny about Abe is, like, seemingly he was so popular until he got assassinated. And it's only after his death that people, you know, universally kind of seem to despise him.
Self-Defense Force personnel to play a greater military role overseas. I presume that PM Abe wants to leave his name in history as a great man who changed the interpretation of the constitution, but I think it's despicable. When asked about Japan's current day military exports, the animator, director and former studio head said the current state was a very unfortunate development. So if you have been in any argument with a lot of conservatives or reactionaries on Twitter, no doubt you will have people who have anime profile pictures, and it does seem that anime in general does attract a lot of reactionary people. Of course, the whole origins of 4chan and 2chan stem from anime fans making these message boards, but at the same time, a lot of people involved in anime, who I haven't even spoke about, are very, very left-wing, and Miyazaki clearly is left-wing, based on his own quotes and based on his work. I did read somewhere that he used to be a communist, but then he distanced himself from communism because he didn't like the USSR, something that he shares with Kojima, who also doesn't seem to like the USSR as well. But the Japanese Communist Party at the moment currently does not like the Chinese Communist Party either, so you could possibly still be a Japanese communist and not like the USSR or like China. But I just think these two creators are very, very interesting for showing you how the Japanese left view American cultural imperialism and view American foreign policy, because both share that they both do not like American foreign policy. They will both use their mediums to criticize American foreign policy, and that could stem from a lot of reasons, from the US foreign policy directly affecting Japan and the militarization of Japan and US military bases in places like Okinawa. But where the difference comes from is that Miyazaki, as someone who's a lot older and did grow up in a more traditional Japan, generally really hates American culture in a lot of ways. While Kojima likes American culture as someone who grew up in American culture in Japan, but he still shares the sentiment of Miyazaki about, I guess, being against nuclear proliferation, being against US foreign policy, and generally I would say, despite the fact the Metal Gear games are very action heavy in a very stylized way, you are encouraged in these games to be more pacifistic. You are encouraged to use like chokeholds or use sleeping dart guns, because this pacifism seems a bit stronger on the Japanese left than it does in other left-wing places, especially, I guess, the left in the United States. And seemingly you guys enjoy me talking about it, but I do enjoy talking about Japanese left-wing movements because it's very, very interesting to me, this country that shifted quickly from an ethno-nationalist military dictatorship to a Western style and Western built democracy that had so much Western influence in it, and what political movements get born out of that. It's just sad that the ruling party in Japan was essentially created by the CIA to promote Western interests and wins nearly every single election. But the only hope that I have in Japan is that I guess the Communist Party is somewhat popular compared to communist parties in most Western countries. But if anyone ever says to you that like Kojima or Miyazaki are some sort of conservative, I will only grant that Miyazaki seems a bit more like a traditionalist and he hates industrialization, but I would never say either of these people are like large.
But I mean, that's not conservatism.
Conservative, and Kojima certainly isn't. And
Is
at large, I would say a lot of Japanese art, especially video games and animes and mangas, they are broadly left-wing, and lots of you responded to this tweet I put out sending me loads of animes and mangas that were left-wing. Sorry I couldn't get to all of those, and I couldn't talk about them all in the video, but please leave in the comments your favourite Japanese creative property
Mononoke related?
that does have a left-wing message.
I figured.
Because it seems more often than not, the more popular Japanese media that gets consumed in the West always has some sort of left-wing message. It's just that conservative gamers and anime fans have really poor analysis skills, so they don't actually realise they are being fed left-wing messages, or the whole point of the thing they love is about having this left-wing message. They just like the aesthetics of it, I guess.
So what I should do is start making some kind of animated series that has all the aesthetics that the right wing loves, but a message. No, it won't do any good though. They will literally ignore it. It literally doesn't matter. This, I mean, like, you can get them to like stuff that's left wing, but you can't get them to realize that it's left wing. And then in that case, like, is it really having that effect, right? You know, like I said before, the example from history is the history of television is Archie Bunker from All in the Family, which I've never seen it, but as I understand, as I learned about it in my media course, it's the story of a very old-fashioned, red, racist, sexist, homophobic, etc., 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 you know, guy that's like the dad in this family, and you know, meeting you know, people that he doesn't understand and being racist, sexist, homophobic, etc. And so the joke was supposed to be, look at this old racist, homophobic, sexist piece of shit. But instead, it became like half and half, where like half of America was like, yeah, he's saying the thing that I think. yeah, Archie Bunker, right? And the other half, obviously, you know, that was the joke. So it doesn't necessarily, oh God, we're at Club Random. We're back at Club Random. Now, before you click away, right? Because you're like, Bill Maher, why is she watching Bill Maher? Bill Maher's talking to Vivek Ramaswamy here. Vivek Ramaswamy is a presidential candidate. Depending on the poll you read, he's generally the third place presidential candidate, sometimes the second, if the poll is particularly bad for Ron DeSantis. But he's, you know, been boosted quite a bit. And people speculate that people like Ramaswamy that are not really taking any sort of a line against Trump are more running to be his vice president rather than to win the presidency. But I mean, there is always the chance that for whatever reason, you know, and this is true for Biden too, right? People are making the assumption that these will be the two candidates, right? I think that if Biden stays healthy and Trump's legal problems do not interfere, that they will run for president. But those two things aren't necessarily true, right? So if either one of those things should go the other way, then you could have one or more of the candidates that we assume are going to be running drop out, and it could look entirely different, right? Right now, the money is on Biden. The Trump and Biden will have a rematch, and that just like before, Americans will by and large not be able to stomach Trump more than they're not able to stomach Biden, right? So that's what seems to be most likely right now, but it's a long time between now and next November. And like I said, Biden's health isn't that great. Trump's an old guy too, right? Either of their healths could come along and give them reason to withdraw from the race. And like I said, if either of these two standard bearers are forced to withdraw from the election, it's going to be a very different race entirely, and it's entirely unpredictable if that's the case. But the most likely outcome is that Biden will win, and you'll see that Biden has somewhat of coattails. And it's not so much, I said that wrong, right? It's not that Biden has coattails, it's that Trump has negative coattails. The fact that Trump is running is going to hurt people that he endorses and people just in the Republican Party, right? So it's going to, if things continue to go as they're expected, it's going to be a very bad year for Republicans. But that's not for sure. So yeah, Vivek Ramaswamy probably should pay attention to him, know what he's about. He's hard to take seriously though, right? We're going to see right off the bat, right? They're friendly, but Bill Maher is going to point out something very cringe about Ramaswamy. And we'll see where it goes from there. Because I have edged you for long enough.
Hey,
Bill.
Here?
Look at this man cave. Look at this glorious man cave that he... Look at this. This is his perfect room.
I'm here.
I knew you would be.
How you doing, brother?
How are you?
Be back in LA with you. Different
Look,
spots.
I get the bro hug.
Yeah, you do. Yeah.
I brought you something from my garden.
Got the... Oh, when he said that, I really thought that he was talking about some kind of herb or spice.
Oh, that's nice.
Nice.
It does look nice.
No, it's giant.
Have you ever seen a zucchini that big? I think it's a little better than nice.
Actually, I have seen zucchini bigger than... I have bought zucchini bigger than that. I don't know why he thinks his zucchini is so impressive, but it's not really that amazing.
Substantial. It's substantial. Yeah.
Well, Jesus.
I mean, it's something. It's
appreciate that. Yeah.
I was talking to...
Yo, he's gonna grab it from him. Okay, wait, no. Why did I have to pause it right there? Chat. Why did I have to pause it right there? Right there. Yeah, the classic out of touch zucchini man. Well, this is like a touch my zucchini man.
Quite such a stud that you find this merely substantial.
Oh, that's good. No,
are you kidding?
He looked like he was trying to hand it to him, and then when Ramaswamy goes to grab it, he doesn't give it up.
Have you just been at the Iowa State Fair or something?
I've been hanging out there a lot. Yeah.
Okay. Well, don't they have like biggest vegetable prizes? Wouldn't this?
I think you got to go there and compete. Have you ever been to Iowa?
No, I don't want to go there. I just want you to admit that this is like.
He has got to be the most insufferable date imaginable, right? Like you get in his car and he tells you, "Have you ever been in a car this fancy, this expensive? You don't understand. You don't understand. This is like, leather from an endangered species that I have lining the seats. Like everything about this car is just is fancy. It's okay. It's a good, it looks like a good car. I've got no complaints,
Impressive.
It's
very impressive.
Yeah. No, seriously. You should see the gas mileage this thing gets.
It's yours.
Well, thank you.
Do you think he drives an electric? Does he drive a Tesla? He seems like he might be a Tesla guy. I could see him being a Tesla.
You hadn't eaten.
Zucchini, I'm gonna take it
Yeah, he just takes a bite out of it. That's what I would have done.
with me.
No.
I'm gonna take it.
I would have been like, yeah, that's right. I'm a raw vegan over here eating the zucchini as a meal.
Well, they said you were hungry.
Mono meal.
Well, I'll
because you're like on the go
all the time, man. Yeah.
See, this is what's
we're having
great.
fun, but
This is what's so advantageous about running for president when you're 38. Because I remember 38. And I still run around the country, but I couldn't do it like that now. I mean, you really...
But you've been through that phase. You know what it's like a little
Absolutely.
bit.
He wants you to know about his car. He wants you to know every single detail, everything that was custom, how much he paid for it, right? He wants to flex that. And it's like...
And you can just run your body ragged 24/7, especially I'm sure you don't drink or, I mean, you're
not a... You know, try to not have too many vices. Yeah.
They're both insufferably obnoxious. I'm glad you picked up on that. That's true.
But do you think it should be legal nationally?
I think that we should align the federal law with the state law. I think it undermines the rule of law that we have.
So that means yes?
Yeah, it means yes.
Yes,
Yeah,
right.
Absolutely.
Yeah, because it's so silly now.
It's a joke. It's a farce.
It's a joke that I have to look up when I'm going to...
It's weird though, the way that he makes that argument isn't anything about like whether it's right or wrong legalization. It's just that like there's this a difference between state and federal law that causes this weird performative game to have to be played where it's like legal but not really, but actually it kind of is.
State. And by the way, I don't even do it anymore because I figure
Vivek has got that. Oh my God.
If they're going to get me in Oklahoma for having this with me, they'll be the ones who are embarrassed, not me.
Well, also, here's the thing, though.
I mean, is it too much to say that it's like a Vegeta?
Is when you have different standards of law, like when you have
not quite
that look the other way and sweep it under the rug, that's when you actually get an unfair state that can target people for saying the wrong thing. Thinking the wrong thing. I don't like what you did here.
Right.
I got to throw the statute book at you, and then we're going to do something where we otherwise don't charge
And
it.
historically, it's racism.
An unfair state that can target people for saying the wrong thing, thinking the wrong thing.
He pivoted from like legalization to like political correctness, basically.
I don't like what you did here.
Right.
I got to throw the statute book at you, and then we're going to do something where we otherwise don't charge it.
And historically, racism.
Historically.
Only historically, though. Like, check this out. Vegeta and Goku bromance. Yeah.
Hid behind states' rights.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, this was part of our past.
Right.
And today, I think it. You know,
it's part of our past. It's in the past. It doesn't affect us now. It's all been taken care of. But the left. They don't understand. They want to live like, listen, this gets so cringe so fast, right? Because like half of this is going to be this, right? Vivek has a cringe perspective on things and Bill agrees, or Bill has a cringe perspective on things and Vivek agrees. And then there's a few things that they do legitimately fight about.
Political discrimination, I think, is the new equivalent of unfairness in the law that we've seen for racism in maybe decades and centuries past.
Well, I will say this, where I think
What is up with that angle? This is literally what Tim Heidecker was spoofing in Office Hours. This is literally like what is up with that? Why you couldn't get the shot where he's not like half covered with this random, and why are you filming with like a brick pillar, right? I don't understand.
fairly in agreement on. I keep saying my mantra is, let's live in the year we're living.
Your mantra. It's like your okay.
In.
Yeah.
Wait. Oh my God. Is it weird that he said that around? I don't. See, I don't want to.
Because so many people seem to, on the left, this is a left thing, they seem to want to...
It's like you're spying them on... Okay, so I'm not the only one who picked that kind of hit weird.
Insist on having our...
Also, what is that back there? Like, what are those big-ass cushions? Does he have slumber parties? Does he, like, have sleepovers down here?
Deplorable past permanently stand in for our much improved present, which doesn't mean there isn't work to be done. There certainly are still racists in America.
There are still racist individual people who are openly racist, but that's all we have to worry about, right? It's not like everybody. It's not like you know, whiteness and anti-black racism are somehow just like baked into the culture, right? It's not like a lot of that stuff isn't just like swept under the rug in order to, you know, make it less visible, but still absolutely there, still absolutely having an effect, right? It's
and racism. But I feel like we are very often not treating it like, oh, this is 2023 now, and this is where we are. This is the work that has to be done. But let's not be chasing these.
Like literally the only racists in Bill Maher's minds are the Trumpites that'll actually say like the racist thing, right? It's
phantoms of racism that aren't the parts that exist anymore.
Yeah, and I think that we can celebrate that.
Yeah,
we should. I think that we should.
Yeah, right? It's not like Texas is showing children their videos saying slavery wasn't that bad for the or Florida for that matter, right?
Right? I think that we all should.
Is that some kind of like herb that? Oh, I think he's smoking a clove.
I mean, in some ways,
that's what he says. Reparations aren't owed by individuals; it's owed because the entire country profited.
I am pro-progress, right? Does that make me a progressive, a conservative? I don't know what those labels are.
What? Oh, he's just cutting his cigar.
But I'm pro-progress, and so, you know, I think that the fact that what I tell some people, you know, often friends on the left is, have we been hypocritical for most of our national history? Yes, we have. But our worst hypocrisies.
Hypocritical, you mean like all men are created equal?
Yeah, that we don't live up. We have, and the point I was getting to is those hypocrisies are our best evidence that we have ideals at all. Right? Nobody calls Iran a hypocrite.
That's a great point.
Nobody calls China a hypocrite. You can't call them a hypocrite because to be a hypocrite, you had to have the ideals in the first place. Right. So then now you have ideals.
I think that Ramaswamy is kind of missing the difference between the concept of hypocrisy and like grotesque Orwellian, like, you know, propaganda doublespeak, right? And that's the thing.
Now, are we a nation of gods or are we a nation of men? We're a nation of human beings, okay?
Right.
Human beings are by definition flawed. So if you have a nation built on ideals and it's comprised of human beings and not angels, then you will fall short of those ideals. It's just like definitionally what happens. No, but at least we have ideals.
Right.
That's what my
and also that
unlike those other countries, come on.
We do improve.
Yeah.
That, you know, this is what's so annoying about, I've done many editorials about this, just like, again, just live in the year we're living in.
Well, look, we don't just improve. How about look at it this way, right? It's not one thing. You know, things change, but as often as not, there's a backlash against that change that gives you, at best, like 2 steps forward, 1 step back, and at worst, sometimes it feels like 1 step forward, 2 steps back.
Stop like going after Columbus and like, yes.
Stop going after Columbus. Yeah, let's just he literally wants to whitewash history, right? But he's not somebody that just doesn't know or doesn't believe or something like that. He literally knows, but he's like, you know, but like he founded the country. He found the country. Nobody would know about the country if it wasn't for Columbus. And it's like, okay, like you are extremely racist and you massively lack self-awareness. Those are an amazing combination.
People were,
but not in a good way.
Atrocious back.
Yeah, stop going after Hitler. Like,
he committed atrocities.
I mean, there are elements of Columbus that we ought to admire and still celebrate.
Well,
today.
we wouldn't be here. Well, I guess we would. Somebody would have found found it eventually.
Somebody would have found it. Yeah, because nobody knew where it was. There was oh my God, Bill. Nobody knew it was there, and it was just hanging out here waiting to get used, and nobody knew about it.
It's so
but
big.
It's the spirit of exploration.
Oh, they're gonna get to Thomas Jefferson.
The spirit of being the unafraid.
The spirit of exploration. That's like saying that Hitler had like a great like he had a lot of ambition, right? You got to admire him for that. No, you don't. You absolutely don't. You do not have to admire him for anything. You really don't. You really don't.
Take on.
To have the balls to get into 3 little wooden ships that are probably the size of this room.
That's some massive balls, as big as Bill's zucchini.
And to just go.
When you didn't know what was on the other
Literally,
side.
well, you thought India was on the other
What
side.
is up with that studio?
Thought.
But it was a theory.
You had no idea. Yeah.
Everybody else
fallen
said,
off.
They said you will fall off.
Yeah,
the edge of
everybody
the
was like, "You're gonna fall off," but he went anyway because he had these massive, these massive balls.
world. That's right.
And you just
but,
gotta admire
the reason
that.
they did it was because, before when the trade had to go through the Middle East, if you wanted to trade with China like Marco Polo,
Yeah, he's got his clove cigarette there. He wants everybody to know that's a clove cigarette.
you had to go through the Middle East, and it's called the Middle because they were literally middlemen.
And what's this? What's this? He's turning. He somehow made Columbus and the discovery of the new world, quote unquote, right, more racist than it already was, right? And that's on top of his forgetting that anybody was there before. That's on top of him completely ignoring that. Discover the country. No one knew where it was. They discovered it. No, they didn't discover it. And come on. But now he's also got to be like, you know what? You know who's not getting any strays? You know who's not catching any strays in this whole thing? The Middle East. This is a perfect opportunity to talk shit about the Middle Eastern countries.
All the trade went through.
Totally.
And
oh my God, you don't want those Middle Easterners to be your middleman when you can just cut them out by going to India the other way, over the ocean, right?
Columbus basically said, I would rather fall off the edge of the world than have to deal with those people.
Then what? How do you turn? Oh my God! You just turned him into he's like a new atheist on top of being all the things that he already is, which are horrible. He's bad enough already. Now he's a new atheist too.
Getting myself through one more day.
I mean, these guys were the pioneers, the explorers, and even the founding fathers had that spirit.
Wait, did they cut out? Oh no, I'm so pissed off. They better not have cut anything out, right? Because there's something really funny in the beginning of this.
Take another guy who has that spirit, Thomas Jefferson. Right? You have this historical view of Columbus.
He's bad.
He's evil. He had slaves.
Wait,
why are you making that like it's a joke? Yeah, we're supposed to not like Thomas Jefferson just because he had slaves and just because he didn't really think much of the consent of the people that were enslaved to him. Yeah.
Fucking one of them.
Yeah, more than one, I think, is actually the
really
accurate truth. But the reality is...
But, aside from that,
he's also a guy. So people say, I'm young running for president. I'm 38. You know how old he was when he wrote the Declaration of Independence?
12.
33.
He never misses a chance to be I missed it again. Just like I never missed the top of the hour ad break, but I do. I just literally missed it. I literally missed it. Look, I gotta set it to be because I did actually set it, but I didn't set it correctly. Yeah, this is not I mean, you're seeing cognitive dissonance. You're seeing them sort of say something and acknowledge something, and they clearly know this thing, but somehow they still treat it like a joke. The idea that what Thomas Jefferson did in terms of people that were enslaved to him, that's this really bad thing, and we can't consider the greatness in other ways. Yeah, no, literally, that's not a good person.
No.
Yeah, split the difference.
That was close.
Oh my God.
Well, yes, you're right.
And he's writing the Declaration of Independence, and he decides that he needs a swivel chair. And I feel like I could use a swivel.
He needed a swivel chair. What is this guy talking about?
Swivel chair right now. But he decides he needs a swivel chair. So
he was working on all this stuff, and he was like, you know what I need? A swivel chair. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. He goes all the way around. Whee! I mean, you know that if you invent a swivel chair, it's because you want to do merry-go-rounds.
Invented it.
Who did?
Thomas Jefferson.
Invented the swivel chair?
Yes.
I thought Franklin was the inventor.
Well, Franklin was also an inventor.
No, Franklin only invented sex toys.
He invented the Franklin stove. He invented the bifocal spectacles. Franklin's case, he actually...
I don't know if that's true.
He invented one of the earliest remedies for the common cold. So all of these guys, they weren't like the kinds who said, oh no, you're not an expert.
One of the very earliest remedies. Okay, so first of all, right? No. There was, you know, look, I'm not the biggest proponent of like using herbs to treat what ails you, right? In general, like any effect that herbs have is fairly weak. That's why, you know, we have medications that in some cases are actually concentrated from herbs, right? They're the substance that's in the herb that was traditionally used and, you know, concentrated down into their, you know, so that they have that potency that actually, you know, changes the way that, you know, something about your physiological function, right? So you've got but I do have to say, like, that saying that Ben Franklin came up with like one of the first remedies for the cold. No, there were herbs that were used to treat it, right? I mean, obviously, oh my God, I'm just like, this isn't like something that like seems like it should be like esoteric knowledge either. But yeah, with ladies, yeah, like, I mean, primarily like they're, you know, wise women tradition of you know, herbal treatments and like some of those, like, right, some herbal treatments turn out that there is something really bad about the herb that people don't realize that, you know, it's going to have a side effect, and you know, sometimes that's revealed through like looking at the substances in there, and sometimes, like I said, you know, the herb is eventually used to produce like a more concentrated medication. But yeah, they did treat, you know, to greater or lesser success symptoms of the common cold.
You're not trained in that. They just said, we're going to do it. We're going to figure it out.
What remedy?
We're going to do it.
What's the cold remedy?
It was something that, it was like a home brew. But it
was a home brew? What are you talking about, bro? It was a home brew? He was microbrewing? What was the home brew? What does he even mean? What he doesn't know what he's talking about. He's like, yeah, you invented the cure for the common cold. What was that cure? Oh, it was like a home brew or something. I don't know. What are you?
Still works?
You know, I think there have been. I will say this. There has not been a good.
Well, yeah, tea. I mean, tea is an infusion of herbs, like a lot of times.
Like for all the things the pharmaceutical industry has created, a cure for.
But yeah, even what is it? Camellia sinensis is the Latin name for the tea plant.
Common cold is not on the list.
Right, and
so we haven't gotten further along than
yeah, it was probably cocaine and whiskey.
Franklin did.
And the shit that the pharmaceutical companies sell to treat it, the NyQuil,
was far worse.
Unlike Benjamin Franklin's snake oil, which was perfect and natural and
worse for you than what Benjamin Franklin came up with,
and probably in the long run worse for the cold. You know,
yeah,
I mean, it might treat immediate symptoms a little bit or something, but I mean, some of that stuff. And look, I've
designed to knock you out so you forget about it.
I hate to do anything like that, but like the one symptom I had when I had COVID was I had a stuffy nose for a couple of nights. That was really.
Are you stuffy right now?
No.
Okay.
Why? Do I sound it?
You sound a little bit, yeah.
Well, I've got that 24-hour COVID. No problem. No. No. So I did reach for the nasal spray because it was just easier to sleep if I cleared my passages. But I didn't know that about Benjamin Franklin, huh?
Franklin and Thomas.
I feel like that clove cigarette that he's smoking is starting to have an effect.
Jefferson.
Well, Jefferson,
So
I mean,
this
Franklin,
is the
I kind
thing.
of
This
knew.
is the funny thing about Club Random, right? He is on his home turf. This is his man cave. If he feels like talking over somebody, he talks over them. But he is kind of putting himself at a disadvantage because every single episode, he either gets drunk or he has one of those clove cigarettes. And generally the guests do not imbibe, or they drink something that's non-alcoholic, or like generally the guests like don't, you know, partake. And so he's kind of at a disadvantage here. That's actually going to show up.
But I didn't know about the cold remedy. Jefferson, I did. I guess they were all well. See,
and you know, the Franklin stove is named after Benjamin.
Yeah,
Franklin.
back then there was something called the Renaissance Man.
Yes,
and
you know what he needs to do? Like now, I'm just imagining like Bill, like he takes mushrooms during this thing. And then everything that like Ramaswamy's talking about, he starts tripping about, like, the Benjamin Franklin stove, his homebrewed cure for the cold, like, right, everything that Vivek Ramaswamy mentions, it just gets in his head, and it starts to wear away at his stability.
Renaissance man meant you did everything. That's
and
why
we have
that's
lost
not.
That.
Of course,
so I'm into that.
We lost that. We used to have Renaissance. Wait, has he gotten into the Renaissance men yet?
I'm into that.
You're a Renaissance man.
I wouldn't say
the Renaissance men. Yeah, we lost that. We used to have politicians who would come up with homebrew natural remedies for colds. Where is that? Who's got a homebrew? Like, right? He's looking around at the other presidential candidates.
I wouldn't call
Is this guy a Charlie Kirk impersonator? I never noticed that, but maybe he's
myself a Renaissance man. But I respect the ideal, and yes, I do have diverse
You aspire
interests.
to that, yes.
Yeah, and I aspire to be good at different things, right? I'm not some box that you check.
You can't put me in a box.
In
What
some
are you
sort
thinking?
of ordered society.
You think I'm just a politician? No, sir. I'm a politician and a rapper.
Me and I will have multiple.
A Renaissance man, could speak many languages.
Yeah.
He knew archery. He knew horsemanship.
I feel like, is this true about Bill Maher? Like,
Sports could be the same guy plays music, or piano.
Music, sword fighting.
So I try to do this in the campaign trail.
We need to get back to candidate sword fighting. Why don't candidates sword fight anymore?
Gets under my teams, makes them nervous sometimes. But we'll play the piano. I play college kids in tennis when I travel across the country. We'll get the best college players in the local college tennis team hit with them.
Wait, isn't there something about his tennis thing? Has his tennis game become a subject of ridicule? Like, have people made fun of his tennis?
I rapped to Eminem at the Iowa State Fair.
I saw.
Oh, you saw that.
Don't do that again.
Don't do that again. Okay. So we got to take a little diversion here. It's about time we talked about. Oh my God, that's scary. Vivek Ramaswamy raps. Rapping. Because he's been doing this. He's been rapping.
But he keeps on forgetting what he wrote down. The whole crowd loud. He opens his mouth, but the words won't come out. He's joking how everybody's joking now. The clock's run out. Time's up. Over. Plow. Snap back to reality. Up there goes gravity. Up there goes gravity. He's so mad, but he won't give up. He goes back to these notes. He's so mad at these notes. He goes back to 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 this mobile home. Back to the lab and get your soul rhapsody.
Oh my God.
But he keeps on forgetting what he wrote down. The whole crowd loud. He opens his mouth.
It's so bad. It's so enormously bad, right? It's like, okay, it's karaoke rap. And it's not good karaoke. Like, right, he's got Eminem singing on the track, and you can see how much he's off by just hearing, like, I am pretty sure that this is not the only time that he rapped. Is it this one? No. There was another Fox News thing where he raps. And it's somehow... he freestyles. Wait, let's try... Majority Report. I know that they've covered this.
I don't know if they videotaped it. They just like, sort of
Republican Party, their fortunes rise. Not rising, in a way in which that they are going.
You were, I've seen the video, you were a libertarian rapper.
Oh, no.
Explain that, Mr. Ramaswamy.
Well, look, the things they're digging up, they're going.
He used to rap about libertarian politics.
Deep, and I have to say, some of these opposition research stories are false, but I will confirm that one is true. I was a little bit of a libertarian freestyler in college and had some fun with it.
Do you remember any of that rapper? Do you have some freestyling to do today, Vivek?
Oh my God.
Get ready.
But it's not like a kind of thing you remember, right? You just say what you're inspired to
top of the dome
say. So, I like, that's kind of what I'm doing on the campaign trail in some senses, freestyling my message.
All right, very good.
Go ahead. You want to join us on the campaign trail? You want to join us on the campaign trail? We can do that. I often open up. I say, my name's Vivek. It rhymes with cake. It ain't about thee. It isn't about me. It is about thee. The United States is about liberty. So, Fox and friends, join us on the trail. We'll have some fun. I'll see you out the trail.
Oh, no.
It rhymes. About me. It is about thee. The United States is about thee. It isn't about me. I often open up. I say, my name's Vivek. It rhymes with cake. It ain't about thee. It isn't about me. It is about thee. The United States is about liberty. So, Fox and friends, join us on the trail. We'll have some fun. I'll see you out the trail. I often open up. I say, my name's Vivek. It rhymes with cake. It ain't about thee. It isn't about me. It is about thee. The United States is about liberty. So, Fox and friends, join us on the trail. We'll have some fun. I'll see you out the trail. Cake. It ain't about thee. It isn't about me. It is about thee. The United States is about liberty. So, Fox and friends, join us on the trail. We'll have some fun. I'll see you out the trail.
Go ahead.
You want to join us on the campaign trail? You want to join us on the campaign trail? We can do that. I often open up. I say, my name's Vivek. It rhymes with cake. It ain't about thee. It isn't about me. It is about thee. The United States is about liberty. So, Fox and friends, join us on the trail. We'll have some fun. I'll see you out the trail.
Oh, no.
He rhymed. Trail was the end of that?
Oh, what was Deucey's face when he was... Can we just watch Deucey?
My poor ears.
See at the end?
Yeah,
I almost want to zoom in on him as he's trying to jam out to this.
Us on the campaign trail. You want to join us on the campaign trail? We can do that. I often open up. I say, my name's Vivek. It rhymes with cake. It ain't about thee.
Somebody needs to take this and match it up with a Casio keyboard rhythm. You know what I mean? Like a basic out-the-box Casio rhythm.
It isn't about me. It is about thee. The United States is about liberty. So.
Look at Deucey.
About
Look at Deucey right now.
What
are you doing?
It ain't about me. It's about
friends, join us on.
Oh my God!
Allow me to do some research.
Why are we bringing Shakespeare into this? What is?
I'll too. Okay.
You might as well throw a thou in.
Yeah.
Based
rhyme
on
that with something.
My name is Sam.
Like rhyme it with kapow. My rhymes are more mightier than thou. Whene'er we fight, I go kapow.
My name is Sam. That's I was able to rhyme Sam with Sam.
Thank you. There's a reason we started off with Edmund Spencer, right?
If he was like, it seemed like he started and then he got a little bit caught up and the meter sort of fell off.
He lost it.
I think Deucey didn't
gotta lose it.
He was being rapped at for a little bit there, but
well, I couldn't tell if he was saying, "Join us on the campaign trail," so you can be on the campaign trail.
Yeah.
So what's a libertarian rap entail, right?
I'm trying to find.
Okay, here's I can predict. Like he thought he had a rhyme. He didn't have a rhyme. He went back to the same word.
Oh, it's got to be like
my rhymes are fly. My beats are sick. If you want to reach the kids, you got to do it to a hip hop beat. Oh, I thought that
I
was
don't
like...
have gold chains. I have gold in my basement.
It also doesn't rhyme.
I'm not pretending to be a freestyle rapper as Vivek is.
It could be like, I don't have gold chains. I have gold in my basement chains.
Yeah. All right. Maine.
Oh
my God.
I've got gold in my basement that's off the... I don't know.
Thought he wasn't going to take the bait at first. Like he was...
He should have known better.
And I was
just
like...
went with that platitude of like, I'm sort of doing that on the campaign.
He thought he had a... He thought he had bars.
In trail as we go out.
There were just no bars there.
And talk about, and then he, like, it was It
I was like, this kind of smooth. Like, you can get out of this potentially embarrassing moment, and then he just couldn't help
Just like you can get out of the potentially embarrassing moment of getting caught up in the ad break, you can do it with a Twitch Prime, which is for free, or you can do it with $5, which is not for free, but costs $5, but it still gets you out of the ad break. Or you can do it, if you're lucky enough, with a gift sub from somebody that is generous enough to want to save you from the ad break, which is coming up in what, like 15 minutes? Oh my god.
Honestly,
I had to do that one though.
It felt like to me that they wanted this. Like they had fed this fact to Fox.
They were like, let's do this. Let's have him rap on the news.
Yes. And if Vivek,
I don't need no gold chains. I got the blockchain.
Thought that Ducey was supposed to say, "Will you do some for us?" And that like it was supposed.
See, like if they really wanted to do this, I want Ducey to be like, I want Ducey to beatbox. Which
to
I
look
can't
like
do.
a moment where it was sort of pulled out.
Ducey, I'm sure Ducey could
out of Vivek, but Ducey didn't go there.
Steve Ducey, like right the man, the myth, the legend, the human percussion machine.
And so Vivek's like, well, wait, before we sign
the
up.
Human 808. That is Steve Ducey.
Let me do a couple.
Because I'm looking for the raps right now and they don't show up. And if this was a real thing that pre-existed this news segment and was
no, I think it was a real thing.
It was reported in like the Harvard Crimson. It was like he would freestyle at Harvard. I don't know if they videotaped it. They just like, sort of interviewed him for it.
Libertarian rap.
And he went by Vivek. DA space VEK.
I am
Vivek. Really? Vivek?
I am quite sure that this is real.
He'll bake you a cake.
And I am quite sure, based upon this exchange.
Don't bother him while he's on his break.
That he was trying to do it because
no lobbyist money he won't take.
They think it's going to appeal to the kids.
All the rest of these rappers fake.
And it very well may appeal to Republican
professional wrestling with Jake the Snake
young voters.
God, no.
But boy, oh boy, that was not good. I mean, even his first line, which he obviously had been doing for
I did one too
decades. My name is Vivek. It rhymes with cake. Like, honestly,
I know. It's not even clever. It has nothing to do with him.
I rap just like Zarathustra spake.
I think Vivek has paid influencers to cover his stuff on social
It's
media.
Vivek. It rhymes with cake.
Yeah.
Matt.
It's not Vivek. Let's play it again. Can we settle this? It's Vivek. It rhymes with cake. Play that part, please.
I often open up, I say, my name's Vivek. It rhymes with cake. It ain't about thee. It isn't about me. It is about thee. The United States is about liberty. So Fox and friends, join us on the trail. We'll have some fun. I'll see you out the trail.
See you out the trail.
Very nicely done.
Well, that's a drop.
Amazing. I ain't no gold.
I'm trying to think, maybe like, you know what, like Fox and Friends, like check your mail. We'll have you come out and join us on the trail. I don't know how that would have worked out for him. But so what that it rhymes with cake?
Yeah.
I guess I just don't get it because I'm not hip.
I probably would have said something to do with a spicy take.
I'm not a hip guy, so I don't get the.
My name is Vivek. It rhymes with cake. Watch out for my spicy take. No.
All the references.
I mean, if he said he liked cake, that would like be a little bit better, but you know, like in the other sense of the word, but he's too lame and libertarian for that.
Yeah, so that's what's going on with Vivek Ramaswamy. And Bill Maher is actually right here. I'm not used to agreeing with Bill Maher on anything, but he's right. He's right. Vivek should never rap again. Vivek,
why not?
Sorry, Vivek.
Because it didn't turn out well for Kendall Roy on
If you can't rap, don't.
Succession. When
I didn't get to that part of it.
Oh, well, he rapped at his father's birthday party. And
really?
Guys who are not rappers rap.
Pushing out the frosting like he baking a cake. I can't rap for shit because he's fashy and fake.
It's just, I'm telling you, It's just as a friend.
But my view, Bill, is I kind of do what I feel like doing at that moment.
Yeah, that's
so
the problem.
That's
You
kind of
can't
my.
always.
my
I know,
general-
but when
and that's
people,
the spirit.
It's in the moment, Bill. You wouldn't understand.
Bar Renaissance.
Okay, but
It's the spirit of the Renaissance. Though the Renaissance men, unironically, they didn't do rap battles, but they would sometimes do poetry rap battles, and they could do it extemporaneously right off the top of the dome. They would make up like lines of poetry, and were they as good as the poetry that they could write if they sat down and thought about it? Probably not. But that was a Renaissance man thing.
I don't want.
Want to invent the swivel chair? I'll invent the swivel chair. That's kind of where I'm at.
Like if I can't rap, I'll invent the swivel chair. Okay, and make up a homebrew for the common cold while you're at it. No, he'll make up a cold homebrew for COVID. It'll be like bleach and like fish tank cleaner mixed with like horse paste.
The idea of president, I do what I want at whatever moment, is not like an appealing thing. I see why your team is trying to take you away. Just the rapping. Tennis is great, but
well, tennis is more fun anyway. So
okay, so the tennis is something that they rip on him for too. Do we need to see him play tennis? Is he like that bad? Or is it just that he brags about it? That's... Oh, go shirtless on the campaign trail 3 hours ago. This is what he looks like without a shirt. Wait, he's not that bad. Is that bad at tennis? Maybe I just don't know tennis.
GOP presidential candidate Vivek Ramaswamy playing tennis shirtless, posted on Twitter. 3 hours of debate prep. And you may have noticed, being shirtless seems to be a trend among other presidential candidates. Back in June, Robert F. Kennedy Jr.
I mean, nobody asked for this, right? But
shirtless.
Here it is anyway.
All right, Chris Direwald.
No.
Is this a new trend we have to look forward to?
Well, I'm going to have to spend
Next thing, he's going to start eating liver.
the rest of this campaign cycle trying to.
He's going to start eating raw organ and neats.
Here, Vivek Ramaswamy grunting as
How
he
long
hits
till that
the
becomes a
tennis
meme?
ball.
Is that Karl Rove? No.
I assume it's
No.
being memed currently, and it's dank, brother. It's dank.
It's dank.
I mean, I could have gone.
R.I.P. dank. Okay, that word is dead now. Yeah, he just killed it. All right, nothing is ever going to be dank again, and it's his fault.
My whole life without seeing that, but I just want to point
I was
out
about to
there's a
blame the Hill for this, but no, this is News Nation.
double standard. There's no women doing what he's doing out there. So
Where's Nikki
let's
Haley?
think about it.
This is going south real fast.
Thanks for watching. Go to News Nation.
Yeah, this is not dank. This is definitely not dank.
that's where I'm at.
It's not like Bill Maher's clove cigarettes, which are verifiably your poem.
Right.
But my point is, I think we have lost that spirit, right? Our inner animal spirit as a country, and the people who.
Alas, for these masses of unknowing rakes who try to ensnare the people with their fakes, I cannot find in us an honest place, but lie and cheat right to our face. So I'll see you out the trail. Oh my God! And I'll also see you. That's right, at the 3/4 of an hour ad break, which is coming up in right about 7 minutes. 7 minutes from now, if you do not have a little face by your name, you will be forced to view an ad. And that ad will last for a little bit longer than you realize 1 minute and 30 seconds can last for. When you're watching an ad, it feels like longer than that. So you'll have to deal with that, right? Now, there's some ways you can get out of that. If you have Amazon Prime, you've got a free sub. If you give it to me, you will get out of it that way, right? You could also pay $5. You can get out of it that way. Or if you're lucky, you could get gifted a sub. You can get out of it that way. But it all depends on your luck. Somebody feeling generous, and your presence in the chat. So the more you're in chat, the more you're chatting, the more likely that kind of thing is to happen, and it does happen.
Has been caged. It's been tamed. It's been domesticated by this.
Whenever I see feels dank, I immediately think of hygiene.
Culture that celebrates vulnerability, victimhood, and penalizes the pursuit of excellence and being free.
Wait, I feel like I need to extend my reach here. No, not like that. I need room for my hands to do the talking. So I'll see you out the trail. Yeah. Yeah, there we go. Now I can talk with my hands. Awesome.
And my view is, I think it's a mentality that now we're doing well.
You can program the ads to appear at specific times relative to when you start the stream, I believe, is the correct answer. I think.
When I was at 0.0%, I said the same thing. I'd rather just tell people in this country.
And unless it's different, like if you can actually like tether it to the clock, to the actual real clock, that would be really cool. But I think as it is, it's tethered to when you start streaming, so.
Who I am and what I stand for. And if they want to vote for me, fine.
Oh yeah, you definitely.
And if they don't, then don't. I will be very comfortable with that decision.
Well, I mean,
but I wish more I would wish for more politicians to step up and embrace that.
Right, but like whatever you're getting, 7%.
Like something about that chair, it seems like it should be. Those restaurants where the waitstaff is supposed to be rude to you? Like where that's the game that you're rude to the waitstaff and the waitstaff is, it's like a 50s diner. Like that's what that feels like. It'd be like one of those places.
No one's taking that seriously like someone with 7%. Now, could you be president? Yes, yeah. Things could change. But this is the time when you're at 7. I've seen this before with politicians, when you can say anything, because no one's paying that much of attention. And
You're
it's not
only
like,
at okay, so here's the beginning of the disrespect, right? Here's the beginning of the disrespect. I mean, you're at 7%. Nobody cares what you say. Just go ahead and say the ridiculous thing that you're going to say, and we'll all laugh at you.
Not going to
because we've already kind of laughed at his rap stylings, thanks to the only thing that Bill could have done that would have made me a little happier is if he had actually played some of Vivek's rap and he had like gassed him up a little bit. Oh no, you know what you do? Okay, I gotta say it. Now tell me if this is mean, chat. Tell me, is this me being toxic? Am I crossing the line? Am I letting the darkness take over? And I should check myself, right? I think Vivek comes onto my show and talks like, I don't insult his rap. I praise his rap. I talk about how great his rap is, and I beg him to please grace us with a few bars, sir. Could you please do that? There's not a lot of politicians out there that can rap, and if there's one thing that I really want and need in my life, it's a politician that can rap. And you, sir, are the first, like I've never, right? Just be like, I'd be like, I mean, does this make me a bad person? Is this like a bad thing to do? Is this antisocial behavior, I guess, is what I'm asking?
This guy's not going to be president. I know he's a kook who thinks we should get rid.
Give him a cucumber, yeah. No, I'd give him an eggplant.
The I and the IRS, which is kooky.
So you've studied it's not kooky, actually. I'll explain to you why it's not kooky.
It's the FBI?
Let me explain that to you
Who's going to collect taxes and catch kidnappers? You?
So let's talk
You? Are you going to do it?
FBI, actually. You want to talk FBI?
Oh, jeez. Yes, please.
I'm impressed. You've been reading the platform.
I do this for a living. Hello, you've been on my show, right?
Good. Yeah, but
the one thing that it's really weird here is, correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think he actually ends up, like, the right way to handle this, okay? Is to say that you want the FBI gone because you perceive like the FBI as being a check on your God King Trump.
I am.
Yeah, no, I know.
I'm up on political stuff.
Yeah. You're up into political stuff, but this is getting into the details. So shutting down the FBI.
Well, that's a pretty big detail. Get rid of the FBI.
Yeah, I would shut it down, and I'll tell you why.
Oh, Jesus.
See, now here's the thing, okay? If this had happened on real time, like this tack would have worked, right? Bill Maher would have gotten the W. But this is Club Random. This is in Bill Maher's man cave, and there's no audience, right? So there's nobody to like agree with him, right? If he had said like, oh, really, like getting rid of the FBI, and the audience like, ha 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 ha, right? If he had his audience with him, this would have worked. But that's not where he is.
You ready to have an open? You're an open-minded guy.
I'm
There's
listening.
nobody to hear you like be frustrated with his take, with his, and like,
I know you'll listen. So
it's not like really a serious take, right?
So I'm bothering with this, right? By the way, I have a book recommendation for you before I get to it. G-Man, Government Man. It's the history of the FBI. J. Edgar Hoover's history of the FBI. You read that book, that will already open your heart and mind to the argument I'm about.
So the FBI is bad because it is a law enforcement organization. Law enforcement organizations in this country started off with slave patrols and Pinkerton thugs, like union busting Pinkerton thugs. Like, law enforcement is bad in this country because it is literally a tool of enforcing the hegemony of the capitalist class, right? That's what's wrong with it, right? So, you know, it's not like but I mean, like, of course Bill Maher is not going to say that. Of course Bill Maher can't make that argument. He's trying to do the Destiny thing, like, you know, put your hands on your head and be like, oh my God, this guy wants to get rid of the FBI. Oh God, this is such a stupid take, right? But he cannot do that. He cannot do that because there is an audience, right? But it kind of just ends up like it doesn't have the right resonance. It doesn't have the right like reverb in this situation, right? The right way to carry out that attack is with an audience that laughs after everything you said, which Bill Maher's audience would absolutely do. But since you don't have that, it kind of like lets Vivek hang in there. And like, you know, they're two ridiculous takes. Like, abolish the FBI to make sure that politicians like Donald Trump who break the law aren't ever investigated, right? That's one idea. And then the second idea, you know, and he's like talking about shift them over to the federal marshals or U.S. marshals or something like that. That's his plan, right? Versus like, no, the law enforcement is perfect in this country. There's no problems at all with law. I mean, this is just a bad debate to have to listen to.
I'm already reading a book about cross-dressers, so I can't.
Okay, well,
no, I'm kidding.
This can come next,
no.
you know.
Okay, go ahead.
He's like, no, I'm kidding. I'm too homophobic for that.
Important too. But the gist is this. The FBI is a failed institution. It is at once politicized, corrupt, and has been in many ways designed to be corrupt. J. Edgar Hoover designed it that way. The same FBI that threatened Martin Luther King with suicide, blackmailing him over incorrectly collected tapes, is now targeting its domestic terrorists for people who show up at concerned parents of school board meetings. So in some ways, it's built in by design.
That's coming from the FBI?
Yeah, it's coming from the FBI. Now, here's an answer to this, okay? At the local level, you've got local cops, and you've got local prosecutors.
There we go. We're going to go back to the sheriffs. That's the weirdest thing is this guy comes on like some sort of like libertarian or something like that. But what he's actually doing, and he's like, there's points there. Yeah. Like, did the FBI do that stuff to, you know, Martin Luther King? Absolutely. Right. Is the FBI a corrupt organization under J. Edgar Hoover or under whoever? I mean, yeah, yes and no, right? It's not corrupt in the sense that they're breaking the law. It's corrupt in the sense that it operates under, you know, a corrupt set of laws that don't really have a lot to do with the interest of the people that it's supposedly serving and protecting. But he's turning it into like two things: A, like impunity for people like Donald Trump, and B, he wants to turn it into like local sheriff rule of law enforcement, which is terrible.
You don't have a separate bureaucracy sitting in between. Well, now let's talk about the federal level. You've got the U.S. Marshals, and then you got the DOJ.
Oh my God, that's right. Yeah, but he's not going to say that.
Okay, the DOJ has its issues, but you know, I think the president can reform that through good appointments. You don't.
Yeah, all these problems with the FBI, no problem with the local police department or the sheriff's department.
The separate bureaucracy sitting in between.
I mean, like, that is a nightmare scenario, right? Divide the U.S. up into these little fiefdoms of the local sheriff, right? That's...
So I'll walk you through the math, because I know you like details for this to be credible.
Well, certainly for this issue.
Yeah, for this issue, right? Because you brought it up. 35,000 employees at the FBI. 20,000 of them report into work at the J. Edgar Hoover building. Still, they celebrate his legacy. The J. Edgar Hoover building of the FBI they walk into.
In
That's
Washington.
the bureaucratic rot. That's in D.C.
So you're saying
Columbus, completely fine. J. Edgar Hoover, problematic. Like, right? He is literally miffed because, and like, look, he's right. J. Edgar Hoover was a bad dude. That's true. That's literally true. That's unarguable. I wonder, God, I wonder though, like why he thinks that J. Edgar Hoover was bad, because I'm guessing it's a little different for the reasons that I would think that J. Edgar Hoover was bad. But like, it's just weird. Like, hey, we got to leave Columbus alone. Like, if people want to celebrate Columbus Day, let's celebrate Columbus Day. I mean, what's a little genocide between a society and its historical figure? Yeah, that's perfect. Yeah, no problem there. Right. But J. Edgar Hoover, name on the building of the FBI, which you already said was a corrupt, institution. So really, you don't really want a building there at all, right? But you're gonna complain that his name is on the building.
20,000 of the 35,000 FBI.
Yeah, he's absolutely a grifter.
Work in Washington in the same. They fit 20,000 people in one building.
I mean, it's a giant building.
20,000 people.
I don't know how many of them show up in the post-COVID era for Zoom or whatever, and they have field offices.
Well, that is a big building.
But I'm saying on back office functions.
But wait, what is the claim? Wait, the number? Because Maher's kind of like agreeing with him here.
The J. Edgar Hoover building. Still, they
what is the
celebrate his
number
legacy.
again?
35,000 employees at the FBI.
How many do you want? Like, what does anybody else like hear that number and you're like, oh my God, we have that many people working for the FBI? I mean, like, how many would you guess work for any?
20,000 of them report into work at the J. Edgar Hoover building. Still, they celebrate his legacy. The J. Edgar Hoover building of the FBI they walk into. That's the bureaucratic rot. That's in DC.
He's going to get crossfaded. Bill Maher is on his way to getting he's already unable to really hold up his end of the debate, right? He's already kind of sleeping on this conversation. But now he's going to, anyway.
So you're saying 20,000 of the 35,000 FBI men work in Washington in the same.
We should have 15,000, but we have 35,000. Like, source? I made it the fuck up.
They fit 20,000 people in one building?
I mean, it's a giant building.
20,000 people?
I don't know how many of them show up in the post-COVID era for Zoom or whatever, and they have field offices.
Well, that is a big building.
But I'm saying on back office functions. 15.
What is your point, right? What exactly is
1,000 of them are frontline agents.
So many good arguments against the FBI, right? And obviously, the reason that they are going after the FBI is not any good reason. But you against law enforcement in general, right? You could there's so many good arguments, but.
These are good people doing investigative work on drug crimes or sex trafficking or whatever it may be. They're not specialized at the FBI. So I've offered, if I may say it myself, unprecedented detail on how to get...
Source, it was revealed to me in a dream.
This done. Those 15,000 moved some of them to the U.S. Marshals, which have been...
Why? What does that accomplish? What is that? What is he... He's not going to tell us. And Bill Maher's not even going to ask him. Like, that's how you deal with a debate like that. Somebody that's just got this weird, concept of, we're going to take the FBI agents and we're going to move them over to the federal marshals. What is that going to do? What is that going to do? What are you...
Far more effective.
They're going to be far more effective for what reason? That I don't like the branding of the FBI and I do like the branding of the U.S. Marshals.
Fighting child trafficking rings, then the FBI. Move some of them to the DEA.
But the weird thing is, the only thing this relies on is the perception that the FBI is going after Trump, right? That he has not made the argument of why, the DEA is doing good work, and that's funny too, right? Bill Maher's definitely not going to like that, but the DEA is doing good work, the U.S. Marshals are doing good work, they're effective, but the FBI, they do nothing good. All they do is go after Trump, and it's Russia, and it's this is just
which has been far more effective on the front lines of the fentanyl epidemic than has been
If you're going to get rid of an agency, why don't you get
reconstituted Trump tweets or truths?
Rid of that one. The DEA.
Well, actually, the investigative crime, we have laws in this country, so you could debate whether you like the laws or not. But I'm saying as long as you have the laws, we're talking about effectiveness here. And my point is the FBI is broken.
This sounds like a fan argument. I am a fan of the U.S. Marshals. I am not a fan of the FBI. What if the U.S. Marshals got bigger and the FBI got smaller?
Take financial crimes.
So you're saying the 20,000 people who work in Washington, they
The
are
basic grift is sounding like you would be empowering U.S. Marshals, which people don't think of as feds for some reason. That's funny too. U.S. Marshals, they don't get that they're federal marshals. Yeah. I mean, yeah, it's like literally, this is pure argument of branding.
all superfluous?
I can't tell you that every one of them to the last T is, but I've got 4 years to first term. I got to move quickly.
Yeah, I think you just.
And so
I got to move quickly. So even though I haven't thought this out at all, none of it makes sense. It's completely about branding. It's completely this appeal to like, yeah, FBI, do you like that? No, FBI goes after Trump. FBI bad. How about U.S. Marshals? U.S. Marshals? That sounds like a cowboy. I like cowboys. Cowboys are great. Let's make them into cowboys. Can we convert these units from G-men into cowboys and everything will be better?
Top it off.
We'll just make them cowboys.
Shut down the FBI.
Okay, so
move them to the U.S. Marshals, the Financial Crimes Enforcement Network at the U.S. Treasury, to the Secret Service, which handles some financial crime as well, and then to the DEA.
Okay,
That's the answer.
so here's something the FBI was involved with. So I'm asking who would handle this.
Yes.
Say
he doesn't have he's like look, it might not be the perfect answer, it might not even solve anything at all, but we got limited time in my first term. We got to go, we only got 4 years, so we got to do it anyway.
An ally country like Australia.
Yep.
Has a tip, and we trust that they are an ally and the person is credible.
Yep.
And he has been talking to someone who got drunk in a bar and said he had information about how
Agent Cooper is better than the Cowboys. If he really wants to criticize the FBI, all he has to do is mention how they racially profile people. Yeah. Well, I mean, like the thing is, this is what Vivek will never do. Vivek will never, ever, like he makes a point of that. And I think they get into this later. They touched on it earlier. I think they revisit it, but this idea that all racism is historical, all racism is in the past, other than like the few people that are still openly racist, right? But they're not, they're just like these isolated weirdos, right? But that for the most part, like, racism does not continue. Racism only exists if there is a racist out there in like a Klan hood or with a shaved head and Doc Martens, or you know what I mean? Like it's got it, like that's the only thing that counts as racism. It can never be implicit. It's always explicit, in other words.
foreign country, Russia, was trying to infiltrate our election, and he was placed in this candidate's
What day did racism end? You'd get a funny answer if you ask Bill Maher, but he literally thinks that the legislation in the 60s took care of everything.
He was an operative for the person running for president. So the Australian diplomat tells the FBI. Do you think that's right?
Well, I think we could separately talk about the circumstances of that particular case. But you're saying somebody gets a tip.
Well, that's how the Trump-Russia investigation happened.
But I mean, he's talking about Papadopoulos there.
You could argue this in multiple ways, Bill.
Who did go to prison.
Well, what I'm arguing is this.
You could say that actually is part of the corruption that led to an
but what I'm arguing is
existed.
this, because this is what happened.
Yeah.
An Australian diplomat, somebody we trusted, said this guy, it was George Papadopoulos, I think was his name, was a little drunk one night, and he was telling him about how much the Trump campaign team was coordinating with the Russian government. Now, we can argue the rest of the night about what happened after that. Of course, they did. But should that not be investigated by the FBI? And if not the FBI, I don't see how the federal marshals or who the Texas Rangers are going to handle that.
I mean, that is that is like the kind of branding that Vivek is appealing to.
I actually think U.S. Marshals would be a fine place if you move people to that division. As a side, I mean, I'm going to resist the temptation to go down the rabbit hole of debating something that's like a dead horse that we needn't beat for what was, I believe, a deeply flawed Russia collusion narrative that went nowhere. But let's just talk about something like it, is your question, for the purpose of reorganizing the FBI.
We have facts that are, at least we have the reports.
Look, I mean, like the whole thing is that like there was a coziness. There absolutely 100% was a coziness between Trump and Putin, between Trump and Russia, right? And individual actors within the Trump administration did violate the law. George Papadopoulos being an example. I think was that what Flynn went to jail for too? I don't remember why, like it's been forever. I don't remember why exactly Flynn went to jail, but yeah, there were Trump officials. But if you think that there is something that was done by the Trump campaign, by Trump himself, that there is a legal culpability that would reverse the results of the 2016 election, which is how some liberals talked about it, or that, you know what I mean, that this makes that this rolls back the election, or yada yada yada. I mean, look, that we literally have a system where the only way that a president can be held to account is by an impeachment proceedings, and if you have half of the legislative body willing to stand by this guy no matter what, then you're not going to have a conviction. You're not going to successfully impeach and remove from office. So yeah, no, there's no way Trump was not going to get removed from office by any of that stuff, right? But I don't know. It's
of two.
They're both wrong.
Republicans, right? We had the John Durham report, right?
We have a Durham report, yep.
And what was the one before that?
The Durham report was about the FBI's.
Horowitz.
Yeah, yeah.
They were both about the investigation of the investigation.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
The FBI opened this investigation into whether Trump was too involved with Russia. Let's just put it that way, based on this Australian tip. And of course, it turned out he was. His campaign manager was sharing polling data with a guy in the GRU.
But you know who else was too involved with Russia? Was the Hillary Clinton campaign.
That's ridiculous.
It was via the British guy Christopher Steele with the Russian disinformation operative getting the golden shower story planted down, used as opposition.
So I mean, that sounds like a Vosh technique right there. And sometime I need to come out with this video, right? Because there is a disturbing parallel between the social media techniques used by somebody like Donald Trump in the 2016 election and further, right? And somebody like Vosh, right? And you can see how much of Trump's propaganda Vosh literally just took and was like, oh yeah, Trump derangement disorder, Vosh derangement disorder, Orange Man bad, Vosh bad, right? There's so much of that stuff. There's so much of their social media technique is the same thing. You get caught doing something really messed up and yikes and gross, double down. Giga Chad that, right? Be like, that's right, I did it and I do it again, right? There's so much of a similarity there, but
party research.
That's a red herring, and you know it.
The dossier, the Steele dossier, the whole thing about this, there being supposedly a tape of Trump taking a shower that is golden in color, right? And that somehow there's a tape out there of Trump, having what is considered by some a degrading act done to him, and that Trump is thereby being blackmailed by Russian intelligence officials to do whatever they want, right? That's the theory. That doesn't seem to have any support. No tape is coming forward, doesn't seem to exist, right? That's not a real thing. But that was wrong. But then Papadopoulos literally went to jail. So, he's got members of his cabinet being convicted over this stuff. So there is stuff going on. It's just not there's some red herrings too, like the supposed P tape.
Both parties. Okay. Politics apparently is far dirtier than I've ever imagined in both political parties. And I just don't think it was good for the country, Bill, that we had that impeachment inquiry for the first 2 years.
Let's go back to what we can actually talk about for real.
Yeah, because this is just like ancient stuff.
No. Because the two reports.
Okay.
The Durham report.
Yeah, what's not good for this country is stuff like what Trump's been doing getting normalized, right? So that there's never not only is there never any consequences for a high elected official like a president in doing some of these things, but there's never even a thought of consequences. If Trump gets away from it, and even if it's something like, that judges and prosecutors and whoever's involved decide, what? he's guilty, but this would be really bad for the country because half of the country are going to think that this was bias, right? If they'd made that decision, that would be horrible. That would literally set a precedent that all you have to do if you want to get away with anything is act like a fascist, right? All you got to do is make those threats and you can do whatever you want. And yeah, I mean, like there is a lot wrong with what American politicians, particularly executives, do. And you know, they get away with doing things that are wrong. But I mean, Trump's brazen criminality is like on another level. It's just not something that you can, you know, pretend didn't happen.
And they both said the same thing. And these are Republicans. At least Durham is.
I mean, to me, I could care less about the partisan distinction.
Well, everybody else cares about it. So let's not pretend you don't care.
Well, the reason I don't care because there's a lot.
He cares.
I think about it as whether or not you're part of the managerial class or whether you're actually
that's not how,
being accountable.
Well, that's important too, but also.
And that exists in the Republican Party and the Democrat Party alike. That
but we are
class.
crazy partisan right now, and people only stick with their team, even when they know better.
I tell grassroots conservative audiences across this country, even when I go to places like Iowa, and this will surprise some people. I think it's unique to now. I tell hard conservative audiences that I could care less for the Republican Party.
Yeah, literally. I was thinking that, Shakespeare.
I really could. And I go places like south side of Chicago.
That's not brave. That's how Trump got elected.
Well, I mean, I think I here's something that's a little bit.
The Republican Party.
I'm not claiming to be brave. I'm just claiming to be where the country is right now. The country does not care as much for those partisan distinctions as the observers of politics would think. I went to the south side of Chicago. I went to Kensington in the inner city of Philadelphia. Now, those are places where Trump didn't go or where other Republicans don't go.
Good for you.
Well, the thing that I found is that here's what I will say. I've probably done hundreds of campaign events. I have not been in a room that was more hard line on two things, closing the southern border and ending the war in Ukraine, than an audience of 200, mostly 99% of them black Democrats in supposedly hardcore left.
Doesn't mean they're right.
Inner city of Chicago, which is interesting.
Doesn't mean they're right or it's not the right thing to do to keep funding the Ukraine war.
We can come to that in a second, but my point was a different one, which is that the partisan...
Did he share his rap skills there? Good question.
Boundaries on two of the most important issues of our time, probably the most important foreign policy question right now is what we do with the war in Ukraine. And a fundamental issue relating to our southern border, because they're turning South Shore High School into an encampment for migrants. It's a fascinating finding that no Republican has showed up there. Now, they differed from me drastically, and we had at it. And one woman walked out and left when I'm against racial reparations. And so we have real disagreements. But the most, and I'm not exaggerating this, the most vehement agreement for militarizing the southern border and taking $200 billion to aid Ukraine for a community that says, wait a minute, this migrant's getting $7,000 per person per month in South Shore High School. B, we're sending $200 billion to some other country halfway around the world. What about me? And there are deep echoes of that in the non-establishment wing of the Republican Party as well, which is why I come back to the fact that, agree or not,
the man cave of Bill Maher gets uglier every time you see it.
Not with the individual policy positions. I just don't think that right.
What is that bottle on next to Vivek?
Now, the moment we live in?
Because to me, it kind of looks like a bottle of Mickey's.
R versus D captures it, which is inspiring, actually.
No, it's not. It's like seltzer or something.
Possibility.
I wish you were right. I don't think you are about that. Not that everything you said there was wrong. I mean, it's important stuff. I mean, I let
the green tent fool
you're
me.
Such a good talker. And
is it mineral water?
Such a likable guy. I think you really could go.
Yeah, like sparkling.
I mean, I must say, you're one of the few guys who I find both disarming and alarming.
Thank you. Thank you, Bill. That's it.
I don't think you meant that as a compliment.
But like, compliment. No, I mean it. No, I mean, look, you're attractive looking, you're young. The country is, first of all, here's a big advantage you have. Biden and Trump, people hate this matchup, and they hate that there's two geriatrics. So you're like the most not that.
They're both over twice my age, literally. Yeah.
Right, and you've got color in your face that's not either orange or ghostly.
But
these are all.
There are older people who can be sharp, and there are younger people who have lost their wits. But I think I would like to think.
Yeah, I was about to say he like I don't think Vivek was like. Appreciated being called attractive. I see he had like a weird response. Like I don't think that Bill was trying to
think, and I think so far we're having fun in this bringing a young spirit to running the country. Even when I think about the cabinet, this is neither here nor there, but when I was running my companies,
I was just saying that these chairs, they look like a chair that you'd see, you know, those like those diners that are like 50s style diners, and like the wait staff wear like all kinds of flair on their uniforms, like little pens and brooches and it's just like weird items on there. Yeah, it's like one of those, like, right, you'd see this kind of chair there.
My philosophies was, even in the industries that I was in, right? So the
looks
first
like something out of 1988 Indiana.
Industry was the biotech industry. The median age at our company for the biotech industry was young in terms of people who work there. And for me, at least, and this is the way I would run the federal government, it might be different for other people in the way they built their companies, but for me, I tend to find that people whose peak in their career is still yet ahead of them. I'm not going to say young or old, because there could be people who are advanced in years whose peak is still ahead of them.
Yeah.
But somebody, whoever it is,
as long as you're young at heart,
is their peak is ahead of them, versus somebody who actually has a great resume. But by definition, if you have a great resume, it means you've accomplished great things. By definition, if you've accomplished great things, for many people, that means that chances are your peak might be behind you and you're obsessed.
You got to make sure that you never accomplish great things so that your peak will always stay in front of you. Yeah, I feel like I've lived my life correctly.
With talking about that, boy, do we accomplish a lot more with people whose peak.
Yeah, you're right. Corn Pop for Prez mentioning that Vivek is running neck and neck with one little Rhonda DeSantis.
Is still ahead of them. So my campaign, fully staffed by young people. My campaign manager is younger than me. You know, talk about the way
oh God, you're right, Metley. Bill doesn't even know who's running.
Built my companies. So for the federal government, when
But
I think about my
maybe you
cabinet,
should have some older
we're gonna do the
people
same. A few.
Wait, you introduced that idea of like, you know, you're kind of cool because like you're attractive, which Vivek didn't want to hear from Bill for some reason, and also you're very young, which I think is a backhanded compliment at best, right? Because you'll see what that means to Bill.
A few, of
maybe
course.
he set him up. I don't know. Maybe he doesn't like this guy.
You know, every society.
But it will lean young.
You're
It will
from
skew young.
You're
is
from
what
an
I-
ancient culture that seemed to understand, like most cultures in the world, the village elders.
Yes.
You know, Confucianism in China. Like most countries revere the elders for their wisdom. It's true. You have a great amount of energy at 38. You're super smart. But I do see something that alarms me. Truly.
Fair enough.
I don't think it, like, I see he's laying a trap for him, and like he's basically trying to say, like, you're too young, you're too sure of yourself, you need to stick around and, like, you know, learn more. I don't know. Because
you don't have the wisdom about certain issues. I don't think you think Trump lost the election.
Well, I think that big tech interfered. You and I have talked about this like a year ago.
What the fuck?
So big tech interfered by not letting us see enough pictures of Hunter Biden's hog. Hunter Biden's hog was out there, and Twitter banned it. And if more people had seen Hunter's hog, then maybe Americans would have felt different about the election. Yeah.
Does that matter?
I want to say
who got the most. Of course, big tech interfered. They interfered for Trump. What was
the largest,
that? Was all about Fox
illegal,
News being.
It's the largest illegal campaign contribution.
Oh God, yeah, you're right. He was doing that
in human history.
Okay, but who actually got more votes?
Biden got. I mean, literally in terms of the number of votes that were counted.
And Biden won the states.
I have seen no evidence to suggest
there is
that there
none.
was.
That's why you haven't seen it. And so Biden won the Electoral College.
I want to come back.
Wait, just answer this. No.
Yeah.
You're on Bill Maher. You only get to talk like 25% of the time. Come on, get with it.
You can't come back. You can't play politician.
Well, I want to come back to it after we're done with this.
Did Biden win the amount of electoral votes that they said he won, and therefore is the legitimate president?
I think the reason
that's the other thing that's weird about this show is it manifests itself. It manifests. I sound like Marianne Williams. It manifests. It presents itself as an interview, right? This is an interview. Bill Maher, host, sitting with Vivek Ramaswamy, guest, right? So it's an interview. So, right, you'd think it'd be like, I don't know, 70% Vivek, 30% Bill, 40% Vivek, 60% Bill. Or no, sorry, like the other way around. So, but like regardless, you'd think that it would lean like in an interview. You generally like the guest is doing the most of the talking, right? Not so in this one.
Not
There's
the
two
right
reasons.
answer.
No, the reason the election was rigged was big tech. That's really the answer, Bill. And I'm David.
He literally thinks that. He literally thinks that if the Hunter Biden like. If the Hunter Biden pictures were allowed to run hog wild in social media, you would have seen a different result. But he literally found a way to be like, yeah, Trump should have won. Trump was robbed. Trump was unfairly treated.
Big tech is always it does matter.
Here's what matters.
But we can't at the moment. It's happened.
I accept Biden's the duly elected president of the United States. I said it at the time, and I said it now.
Everybody does bad things during campaigns, including using big tech. What matters is then who got the most votes. We have to start with somewhere that's real. That's what's real. Who won those states that puts him in the White House? And you cannot just say to me, yes, Biden won the election. Because
I said that at the time. I said
so
it at the time,
Biden
and I've
won
said it
the
ever
election.
since. Biden had the most votes in the election. Biden had the most
can't
votes.
say
in the
those words. It's like you're a husband who can't say.
No, Biden had. But the reason is, Bill. I mean, there's good data on this. We were systematically suppressed. The Hunter Biden bribery story, which is relevant today.
That's what
on the eve of an election where most people who are independent said, many people who are independent, enough to change the outcome of the election, said they would have changed their vote had they had access to that information.
Look, that's as weak of a claim as Hillary fans claiming that the timing and the way that the Comey revelations rolled out, right, which looked bad for Hillary and happened at an inopportune moment in the campaign for her, right? There are Hillary people out there that'll say because of that, you know, the Trump's win was illegitimate, and it's not. It's just like I don't know what you're trying to say there, right? That like, I mean, like a stronger claim would be that the Electoral College once again elected a president that the popular vote would have rejected, but doesn't hold any like legal force to it, right? But I mean, like this that he's saying is like worse than that. Like what I'm saying is that the Hillary Clinton people who I really think need to take a moment of introspection and look into themselves and look at their candidate and figure out what's wrong with that candidate, why she was the worst candidate possible for that moment, and how it was entirely her fault that Donald Trump was even in contention for that presidential race, right? Donald Trump should not have come close to being president. It takes a remarkably bad politician to come close to losing to Donald Trump. And indeed, she didn't lose in the popular vote, but she lost in the electoral vote because she was too damn close in the popular vote. And that's a terrible candidate. And Hillary fans still will not admit it, still think that it was Bernie's fault or that it was Comey's fault, or no, it was Hillary's fault. Please get it through your heads.
It's the greatest form of election interference in human history.
No,
that's actually the fact.
That would be Russia. If you're listening, please find Hillary's emails and then release them on WikiLeaks. That was the biggest breach. I mean, you can't really believe it.
You're talking about James Comey and his statements before the 2016 election.
I'm talking about Trump. Trump said that. I don't need James Comey. Trump said, Russia, if you're listening. You don't remember that moment?
I mean...
You don't remember that?
I don't particularly remember that moment, but I'm talking about large technology companies in this last election.
Okay.
I just think if we don't learn from that, Bill, we're destined to make the same mistakes again.
Look at Bill. He's so frustrated. Vivek used like, I've never heard that before. That's news to me. I don't know. Is that true? I don't know. Right? He's using like...
But here's what I'll say.
He's using his unfamiliarity with the facts of the 2016 election as... like a fig leaf over his insufficient argument. Easy rhetorical trick completely derails Maher. Well, like I said, Maher is at this point crossfaded, right? He's imbibed in two different types of intoxicating substances, and he's feeling the effects.
That's an example of what you'll call lack of wisdom.
Okay,
and we can agree to disagree on that.
You're running as like, I'm not the bullshitter guy like the other guys, and then you just told me You don't remember when Trump said,
I actually don't, but
it was a
but
giant moment that's been replayed a zillion times.
When I was in business and
you're, oh really? You were that tuned out from politics?
I mean, what Trump was saying on a given day in 2016.
If you say so, I didn't pay that close of attention.
Given day, really. that was replayed a zillion times
He's
because
so
it was
frustrated
he was
too.
impeached over this.
I think the impeachment, though, I can talk about. I mean, the impeachment was on a flawed basis. I mean, that's a hard reason. We now understand. But here's the problem right now. We are still spending, and this is why I'm in this race. We have spent literally 7 years now relitigating and rehashing that series of events that, whatever they are, is not going to change.
What does his mug say? Let's get America re-something?
Well, yes,
and I think that's what's wrong with this election right now as well.
Well, that's the nature of justice. When people commit crimes, if they're not punished for it, then they tend to commit the crimes again. So the fact that we're still talking about it, yes, he's got
I think these indictments are deeply politicized. I think they're a bad idea for the future of the country.
Well, let's just talk about the one that matters, the one where he tried to overthrow the United States government. You don't think that
You're talking about the third one from Jack Smith.
I'm talking about
Jack Smith indictment.
Absolutely.
So I believe that of course, I would have made very different judgments than Trump made that day. But Trump expressing his view on the outcome of the election, even knowingly telling a lie, is not unconstitutional.
Great.
It's not a legal violation.
So
Alvarez is a case.
Once again, we're turning. Wait. Yeah, we're turning what's essentially a plot to reverse the peaceful transfer of power and then use the elements of the United States military to suppress any resistance to that. Right? That's literally what the plan was. But that's just free speech. That's just
2012.
But he didn't just.
It's just like his opinion, man.
He said
he's allowed to have an opinion, isn't he?
Can have a First Amendment right to lie. And Jack Smith's indictment acknowledges that, which is the interesting part about this.
Okay, but this is not what we're talking about. We're talking about things like putting up fake electors. That's not just words. They did that. A slate of fake electors. We're talking about a guy on tape saying, this is the one that came down the other day about Georgia, a guy on tape saying, I need you to find me 11,708.
But again, that was Trump's freedom of speech to say, find me 11,700 and whatever votes, one more than we need.
80 more votes.
One more than we have, yeah.
Now, that alone, if I just had that, wouldn't that be a case? I need you to find me, he's saying
and they didn't do it, right?
But that, I tried to rob a bank the other day and I didn't get the money.
So wait, he would only be legally liable if the Georgia state government had colluded with him in that violation of electoral process? That's the only way that's a problem?
What law? I mean, here's where I'm at.
Annexation of Poland is just free expression. I guess so.
Bad judgment or every bad act is a crime.
Oh my God.
What law did that violate?
He's the president.
What law did that violate?
Probably the oath of office that he took when he would defend the United States.
How many people know what law that violated, right? Obviously, he's indicted, so it does violate a law. But I guess if you don't know the exact law that was violated and that if you haven't read up on that criminal proceedings, maybe you don't know, right? Like Vivek, name me a law that you know, right? I bet, look, he'd probably think of something. He'd think of the No Child Left Behind Act, or he'd think of some random piece of legislation, the Farm Bill or something like that, right? But it'd take him a minute. It'd take him a minute to be to actually think of a law. But in terms of laws, legal on the books laws that will get you, X amount of criminal penalty if you violate them, most of us, beyond the basic ones that you see in trial in lawyer shows, you don't really know.
That's not what is more essential.
But that's not oh my God.
George Bush violated the oath of
this works in a debate.
Office
what is more
when he sent troops to Iraq. This is why we vote people out. That's how elections work.
I know, but
So I think that's the fundamental difference on how we do things in the United States, where you're taking deeply held judgments that you disagree with. Great, go to the ballot box and vote. That's how we do things in the United States of America.
Which
you
is
and I will have
exactly
different
exactly what he's on trial for. One of the counts is
I think it's
cheating people out of their vote.
The question is, what's best for the country at this point in time?
Well,
and I do not think that
we're going to pivot. That's a complete pivot, right? He just noticed that he changed his argument right there.
Middle of an election.
Well, the first thing we can decide. I agree
now
with you.
The argument is the country is too fragile for its laws to be upheld, because half of the country has gotten used to detaching itself from what's actually going on. And like we saw recently with climate change, nope, space lasers, Chinese Communist Party space lasers. That's what's causing the wildfires, right? They are so like primed for this. Anything that's inconvenient, anything that would contradict their viewpoint and make them reconsider it is fake news. It's the Matrix making it look like that, but it's not reality. It's a conspiracy. Everybody is a paid actor. Everybody is a Fed, right? You've heard it before.
And look at the timing of this
indictment. They have developed a defense against any facts that are not convenient.
I agree with you that it may prove that we may look back on this and say, because the indictments only make Trump stronger. He's like a rapper. You know, the more times he gets arrested, the more street cred he has. And
yeah, kind of like Vivek.
The idea that Republicans don't like him because they love that he's the porn stars. They love that he was fucking porn. They love to be fucking porn stars, Republicans, gay porn stars, but still.
I think, Bill, to really understand what's going on in the country, we have, first of all, right now, on one hand, the son of a U.S. president collecting multi-million dollar bribes from foreign countries that president
doesn't want to be picked
now
up right now,
arguably making good on in different ways.
Oh gosh!
And on the other hand, we have
that's true.
A former president of the United States that currently, by the way, it would be a lot easier for me if Trump were eliminated.
No, don't eat plastic.
And some of the recent polls this week, I'm in second.
Do not eat
polling
plastic.
averages, I'm in third. It would be a lot easier for me if Trump were out of the way.
No eating plastic.
I don't want to win this election by seeing a political opponent eliminated by the federal police state. I think that is a disastrous precedent to set in this country.
Unless he committed crimes that police
Bill,
should be apprehending him
for. Though
he
doesn't. It's not that he just doesn't want to like eliminated, right? Because from what we know about electoral law, Trump could still run if he is indicted, if he is convicted, if he is sentenced, if he is in prison, he can still run. So Vivek doesn't just want to keep him from being eliminated from the possibilities of being voted for, right? Vivek wants to give him immunity based on
if you want
his candidacy.
Get into the details on this. Let's get into the details. Let's talk about the Espionage Act, which he's being charged under. That is the most un-American law in our history.
Not in this.
It's been used to lock up anti-war activists.
Okay,
I'm
not sure that is what he's being tried under.
He's definitely not being tried for anti-war activism.
It is the Espionage Act that he's charged under for the documents case. Taking the documents.
The documents. Okay, you switched the cards there.
With so many indictments. There's 4 of them at the exact same time. What's going on?
You can just switch back and forth to whichever one's convenient. Do you see how this works, Bill?
It's not about that.
No, that's right, because you're crossfaded. You don't see how this works. That's why you're going to get run over by Vivek in this debate. And
if it was up to me,
eliminating the man.
I wish they hadn't brought the Stormy Daniels one. I wish they hadn't even brought he's guilty of all these things, of course. I wouldn't have brought the documents one.
He's not guilty of anything in the Stormy Daniels ones. You want to know why? You're a smart guy. Let me just explain this.
I don't care about that
Bill,
one. I never cared about that.
I know you don't care about that one, but it relates to the ones that followed because it's evidence that there's something else going on here. So you will agree with me on this one, okay? He says he's guilty of it.
It's just so weird, though. The Republicans say that they're like what he's implying, right? Is there's like a systematic corruption, and not just like a corruption like the laws aren't written like they should be, and there's things that are illegal that should no, but like an actual criminal like conspiracy operating within the entire legal system that is partisan and anti-Trump and is persecuting this man. That's what he's arguing, essentially. And here's the thing. If you say that law enforcement is corrupt and illegitimate, when it comes to Trump, why is it not corrupt and illegitimate when it comes to prosecuting, like, you know, black people at a disproportionate level to white people, right? I can't have a problem with that. The law is completely fair and equitable there. But here with Trump, it's not fair, and we shouldn't accept the results of it. And right, we should publish. These people publish the grand jury's names, right? They released the names of the grand jurors in Georgia. The right wingers, you know, published their freaking names, basically, you know, put them in danger.
Let me just test you on this for a second, see how you feel. They said that the crime there was that
I've never seen more than 10 minutes of the show. So it's an elderly man getting crossfaded and trounced in debates. I mean, yeah, a lot of times that's, I mean, not always, right? Sometimes it's Bill Maher just talking over people.
He should have used campaign funds to pay hush money to the porn star. You know what? If he had...
No, how about he shouldn't pay hush money to the porn star? Yo, do you hear what he's doing? He's like normalizing the idea of paying hush money to a porn star by virtue of saying, so what did you want him to do? Pay that with campaign funds? How is he supposed to pay hush money to the porn star to silence the story before the election? But meanwhile, we're gonna complain about the silent story of Hunter Biden's hog. Photographic evidence of Hunter Biden's boner that was not put in front of the American people so they could appropriately decide the implications of this hog on the presidential election. Does this hog make you more likely or less likely to vote for Biden? Right? Vivek Ramaswamy would argue that it would have made people less, you know, likely to vote for Biden. And so therefore, big tech stole the election. But
had used campaign funds to pay hush money, that actually would have been more of a crime than not doing it, right?
But he's literally putting us in a situation where, like, like because of his rhetorical flourish here, like the concept of paying off a porn star, of silencing somebody with money ahead of an election, that's like a completely like neutral thing. Like there's no moral or ethical or legal like implications to that, whatever. There certainly isn't any interest in the you know, the American people knowing these facts, right? In the porn star, I should probably not say porn star, this is what they're saying, but the adult actress from being able to come forward and just say, hey, you know, like I had an affair with this guy, and like if that matters to you, then it matters. No, but that's off the table. Hunter's hog, on the other hand, perfect election issue. I feel like it's more of an erection issue, isn't it though? Anyway,
I did a whole thing on this.
I missed that. I'm sorry.
I'm pre with
You're pre with me on it, so I don't need to preach to the choir on it.
Right, no, exactly.
But the point is, if there's 4 of these separate things coming right at the same time, smack dab in the middle of an election.
Because it happened. It's like they made it up.
But Bill, I just told you they made this one up. They literally made this one up.
They certainly did not make up, excuse me, they certainly did not make up the idea that he tried every single possible way to steal that election. He tried it.
I was talking about the first one, though. They made that was literally made up indictment.
The Courting wants to debate Hasan. That's amazing.
Talking about the one that's important, and you know what's important. He tried it through pressuring Mike Pence, who was doing something in a very ceremonial role to pretend that he could change the vote. The fake electors. He pressured the secretaries of state and the legislatures. They talked about bringing out the military. They talked about seizing voting machines. This country has done one thing that was more amazing than any other. They've done many amazing things, but to me, the jewel in our crown, the peaceful transference of power. So many countries cannot get this right.
Yes.
We were one of the few who could get it right. And one guy, your boyfriend Donald Trump,
come on,
broke this and
don't give me the boyfriend
exactly
stuff. Come on. I'm running against him in this race, okay?
I think
I'm
you're
saying
running to be.
He's very much like sensitized to like he freaked out a little bit before about like Bill Maher saying he was attractive. And now he's freaking out about it's like, is it great that somebody like Bill Maher is like, you know, his way of expressing right-winger standing of Donald Trump is like, you know, in this weird way, like sexualized and like that, like, is there a pejorative in there because it's an implied gay relationship? I don't know, right? You'd have to go into Bill Maher's brain to know. You'd have to literally go inside his brain to know that. And we don't want to go inside his brain or inside his heart, because I'm sure they're both really dark and lonely places. But Vivek is really like sensitive to this, like more so than other, like most politicians know that the way that you kind of get that heat, if that is heat, right? If you are, you know, going for the homophobic vote or whatever, right? If that's heat to you, right? Being, you know, slightly called gay, right? The best way to get that heat off of you is just to like ignore it and be like, oh, sure, joke around, right? That's what most, you know, straight guys, most in this situation would do. But Vivek's really bothered by it.
Is vice president.
Well, I'm glad you smoked that view out. I've already said, and I'll say it again.
I'm glad
not
you
gonna work.
smoked that. This is the second time that he's used this phrase. You're gonna like smoke something out, like, and not in the way that Bill usually does.
For any administration.
So you would say no to it?
Yeah, I would say no.
You would say no to the vice presidency if Donald Trump offered it to you?
I don't do well in a number 2 role. I just don't.
Okay, so I don't believe him. I don't believe him. I don't think he'd turn it down. But I do think that there's just as good of a chance that he's writing this with the primary intention of writing a book, as many presidential candidates do. And sometimes you wonder, is that what you were here for, to write a book? And like, yeah, it seems like, yeah, you know, I wanted to write a book and, you know, get people to buy it, and running for president is a great way to do that. So like, maybe that's what he's after, right? But he's got to know that his only real chance to be the nominee is if something happens to Trump, which he said he doesn't want.
To start, you're 38.
I don't do well in. I haven't been in a number 2 role in a long time. I think there's a lot of ways to change this country.
Look, he's going to be like, I wasn't going to do it, but Donald Trump told me that this country needs me, and I have to listen to its beck and call. If the country needs me, if Donald Trump needs me, then surely I will step into the gaps of history in order to secure this win for the American people, right? He will absolutely find a way to make that okay.
And each person has to look in the mirror and ask themselves, how do you have the maximal impact you can? So I do it through the private sector. I've written 3 books in the last 2 years. I've started.
Some do it through becoming a sub to this channel. That's right. If you become a sub to this channel, you will no longer be vulnerable to the ad break, which is coming up in about 10 minutes here. And then about 40 minutes from now, and it keeps on happening every half an hour, you get served a minute and 30 seconds of ads. It might not seem like much, but if you have to sit through one or more, you'll see that, you know, it's longer than it seems like it should be, right? If you want to get out of that, you can use Amazon Prime to get a free sub. You can get out of it that way. You can pay $5 to Twitch to pay for a paid sub, right? You can get out of it that way. Or if you're lucky, you could possibly be gifted a gift sub. And if we have enough of those, if we reach our goal any day, like, it basically unlocks extra content. So today's extra content is the Leftist Cooks, Spider-Verse Identity Politics, Leftist Infighting, and the Oppression Olympics. Interesting title for a video.
Businesses.
For you only go right to the top, or...
Well, to me, it's not a hierarchy. It's not about a top.
Well, it is.
It's about where am I going to have the most impact?
You will literally not be the second most powerful person in the world.
If power were my currency and probability adjusting my power calculus, yeah, of course you would take it. But if the question is actually, how am I using my God-given talents to have a maximal positive impact on a country that has given me so much, being in that vice president role wouldn't be it.
Friday, September 1st, I'll be at the ACL Live at the Moody Theater. I'll say something, you'll probably agree with this. Obama, when he ran, and when he was in office, sounded more like your rival from South Carolina, Tim Scott.
Yeah, he did a little bit, actually.
Well, I mean, it was more
aspirational.
Aspirational,
Yes.
and like not discounting racism, but not making it the number one thing, and like everything is about that.
Yes.
That was Obama, and that seems like Tim Scott today.
Yeah, I think that there's a lot of similarities in that sense between the two of them. Absolutely. Aspirational for the country. My view is the American dream is here's where I'm a little different than Tim Scott.
His big line was, my story is not possible in any other country. Obama.
Yes. That was his line. I do remember that one. And it stuck with me.
All right. So, I mean...
And I think there's a deep truth to that. He doesn't say that anymore, interestingly.
That's what I'm saying.
He changed it.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
When people say, Bill, you've gotten more conservative, I'm saying, no, they changed, not me. I loved that.
You're allowed to change, too. I mean, you're a human being.
I am, and I do. I always
Yeah.
change with new information. And sometimes I have changed. But basically, I've just been working on a book of all our old editorials. So I read every one going back to 2003. And it was a great way to discover, archaeology-wise, myself. And I'm like,
I love that, actually.
And yeah, I loved it too. And the first 10, 15 years of real time, it was much more one-sided, making fun of the Republicans because the left gave me nothing. Obama was a disaster for comedians. He was perfect in every possible way. I mean, there was nothing you could. And
You're not basing that different, but I see where you're coming from.
Well, it drove the Republicans nuts.
From a left-wing perspective, I understand
his
where you're coming
personal life. The fact that no corruption, and they were looking for it. The fact that Obamacare was paid for, things Republicans used to care about, paying for things. Their big program was, now it's just anybody writes a check for anything. Both sides. The Republicans are just the hypocrites because they pretend that they're the fiscally
Well, the way I look at it,
responsible.
that's why I don't talk about Republicans and Democrats, like I said. I think
gonna read
they're
into
far
Computer.
more on the same party than
Computer
they are
is
not.
playing
But if
some
you
kind of
systems, you got to
game.
use ballot access
Not
to get
sure
on
what it
ballot.
is.
And that's your team.
But I gotta
You
say
can't
goodbye
alienate them. You're
to
gonna have
tonight.
to.
We can
I know
go.
you only want to be number one.
I want to unite the entire country. I want to unite the entire country. And I think there's two theories.
We can always go a little bit longer if we hit the sub goal, but I'm not really feeling it, and you're not feeling it tonight either, chat. So I'm going to raid you into Computer and get to work on some of those videos that I owe you on YouTube. So look for those soon. Anyway, have a good time over at Computer. Tell me what video game that is too. I want to know what Computer's playing. I couldn't tell from the thumbnail.